The Elder Who Only Taught Life Skills Part 1. Origin and Awakening Chapters 1 to 20. Chapter 1. The Outer Elder's Kitchen had not held a student in 93 years. Ye Minguan was 287 years old, and for more than 2 centuries, he had cooked alone. The sect's grand halls rang with the clash of swords. The meditation towers hummed with cultivators refining their power. The prophecy chambers filled with whispers of destiny. But his kitchen, tucked in a forgotten corner of Sunlit Valley sect, remained quiet. Empty, a place where dreams came to die. That changed the morning a young man arrived, carrying shame like a stone in his chest. The applicant's name was Qin Hao, age 32. He wore the loose robes of a failed combat candidate, and his eyes held the particular emptiness of someone who had tried everything and found himself wanting. He stood in the kitchen doorway, uncertain, as if he might evaporate if he breathed too deeply. Ye Minguan was stirring a pot of soup. His hands moved with absolute steadiness, unhurried, complete. He did not look up. "Welcome," the elder said simply. Qin Hao entered. His footsteps echoed on stone floors that had not heard visitors in decades. The kitchen was large, orderly, and impossibly clean. Dried herbs hung in bundles from the ceiling beams. Containers of spices lined the shelves in careful rows. Nothing was out of place. Everything felt alive. "I've failed the combat trials 3 times, Qin Hao said. His voice shook. "The masters say I'm too slow. My foundation is weak. I have no talent for the blade. When I heard your class had an opening, I thought." He trailed off. Ye Minguan still did not look up from the pot. "I thought maybe cooking would be easier," Qin Hao finished quietly. The elder smiled. It was the smile of someone who had heard this confession 1,000 times before, and each time it broke his heart a little. He pulled the pot from the heat and set it aside. Then, slowly, he turned to face the young man. Ye Minguan's eyes were clear as water, ancient, patient. When he looked at you, he saw all of your shame and felt none of it. "Cooking is not easier than the blade," the elder said. "It is infinitely harder. The blade asks, 'Can I destroy?' The dish asks, 'Can I sustain?' Which question makes your hand steady? Which question requires you to be honest about who you are?" Qin Hao didn't know what to say. He had come looking for an escape. Instead, he had found something that sounded like a mirror. "Tomorrow morning, you will come back," Ye Minguan said. It was not a question. "You will come with an open mind. Not an open mind about cooking, an open mind about failure. Can you do this?" Qin Hao nodded, though he was not sure what the elder meant. Ye Minguan turned back to his pot of soup and began to stir again. The motion was so deliberate, so full of intention, that Qin Hao felt as though he were watching something sacred. As the young man left the kitchen, he turned back once. Ye Minguan had not looked up, but the elder was smiling, as if he were stirring not soup but the future itself, and he knew exactly what flavors it would bring. Chapter 2. Qin Hao did not sleep that night. He lay in his small quarters, thinking about the elder's words. Cooking is infinitely harder. The question kept circling in his mind, sharp and uncomfortable. Can I destroy? Can I sustain? When dawn came, he went to the kitchen. Ye Minguan was already there, waiting. With him were 3 others. An old woman in a gardener's apron, a younger man with calloused hands, dressed in simple clothes, and another disciple Qin Hao didn't recognize. All of them looked defeated. All of them had the mark of rejected combat trials. The elder said nothing to them. He simply took a pot, filled it with water, and set it on the fire. "Watch," Ye Minguan said. So they watched. For the next hour, they watched as water slowly heated. No other lesson. No explanation. Just the sound of fire and the gradual transformation of still water into something alive, turbulent with heat and potential. When the water finally boiled, the elder removed the pot from the flame. "The water was always water," he said. "The fire was always fire. The pot was always clay. But alone, separated, they were nothing. When brought together with intention, something new is born. Can you see this?" The young man with calloused hands nodded slowly. Qin Hao felt something settle in his chest. Not understanding. Not yet. But the beginning of it. "This class has no rank," Ye Minguan continued. "You will not compete with each other. You will not race. You will not rank yourselves by speed or achievement. You will simply practice. If you can accept this, you stay. If not, the door is open." No one left. That day, Ye Minguan taught them how to dice an onion. Not quickly, not efficiently, with attention, with presence, with the understanding that the onion's layers had structure and meaning, and to cut it with respect was to honor what the plant had grown to become. Qin Hao spent 3 hours learning to dice a single onion. By the end, his hands ached. His mind was exhausted. He had never felt so ridiculous in his life. But when Ye Minguan placed his perfectly diced onion into a bowl with others and began to cook them slowly in oil, the young man saw something. His onion was exactly as it needed to be. Not better than the others. Not worse. Simply complete. Perfect in its own way. When he tasted the dish that evening, tears came to his eyes. It was just onions and oil and a pinch of salt. But it tasted like home. Like care. Like someone had remembered him. As Qin Hao walked back to his quarters, he realized the elder had lied. Cooking was not harder than the blade. It was something entirely different. And for the first time since arriving at the sect, Qin Hao wondered if maybe different was exactly what he needed to be. Chapter 3 Words spread quickly. The outer elder was teaching again. Not the combat disciples, but the rejected ones. Not in secret, but openly. In the kitchen near the sect's eastern wall. By the fourth day, more applicants arrived. A young woman with ink stains on her fingers. An older man who moved like water, his joints fluid despite his age. A child barely 16, carrying the particular shame of being born into a sect family, but possessing no cultivator's gift. Ye Minguan accepted them all without question. He taught them in silence. The first lesson was always the same. Watch how things transform. Watch water. Watch fire. Watch intention meeting material reality and creating something new. The second lesson was subtly different for each person, but the core was identical. You are not fighting this. You are joining it. By the second week, there were 15 students. By the third week, there were 22. And on the 23rd day, something shifted. Ye Minguan made a soup. He did not teach anyone to make it. He did not explain his method. He simply worked, his hands moving with the grace of someone who had been making soup for 2 centuries. Carrot and ginger, bone broth and rice wine, herbs that had been aging in the pantry since before some of his current disciples were born. When the soup was done, he ladled it into bowls and set them before his students. The first person to taste it was the old man who moved like water. He lifted the spoon to his lips. The scent reached him first, something ancient and familiar, as if the soup was remembering him. He tasted it, and his eyes widened. Then the young woman with ink stains wept silently, tears dripping into her bowl. Then the child laughed, a sound of pure joy that echoed off the kitchen walls. Qin Hao took his bowl with trembling hands. The soup was warm. It was rich. It was perfectly salted. But it was more than these things. It held something that no amount of skill could have produced. It held the elder's entire being, distilled into liquid form. It held 70 years of peace. It held 2 centuries of gentle teaching. It held a love so profound it seemed impossible that it could fit into a single bowl. When Qin Hao looked up from his soup, Ye Minguan was watching them all, smiling. This, the elder said quietly, is what we are learning to become. Not the dish. The presence that makes the dish real. Chapter 4 The mockery began the very next day. A group of combat disciples found Qin Hao and his fellow students carrying vegetables through the sect courtyard. The sword's master was trailing behind them, making suggestions for the evening meal. The combat disciples erupted in laughter. Is the old man teaching you to be cooks? One of them jeered. His name was Ren Chong, a rank 4 cultivator with the kind of arrogance that came from winning every sparring match he'd ever entered. Does he think stew will win wars? Another joined in. The sect's reputation is falling. Soon we'll be famous for our cabbage instead of our combat. The young woman with ink stains tried to walk faster. Qin Hao felt heat rise in his chest. His hands tightened on the basket of radishes he carried. Ren Chong stepped directly in front of them. His smile was cruel. Answer me, disciple. When an enemy approaches with a blade, will you offer him soup? Is that the elder's strategy? Qin Hao opened his mouth. He wanted to fight. He wanted to defend. He wanted to prove that the elder's teaching was real, that it mattered, that they were not wasting their time in a kitchen. But he had no proof. Only soup. Only the way his hands felt when they were present. Only the impossible taste of onions that had been treated with respect. We're learning, Qin Hao said quietly. That's enough for now. Ren Chong laughed harder. Learning to cook. Next you'll tell me it's a form of cultivation. As the combat disciples left, still laughing, Qin Hao felt something crack inside him. He wanted to quit. He wanted to go back to trying to master the blade, even though his foundation was weak. Even though he would always be mocked. That evening, he went to Ye Minguan and told the elder he wanted to stop. Ye Minguan listened without interrupting. When Qin Hao finished, the elder was silent for a long time. Sit, he finally said. They sat across from each other in the dimly lit kitchen. Ye Minguan placed a bowl of soup between them. The mockery, the elder said slowly, is wind. A tree does not argue with wind. It does not try to explain itself. It simply grows roots deeper. Every mocking word is an opportunity for deeper presence. Can you see this? Qin Hao shook his head. Ye Minguan smiled sadly. Not yet, but you will. Tomorrow, I want you to cook the best meal you can. Cook as if you are making it for someone you love. Do not cook for Ren Chang's approval. Do not cook to prove anything. Cook because there is someone in the world who needs to remember what it means to be cared for. Can you do this? Qin Hao was not sure, but something in the elder's voice made him say yes. That night, he stayed in the kitchen until dawn, preparing. His hands moved with concentration. He thought of his mother, dead now for 15 years. He thought of how she had cooked for him when he was sick. He thought of how she had never once asked him to be anything other than what he was. When he finally plated the dish, he was shaking. Ye Minguan tasted it in silence. Then the elder smiled, not the gentle, knowing smile, but a smile full of light. This, Ye Minguan said, is cultivation. Chapter 5. The garden spoke a language Qin Hao was only beginning to learn. 3 weeks into his training, the elder took his expanding class on an excursion outside the kitchen. He led them to a section of the sect grounds that Qin Hao had never noticed before, a sprawling area of vegetable plots, herb beds, and fruit trees that seemed to exist in a different season than the rest of the sect. Here, the crops were impossibly vibrant. The herbs grew with a density that seemed to defy the normal growth rates. The vegetables were so ripe, so perfect, that they looked almost unreal. An old man was tending a section of them, moving between plants with the careful attention of a parent checking on sleeping children. This is Wei Chun, Ye Minguan said. He has been studying under me for 40 years. Qin Hao was shocked. 40 years? He had been in the class for less than a month. Wei Chun looked up from his work. His face was weathered, peaceful. He bowed to Ye Minguan with the same respect a younger disciple might show. I water the plants now, Wei Chun said simply. Before, I watered because they needed water. Now, I water because water needs the plants. The intention is different. The crops notice. Taste, Ye Minguan said, and handed Qin Hao a carrot that Wei Chun had just pulled from the earth. Qin Hao bit into it raw. The sweetness was extraordinary, almost overwhelming. But beneath the sweetness was something else, an aliveness, an energy, a sense of vitality that no normal carrot possessed. How did you grow this? Qin Hao asked. Wei Chun smiled. I listened to what the plant wanted to become. I didn't impose my will on the seed. I moved with the seed's intention. When you can do this, the plant yields perfection. Ye Minguan nodded. Wei Chun teaches that cultivation does not come from forcing yourself forward. It comes from listening to what you already are and helping it grow. The plant knows how to be perfect. We simply stand out of the way. For the next hour, Wei Chun taught Qin Hao and the others how to sense a plant's needs. Not by intellect, not by technique, by presence, by standing still and feeling what the earth wanted to do. By the time they left, Qin Hao was beginning to understand something essential. The outer elder's teaching was not one path. It was many paths. Cooking, gardening, something else he hadn't discovered yet. And all of them were pointing toward the same destination, presence. As they walked back to the kitchen, Qin Hao asked the elder. Wei Chun has studied for 40 years. How many breakthroughs has he had? 47, Ye Minguan said. Qin Hao's stomach fell. 40 years. 47 breakthroughs. That meant a breakthrough roughly once every year. Maybe less. That seems slow, Qin Hao said. Ye Minguan glanced at him. How long is a life? 70 years? 80. And Wei Chun? Qin Hao understood. Wei Chun was much older than 80. 120. Qin Hao guessed. 146, Ye Minguan said. And he will live another 146 years, at minimum. Slow becomes eternal when you're willing to be present long enough. Chapter 6. Ye Minguan went to the archives alone, late at night when the sect was sleeping. The library was vast, but few elders paid it any attention anymore. The combat masters referenced only current texts. The prophecy specialists guarded their own collections. The alchemy masters kept their scrolls locked away. But the historical section, where knowledge was stored simply for the sake of knowing, was peaceful and undisturbed. The elder moved through the shelves with the familiarity of long habit. His fingers trailed across ancient spine after ancient spine until he found what he was looking for. A journal so old its binding was cloth instead of leather. The pages were yellowed, fragile. The handwriting inside was the founder's own. Ye Minguan had recognized it from his own previous reading, years and years ago. He opened to a marked passage. Asterisk, today, the disciples asked me again about the deep way, the way of crafting a life. They want combat power. They want to be feared. I have tried to teach them that true strength comes not from the ability to destroy, but from the ability to sustain. Not from victory over others, but from mastery of oneself. Some understand. Most do not. In time, perhaps this knowledge will be preserved. In time, perhaps someone will remember. Asterisk, the date on the entry was 432 years old. Ye Minguan felt the weight of those centuries settle onto his shoulders. He was not alone in this teaching. He had never been alone. The knowledge had persisted, passed down through lineage and silence, waiting for a moment when the world might be ready to listen again. A librarian noticed him at the desk. She was younger, kind, and unaccustomed to seeing the outer elder in the archives. "Can I help you find something?" she asked. "No," Ye Minguan said gently. "I am rereading something I've read many times before. It never changes. That is why it matters." The librarian studied him for a moment. "Is it true that you're teaching now? Taking on disciples?" "Yes," Ye Minguan said. "What do you teach?" The elder closed the journal carefully and turned to face her. "How to be alive." Something in her expression shifted, a recognition, or perhaps just the impact of words spoken with genuine presence. "I hope," she said slowly, "that they're listening." Ye Minguan nodded. In time. The right students always listen eventually. Chapter 7. Lan Ji had been studying under Ye Minguan for 70 years before she formally joined his group class. She arrived on a morning in the 4th month of Qin Hao's training, entering the kitchen as if she were stepping into a familiar room after a long absence. She was ancient, small, her hands stained with ink from decades of work. The other students stared. "This is Lan Ji," Ye Minguan said simply. "She is a student of calligraphy." 70 years, the young woman with ink stains whispered. "How is that possible?" Lan Ji took a seat at the front of the class with the unself-consciousness of someone who had nothing left to prove. "I have been studying," she said, "because I had not yet reached the readiness point. 7 years ago, I finally became ready. 7 days ago, the elder told me the time had come to study in community." "What is the readiness point?" Qin Hao asked. Lan Ji smiled. A genuine smile, not kind or apologetic, but full of joy. "It is when you realize you have wasted 70 years and are only now beginning." The kitchen fell silent. Ye Minguan nodded. "Lan Ji is at a different stage than you are. You are still learning the forms. She is learning to dissolve them. But you are studying the same path, and you are studying together. This is important." That morning, Ye Minguan demonstrated calligraphy for the first time. He took a brush, dipped it in ancient ink, and approached a piece of rice paper with the care of someone approaching a sacred space. He did not prepare. He did not hesitate. He simply began to move the brush, and characters appeared, not written, but discovered, as if they had always been present, and he was simply revealing them. The character he created was simple, Xin, heart. But there was something in the way the brush strokes curved, in the way they balanced each other, that made the character seem alive. The heart drawn on paper seemed to pulse with its own existence. "This is the teaching," Ye Minguan said, not looking away from the character. "When you practice so long that you become invisible, when your self disappears from the act of creation, then the true thing can finally appear. This is cultivation." Lan Ji was weeping silently. Qin Hao understood, for the first time, that he was in the presence of something far larger than a class. He was in the presence of a lineage, a teaching, an understanding that had persisted for centuries in the quiet places, waiting for students ready to genuinely learn. Chapter 8. The sect master called Ye Minguan to his office in the morning, as the sun was painting the sect's highest tower in gold. The sect master was kind, one of the more enlightened elders, but his concerns were practical: the sect's reputation, its standing, its resources. "Elder Yi," the sect master said, without preamble, "I have concerns about your class." Ye Minguan bowed and said nothing. "You are attracting those who fail the combat trials, those without talent for cultivation. This reflects poorly on the sect. It suggests we are a place where the weak gather." "Yes, master," Ye Minguan said. The sect master continued, trying to be gentle but unable to hide his uncertainty. "I wonder if it might be better for your reputation if you took on a different role, perhaps in the gardens? Or the kitchens, officially, as a support staff member rather than as a teacher? This would free resources for more productive programs." The office was quiet. A breeze came through the window, carrying the scent of jasmine from the sect gardens. "Master," Ye Minguan said slowly, "have any of my former students caused problems?" The sect master paused. He opened a record book, checked something, then closed it. "No, none of them have. They are quiet, respectful, productive." "Then I would ask," Ye Minguan said, "that my teaching continue as it is." The sect master met his eyes. In those ancient, patient eyes, he saw something that made him pause. Not judgment, not defensiveness, simply clarity. "You are certain this is the path forward?" the sect master asked. "I am," Ye Minguan said. The sect master sighed. "Then I will grant you another decade of resources. But Elder Yi, the sect's survival depends on combat strength. Do not ask me to sacrifice that for your philosophy." "I am not asking you to sacrifice anything," Ye Minguan said. "I am asking you to add something. Combat strength and life mastery are not enemies. In time, you will see this." Ye Minguan bowed again, turned, and left the office. As he descended the tower stairs, something inside him settled. The elder had been given a decade. In that time, he would plant seeds. Not all would grow, but some would, and that would be enough. Chapter 9. The calligraphy student's breakthrough came on a morning when the rain was particularly gentle. Longji had been practicing the same character for 3 months. The character was Qin Hao, the same one Ye Minguan had painted that first day in class. But she was not trying to replicate the elder's version. She was trying to find her own. Qin Hao, working in the kitchen nearby, heard a small gasp. He turned to see Longji staring at her paper, her hands trembling. Ye Minguan came and stood beside her in silence. The character on the page was simple, but it held something that seemed to transcend the ink and paper. Looking at it made something inside Qin Hao's chest open. I stopped trying, Longji whispered. I was becoming so tired of seeking. And then I just stopped. And the character appeared. Ye Minguan nodded. This is your first true breakthrough. The character was never the goal. Your willingness to stop seeking was the cultivation. Qin Hao asked, is this what cultivation feels like? A character? That's all. The elder turned to him. What did you feel when you tasted the onion I made that first week? I felt. Qin Hao hesitated. I felt seen. I felt like someone remembered me. That was cultivation, Ye Minguan said. The onion was never the point. Your opening to being seen was the point. Cultivation is the moment when you stop resisting life and allow it to know you instead. Longji looked up from her paper with tears streaming down her face. Will there be other breakthroughs? Yes, Ye Minguan said. And they will come more slowly than you hope. But each one will be deeper than the last. Each one will require a little more surrender and a little less seeking. How many will I have? Longji asked. Ye Minguan smiled. That depends on how long you're willing to practice. I suspect, for you, many. Chapter 10. Jiang Tao entered the kitchen without announcing himself. The inner elder was rank 9, which meant he was among the highest cultivators in the entire sect. His presence filled the space like pressure, a sense of vast power contained in human form. He was ancient, powerful, and radiating controlled contempt. Ye Minguan was teaching that afternoon, guiding Qin Hao through the preparation of a fish braised in rice wine. The young man was concentrating so fully that he barely noticed Jiang Tao's arrival. The inner elder's gaze swept across the kitchen with disgust. Ye Minguan, I've heard troubling reports. The sect is throwing resources at your little project, teaching rejects to cook. This needs to stop. Ye Minguan did not pause in his work. He guided Qin Hao's hands to adjust the heat under the pot, then turned to face the powerful elder. Would you honor me with soup, Elder Jiang? It was the kind of question that could not be refused without rudeness, but Jiang Tao tried anyway. I don't eat cinnamon, the inner elder said coldly. I eat to fuel the body. Your students should do the same and stop wasting the sect's time. Of course, Ye Minguan said peacefully. He turned back to his work as if Jiang Tao had already left. The inner elder watched for a moment longer, then turned to go. But before he reached the door, Ye Minguan spoke once more. Elder Jiang, have you noticed your hands shake when you rest them? Jiang Tao froze. It is not age, the outer elder continued quietly. It is foundation. Violence creates instability in the soul. It takes centuries to notice, but it begins immediately. That is something I can teach you, if you ever decide to learn. Jiang Tao left without responding. But Ye Minguan heard something in the silence. Not agreement, but the smallest crack in certainty. A doubt, barely formed. It would be enough to plant a seed. Chapter 11. The breakthrough came on the morning of the 51st day. Qin Hao had been making the same dish, braised fish with ginger and rice wine, every single day for 50 days. The other students had progressed. They were learning new techniques, new disciplines. But Qin Hao remained with the fish. Ye Minguan had asked him to. Not because you need to master this dish, but because the fish will teach you something, if you listen long enough. On day 50, Qin Hao had wanted to quit. The repetition was maddening. His hands could make the dish perfectly. What more was there? On day 51, something shifted. He prepared the fish exactly as he always did. But this time, he wasn't thinking about what his hands should do. He wasn't thinking at all. He was simply moving, the way a river simply flowed, the way a plant simply grew. As he cooked, he felt a resonance. It started in his chest and spread through his entire body. The heat of the kitchen suddenly felt sacred. The smell of the fish and ginger seemed to carry a message meant only for him. When he tasted the first bite, he wept. The dish tasted like it had always been meant to taste this way. Like the universe had an opinion about braised fish, and his hands had finally learned to listen. He ran to find Ye Minguan. The elder was in the garden, speaking with Wei Chun about the new plantings. When he saw Qin Hao's face, he immediately understood. Bring me the fish, he said. Qin Hao retrieved it, his hands shaking. Ye Minguan tasted it carefully, his expression peaceful. Yes, the elder said. This is a breakthrough. Welcome. What does it mean? Qin Hao asked. Ye Minguan set down his bowl. It means that for the first time, you are not separate from your work. You and the fish and the fire became one thing. That unity is cultivation. It is the beginning. Chapter 12. That afternoon, Ye Minguan gathered all his students to formally explain the life mastery system. There were now 32 of them. Some were original students like Qin Hao. Others had arrived in recent weeks, drawn by rumors or by their own failures in the combat world. The elders stood in the center of the kitchen, and they sat around him in a circle. Cultivation, Ye Minguan began, is not what you have been taught. It is not the accumulation of power through violence. It is not the development of circuits within your body or the refinement of your inner strength toward destructive force. He paused. Cultivation is mastery. Deep, genuine mastery of any single discipline. Cooking, calligraphy, gardening, architecture. The practice itself does not matter. What matters is that you practice with full presence until the boundary between you and your practice disappears. What happens then? Asked the young woman with ink stains. Then resonance occurs, Ye Minguan said. Your soul recognizes that you have achieved genuine understanding, and that recognition creates advancement. That advancement is cultivation. Is it fast? Qin Hao asked. No, the elder said simply. It is slow. One breakthrough per year is common. Some people have longer intervals, some shorter, but each breakthrough is real. Each one strengthens your foundation, not through force, but through integration. Lanji spoke. In 70 years, I have had 47 breakthroughs. At that rate, in another 140 years, I will have about 130 more. And how will you feel? Ye Minguan asked her. At age 320, having spent all that time in mastery. Lanji smiled. Grateful. The elder nodded. The combat path is fast, but fast builds fragility. You can gain rank, 9 power in 100 years, but your foundation cracks as you climb. The faster you rise, the closer you are to falling. Ye Minguan looked directly at Qin Hao. You will advance slowly. Perhaps one breakthrough every year if you are devoted. Perhaps longer. But when you are 300 years old, you will still be standing. The fighters who mock you will be dust. Their power will have consumed them. Your mastery will sustain you. The young man felt something shift inside him. He had come to this class looking for an escape. Instead, he had found a path. A real one. Slow, but unbreakable. How many breakthroughs can one person have? Someone asked. As many as there are days left to live, Ye Minguan said. The cultivation never stops. Even at rank 10, even at ultimate mastery, each day offers a new opportunity to go deeper. The gathering broke, and the students returned to their various practices. But something had changed. They were no longer practicing blindly. They understood what they were doing and why. They were learning to master life itself. Chapter 13. Jiang Tao came back to the kitchen, but this time it was in secret. He arrived in the afternoon when the main class was in session, watching from a corner as Ye Minguan taught the students. The inner elder observed for nearly 2 hours, his powerful presence pressed against the far wall like a storm waiting to break. Qin Hao was practicing his fish preparation. He had reached 14 days since his first breakthrough, and he was working toward the second. Lan Ji was in calligraphy, her brush moving with the practiced precision of decades. Wei Chun had brought seedlings from his garden, and several students were learning to sense what each plant needed. Jiang Tao watched it all with an expression of barely concealed contempt. When he finally left, he went directly to the sect master. The elder's teaching is useless, Jiang Tao reported. It is meditation disguised as work. It is cowardice dressed as philosophy. The students are wasting the sect's resources on pretend cultivation. The sect master, who had learned from his private sessions with Ye Minguan to ask different questions, asked, Has any harm come from this teaching? Jiang Tao was silent. Have any of his former students caused problems? No, Jiang Tao admitted. Have they disrupted the sect? No. The sect master leaned back in his chair. Then whatever else it is harmless. The sect can afford harmless, Elder Jiang, if it achieves the stability we have been lacking. I will not shut down his teaching. Jiang Tao left the office furious. But something in him was unsettled, even as he refused to acknowledge it. He had felt something in the kitchen that afternoon, watching the students work with such care and presence. He had felt it in his chest. A craving. He pushed the feeling away violently and returned to his meditations on power. Chapter 14. The young gardening student reached her breakthrough on a morning when the herbs were blooming out of season. She had been tending a small plot for 3 months, learning from Wei Chun, learning to listen to the plants instead of imposing her will on them. It had been frustrating work. The other students in combat training would have advanced 5 ranks by now. Here, she was still planting seeds. But on this morning, everything changed. She was watering, and she suddenly understood. She had been fighting the seasons, telling the plants when they should grow, what they should produce, how they should serve her needs. In that moment of understanding, she stopped fighting. Instead, she listened. She asked the soil what it wanted. She asked the seeds what they dreamed of becoming. She opened herself to the plant's wisdom instead of imposing her own. That afternoon, the entire plot bloomed with impossible vitality. Ye Minguan came to witness the breakthrough. "I see," he said simply. "You have moved from teaching the plants to learning from them." "Will I be stronger now?" the young gardening student asked. "You will be sustained," Ye Minguan replied. "That is far more valuable than strength." He led her back to the main class and made an announcement. "This student has reached her first breakthrough. She is now ready to begin teaching the youngest applicants." The path continues. It was the first time Ye Minguan had explicitly said that his students would begin teaching others. The cycle was beginning to perpetuate itself. Chapter 15 News of the unusual cultivation results spread quietly through the sect. A healer noticed that wounds treated by Ye Minguan's cooking students healed faster and cleaner than normal. The infection rates were dramatically lower. When she asked one of the students about it, the young man simply said, "We cook with attention. Maybe the food carries that attention to the body." A diplomat noted that Ye Minguan's calligraphy students produced handwriting so clear and so true that treaties written by them were never later disputed. Words seemed to carry intention directly from writer to reader. When a rival sect tried to argue about a treaty's meaning, they simply asked, "Was it written by an elder disciple of Ye Minguan?" When the answer was yes, all arguments ceased. A master builder began to use Ye Minguan's architecture students to design structures. The buildings they designed stood longer, weathered better, and seemed to grow more beautiful with age rather than decay into age. The results were real, undeniable, but the elite combat masters had no framework to understand what was happening. They attributed the results to coincidence or luck rather than acknowledge the possibility that a different kind of cultivation might be producing real effects. More rejects began arriving at Ye Minguan's door. More students began to practice in silence. More breakthroughs occurred, each one strengthening the living proof that the elder's way was real. Chapter 16 The combat disciples mocked Lan Ji in the courtyard one afternoon. They were crude about it, their laughter sharp with cruelty. "Pretty writing. Will it defend the sect when enemies come? Will it heal wounds?" Lan Ji had learned through 70 years of practice how to respond to mockery. She did not engage. She did not explain. She simply took a piece of chalk and drew on the ground. She drew a single sentence, using the same principles of calligraphy that Ye Minguan had taught her. The characters appeared beneath her moving hand with such precision that the sand seemed to arrange itself into meaning. The sentence said, asterisk, "When you stop needing to be right, you can finally be true." Asterisk The combat disciples went silent. For a moment, the mockery stopped. For a moment, they glimpsed something real in her work. They saw that her pretty writing was not decoration. It was precision. It was power. It was a kind of cultivation they had no weapons to defend against. Lan Ji stood and walked away, leaving the sentence in the sand. Later, Ye Minguan found her in the kitchen. "You took a step forward today," the elder said. "I didn't fight," Lan Ji said. "Is that forward?" "No," Ye Minguan replied. "You shared your strength without defending it. That is the difference between fighting and owning what you know to be true. One exhausts you, the other sustains you." Chapter 17 A traveling scholar arrived at Sunlit Valley Sect, dusty from weeks on the road, searching for something. He was directed to the kitchen almost by accident, a chance comment from a librarian. "If you're looking for unusual cultivation, go see Ye Minguan." The scholar stayed in the kitchen for an entire afternoon, watching. He watched Qin Hao prepare his fish with meditative precision. He watched Lan Ji work with calligraphy. He watched Wei Chun guide younger students through the basics of gardening. He watched Ye Minguan move between them like a river flowing, touching each student with a kind word, a gentle correction, a brief acknowledgement of their growth. When the afternoon ended, the scholar approached the elder with tears streaming down his face. "I thought the lineage was dead," the scholar said. His voice shook. "I was sent to find any remnants of the old teaching. I thought it was lost forever." "What old teaching?" Ye Minguan asked gently. "Life mastery," the scholar said. "The cultivation of the first era. The path that was abandoned for violence. I have studied the texts. I know the history, but I have never believed that anyone still practiced it. I thought the knowledge was extinct." Ye Minguan looked at his students, then back at the scholar. "It is not extinct. It was sleeping. Now it wakes." "Where did you learn this?" the scholar asked. "From teachers older than me," Ye Minguan said simply. "And I learn still, with each student who arrives. The teaching is not something I possess. It is something I receive again and again." The scholar bowed so deeply his forehead touched the ground. "I will tell the order. They must know. The ancient way still lives." When the scholar left, something subtle had shifted. The secret of Ye Minguan's teaching was no longer entirely secret. The knowledge was entering the wider world. Chapter 18. That night, Ye Minguan sat alone in the kitchen and allowed himself to weep. 287 years. He had walked this path in isolation for 287 years. He had taught in obscurity. He had absorbed centuries of mockery. He had watched his teaching be dismissed. But now a traveling scholar had confirmed it. He was not crazy. He was not wasting his life. The system was real. The lineage was ancient. He was one link in a chain that stretched back to the first era and would stretch forward into ages unknown. The weight of that knowledge pressed down on him like a stone. All those years of doubt, all that suffering, all the times he had wondered if he was simply foolish, teaching an outdated philosophy to desperate rejects. Now he knew. He was carrying forward the wisdom of ages. He was helping to restore what had been lost. He wept not with joy, but with the release of centuries of loneliness finally broken. By morning, his tears were dried. His composure was restored. He would go teach as he always did, moving gently through the class, asking nothing of his students but presence. But something inside him had changed. He was no longer walking alone. Chapter 19. Qin Hao's second breakthrough came 90 days after his first, just as the summer was turning toward autumn. He had been cooking the same fish dish 185 times. His hands had long since mastered the mechanics. His mind had long since ceased to fight the repetition. He had entered into a state where cooking and being were one thing. On day 185, something new happened. The first bite of his fish made him weep not with wonder, but with understanding. He was not becoming something through this practice. He was remembering something he had always been. The cooking was excavation, not construction. He was removing the barriers between his surface self and his true nature. He found Ye Minguan in the garden at sunset. I think I understand, Qin Hao said. The dish was never the goal. Presence was. Ye Minguan smiled. It was the smile of a teacher watching a student finally see something he had been pointing at all along. Now you understand, the elder said. The fire, the fish, the knife. These are all just invitations to come home to yourself. Can you see how this is cultivation? Yes, Qin Hao said. And he meant it with his entire being. Then you are ready, Ye Minguan continued, to teach others. Qin Hao's eyes widened. He had only been studying for 5 months. But the elder saw something in him that was complete. The readiness. I want you to begin teaching the youngest students, Ye Minguan said. Not because you know everything, but because you know enough to help them find their own way. Can you do this? Qin Hao bowed. I will try. As the two men stood in the garden, watching the sun descend toward the mountains, something shifted in the sect's foundation. The teaching was beginning to spread beyond Ye Minguan himself. The lineage was becoming a movement. Chapter 20. The sect master asked Ye Minguan a question that would echo through the coming years. Can your path genuinely compete with the sword path in the long term? Ye Minguan was in the sect master's private chambers, having been invited for an informal meeting. The sect master was sincere in his inquiry, not hostile, but genuinely uncertain. I don't compete, Ye Minguan said quietly. Competing is already a form of violence. I persist. Persistence is its own form of strength. The sect master reflected on this. The disciples mock your students. Doesn't that concern you? Yes, Ye Minguan said. I feel the concern, but I don't act from it. Instead, I teach harder, and I let my students' presence speak for itself. Some of them are beginning to show results that rival the combat disciplines, the sect master observed. Faster healing, greater stability, calmer minds. Yes, Ye Minguan agreed. The path works, not because I claim it works, but because reality itself confirms it. The sect master stood and walked to the window. The sect spread below them in the twilight, thousands of years of stone and structure, of teaching and tradition. I will grant you another decade, the sect master said finally. But Elder Yi, if the sect's survival is threatened, I cannot prioritize your philosophy over our martial strength. I would not ask you to, Ye Minguan said. I am asking only that you allow the two paths to coexist. In time, you will see that they strengthen each other. As the elder left, the sect master found himself hoping that this ancient man was right. Something in Ye Minguan's calm presence suggested that he saw far longer than most. Perhaps, the sect master thought, just perhaps, this teaching would matter. The first arc closed with the foundation established. The outer elder had students. The system was proven. The path had begun in earnest. And everywhere in the sect, in quiet corners and hidden hearts, seeds were beginning to grow. Chapters 1 to 20. Chapter 21. The word spreads within a month of Qin Hao's second breakthrough. Word of Ye Minguan's teaching began moving through channels Ye Minguan had never intended to activate. The propagation happened silently, like wind moving through trees. No announcements, no proclamations, just the quiet accumulation of results that could not be ignored. The first major sign came from the infirmary. A young combat cultivator named Li Jun had broken his leg during sparring, a clean fracture of the tibia that should have sidelined him for at least 4 months, possibly longer depending on infection risk and the body's ability to restore the spiritual channels that ran through bone. The sect's official healers examined him and set the standard protocol: extended bed rest, medicinal pastes, qi infusions twice daily, and meditation exercises designed to accelerate the body's natural healing processes. But before the week was out, Ye Minguan's cooking students, now 4 of them after Qin Hao began taking an informal apprenticeship role, approached the infirmary attendants with an offer. "We'd like to prepare meals for the injured cultivators," the eldest student, a woman named Chun Mei, explained respectfully. If permitted, the infirmary master, skeptical but curious, allowed it. What followed was a revelation. Each meal that Chun Mei and the others prepared was meticulously designed around principles that took weeks to fully understand. They studied the nature of bone, its density, its spiritual resonance, the qi channels that needed restoration. They identified which foods naturally contained the minerals and essences that bones required, and then they prepared those foods with complete presence and intention. Bone broth simmered for exactly 12 hours, drawing minerals from the bones themselves, infused with the attention of the cook's mind. Root vegetables selected for their grounding properties, seeds that naturally promoted growth and regeneration. But the key difference, the thing that elevated these meals beyond ordinary nutrition into genuine cultivation, was intention. As Ye Minguan had taught them, every action in cooking carried vibration and weight. When Chun Mei chopped vegetables, she didn't do so with the distracted efficiency of someone rushing through a task to get it done. She did so with complete attention to each cut, feeling the knife through the cutting board, aware of how the vegetable's nature was transforming, envisioning with every stroke the healing that would occur inside the body that eventually ate the food. The sound of the knife on the cutting board became a meditation for her. The smell of fresh vegetables filled the kitchen with intention. When she stirred the broth, a bone broth that had been simmering for 12 hours, extracting the deep essence of the bones, she stirred with the awareness of each ingredient's role. She understood how minerals would dissolve into the liquid over time. She felt how her qi, transmitted through her hands and attention into the pot, would integrate into the preparation. She felt how the body would receive and utilize what was given, how this wasn't just nutrition but a direct transmission of healing presence. The kitchen filled with steam and fragrance. The broth became almost alive in the pot, responding to her attention, developing a complexity and depth that mere ingredients alone couldn't produce. This wasn't metaphysical fantasy or wishful thinking. This was genuine cultivation happening through the medium of food itself, the same kind of real, measurable cultivation effect that combat masters achieved through fighting forms. By week 2, something undeniable had shifted in Li Jun's condition. The swelling had diminished more rapidly than standard healing protocols could explain. The spiritual channels running through the damaged bone were beginning to reorganize faster than his qi could ordinarily accomplish alone. Medical evaluations showed accelerated bone density restoration. The pain, which should have remained acute for another 2 or 3 weeks, had dulled to a manageable ache that barely bothered him. By week 3, Li Jun could apply weight to the leg. By week 4, he could walk, and within a few days more, he could begin light sparring drills. The infirmary master requested the healing meal recipes in writing and attempted to implement them with his own standard preparations. The results were noticeably less effective. The difference, he gradually realized, wasn't in the ingredients but in the attention the cooking students brought to every step. Li Jun, understanding what had occurred, did something that would ripple through the sect's entire structure. He began quietly seeking out Ye Minguan's cooking students, asking for meals designed for specific ailments. Not as charity, but as payment, offering cultivation resources, connections, favor. And it worked. Consistently. Undeniably. Word spread through the combat disciples first, whispers in the training halls about accelerated recovery that seemed to follow meals prepared by the strange outer elders students. Then it moved into the administrative sections. Then the research halls. Other effects began appearing across the sect, each one adding weight to the same impossible conclusion. Life mastery was producing cultivation results. A diplomat named Lin Yu, one of Ye Minguan's advanced calligraphy students, was assigned to negotiate a difficult and high-stakes treaty between the Sunlit Valley sect and a rival regional power. The stakes were as high as political negotiations could possibly reach. Disagreement over territorial water rights and the distribution of rare cultivation resources could lead to open conflict, possibly full war. The rival sect, the Azure Shadow Collective, had a reputation for ruthlessness, deceit, and an appetite for territorial expansion at the cost of their neighbors. Lin Yu brought one thing with her to the negotiation table: a single scroll containing the treaty terms, written in the precise, perfectly balanced calligraphy that Ye Minguan had personally taught her to produce over the course of 6 months of intensive study. Most diplomats would have prepared such a scroll as an administrative formality, a backup to the verbal terms, a legal document in case memory failed during negotiations or if disputes arose later. They would have hired professional calligraphers and ensured the calligraphy was beautiful but ultimately empty of deeper meaning. But Lin Yu, having internalized the cultivation principles that Ye Minguan taught, prepared the calligraphy as something far more profound than ordinary administrative documentation. The characters she had written weren't simply letters representing the concepts of the treaty. They were living structures. The spacing between characters wasn't arbitrary or merely decorative. It followed principles of energetic flow that Ye Minguan had taught her, principles about how energy moved through space and how complete clarity could be transmitted through the arrangement of symbols. The brushwork contained genuine attention, each character drawn with the complete awareness of its meaning, written as an act of deliberate clarity rather than mere transcription. When she drew each character, she felt the brush move through the ink and onto the paper. She felt the chi flow from her body through the brush into the written form. Each stroke was perfect not because she had practiced it 10,000 times, though she had practiced, but because the stroke came from a place of complete presence rather than habit. When the representatives of the Azure Shadow Collective first saw the scroll, something shifted in their perception, something that no conventional negotiation could have created. The words they read seemed to carry something beyond their literal meaning. The characters seemed to contain clarity itself, as though the very ink had been mixed with the intention of honest, direct communication. The paper seemed to vibrate with honesty. When disputes arose about the treaty's meaning during negotiations, as they always did in complex political arrangements, the rival sect's own cultivators would find themselves consulting the scroll. Somehow, when they saw the words written with such complete intention, with such perfect clarity, the disagreement would dissolve. They would look at what Lin Yu had written, and the ambiguity would clear. What had seemed like a point of contention would resolve itself. It was as though clarity itself was arguing for the treaty's terms, speaking directly to the minds and hearts of those who read it. You couldn't argue against clarity once it was genuinely present. You couldn't find ambiguity where none existed. The diplomacy succeeded not through superior cultivator strength or clever political maneuvering. It succeeded because clarity, when cultivated as a genuine skill rather than merely stated as empty rhetoric, became almost irresistible to those who encountered it. The Azure Shadow Collective's negotiators found themselves wanting to agree, not because they'd been coerced or forced into accepting terms unfavorable to them, but because the clarity of what Lin Yu had written made agreement feel like the only rational path. The treaty was signed. Over the years and decades that followed, it would become one of the sect's longest-lasting peaceful agreements with a rival power, a foundation of stability that would save countless lives through the simple fact that a diplomat's student had learned from an outer elder how to write with complete presence and intention. In the gardens that Wei Chun tended with 400 years of devotion, his vegetables and flowers continued to produce effects that fundamentally challenged the very definition of what cultivation achievement meant. A batch of carrots he had grown, simple orange root vegetables that looked no different from any others, cured a poison that the sect's most skilled specialist healers had declared permanent and incurable. The poison was a cultivator toxin, infused with hostile qi, that had locked into the afflicted cultivator's spiritual channels and was gradually burning them away from the inside. The healers had given their honest assessment. Perhaps 6 months before the poison would have destroyed her central foundation, leaving her unable to function. Death would follow soon after. Wei Chun presented the carrots to the poisoned cultivator. She was skeptical. Carrots couldn't possibly do what centuries of medical knowledge said was impossible. But she was also desperate. Wei Chun insisted she eat them raw without any additional preparation. Just the simple carrots pulled from the ground, cleaned, eaten. Within a week, the poison's progression slowed. Within 3 weeks, the poison began to release its grip on her channels. Within months, she had recovered, her foundation intact, her qi flowing naturally again. The story spread through the sect like wind through grass. A specific type of bean Wei Chun cultivated accelerated the advancement of younger disciples who ate them regularly. Not dramatically, not in ways that would create dangerous shortcuts or artificially false advancement that would collapse under scrutiny. But natural progression moved faster. A disciple who might ordinarily achieve a minor cultivation breakthrough after 2 years of steady practice could achieve the same breakthrough in 18 months, simply by including Wei Qin's beans regularly in their diet. The advancement was genuine. It was just faster. Flowers he grew in his gardens, carefully selected species that Wei Qin had spent decades understanding, made healing arts more effective. Cultivators who used them in medical preparations found their usual healing techniques producing noticeably superior results. A broken bone set with conventional bone setting technique and supported with Wei Qin's flower essence would heal faster and with better functionality. A poison treated with an antidote and boosted with the flower essence would clear from the body more entirely. The results were so consistent and so undeniably positive that other sections of the sect began requesting access to Wei Qin's produce. Requests would come from the healing halls. The combat training masters requested vegetables for their students to accelerate recovery from sparring wounds. Administrative sections requested flowers for ceremonies that needed enhanced effectiveness. The outer elders' students were producing cultivation effects that rivaled combat disciplines in practical efficacy, without any of the violence, without the constant danger, without the heavy cost in lives and suffering that traditional combat cultivation paths required. Wei Qin's personal garden section, which had been for centuries a place of quiet, unnoticed work and minimal prestige, a place where failed disciples went to hide from more ambitious pursuits, a location where people who couldn't succeed in real cultivation went to waste their time, was becoming the most requested resource in the entire sect's structural organization. The shift was dramatic and undeniable. Suddenly, assignment to Wei Qin's gardens was being actively sought by disciples and families, instead of avoided as a mark of failure. Disciples who might have previously viewed garden work as beneath them were now requesting to study there. Young cultivators who showed talent were asking to apprentice under Wei Qin. The prestige that had once been reserved entirely for the combat halls and meditation chambers began shifting toward the gardens. And the sect as an institution was beginning to notice these changes. Not in small whispers anymore, not in informal gossip among regular disciples. In the formal corridors of power where the sect master and his councils made decisions. In the sect master's private administrative meetings. In conversations between the highest-ranked cultivators who directed the institution's overall direction and resource allocation. Something fundamental was shifting beneath the surface of centuries-old assumptions about what cultivation actually meant and what paths were worthy of genuine respect and institutional support. Chapter 22. The mockery changes tone. The combat disciples didn't stop mocking Ye Minguan's students. But the mockery changed its fundamental tone, shifting from dismissal to something far more dangerous, resentment born of threat. For months, the combat disciples had treated the life skills students with the casual contempt reserved for obvious inferiors. They were people who couldn't master the sword, the staff, the unarmed disciplines. They were individuals whose cultivation paths had proven too weak to continue on the legitimate route. They deserved mockery in the way that a failed experiment deserved dismissal, not out of malice, but out of simple irrelevance. But results changed everything. When healing cultivators began showing undeniable acceleration in recovery through food. When diplomats began succeeding through calligraphy. When gardens began producing vegetables that showed cultivation effects that no amount of combat training could replicate. The dismissal curdled into something uglier. They're cheating. A young swordmaster named Li Wei complained loudly to her superiors, her voice sharp with accusation. They're using tricks instead of real cultivation. They're taking shortcuts that violate everything legitimate advancement stands for. The results don't matter if the methods aren't genuine. Her argument carried surface appeal. Cultivation was supposed to follow established hierarchies of achievement. A cultivator advanced by pushing the boundaries of their qi, strengthening their foundation, expanding their spiritual awareness through disciplined practice. Taking external shortcuts, relying on external supports like special food or written clarity, seemed like cheating, like borrowing strength rather than earning it. But what made Li Wei's claim impossible to sustain in any gathering where facts mattered was the sheer visibility of the results. A young cultivator named Zhang Ming, who had broken his leg in sparring, had healed in 3 weeks instead of the expected 4 months. This wasn't theory. Medical records existed. Witnesses could confirm the timeline. A diplomatic mission had succeeded where previous attempts had failed, negotiated with a rival sect that had a documented history of betrayal and aggression. The treaty was real. The stability it created was real. A single cultivator with clear calligraphy couldn't have achieved this through mere deception. Wei Qin's gardens were producing measurable effects. Cultivators who consumed the produce showed genuine advancement. The plants themselves could be examined, analyzed, their components compared to ordinary vegetables grown in ordinary gardens. The difference was real and replicable. These weren't claims. They weren't theories. They were observable facts, verified by dozens of witnesses, documented in the sect's administrative records. You could see them. You could experience them. You could consume the vegetables, or read the calligraphy, or eat the healing food, and feel the effects directly in your own body and practice. Lan Ji, Ye Minguan's most advanced student and the lead coordinator of the expanding calligraphy hall, noticed the shift in the combat disciples' behavior with the clarity of someone who had spent months learning to perceive the most subtle variations. She had spent 6 months in calligraphy practice learning to notice the smallest variations in ink flow, the way different qualities of presence and intention created entirely different textures of writing. The same ink in 2 different hands produced entirely different results. That same acute attention to nuance extended naturally to her observation of the combat disciples' attitudes and behavior shifts. One afternoon, while helping Ye Minguan prepare ingredients in the kitchen, they were making a medicinal soup, one of the standard preparations for students learning cooking cultivation. She brought her observation directly to the point. "They're afraid," she said, her voice even and measured but weighted with observation. "The combat disciples were never actually afraid of us before. They were contemptuous. But contempt and fear are entirely different emotional states, and they generate fully different behaviors. Contempt comes from not seeing someone as a threat to your own position. You can be contemptuous of something beneath you. You can feel superior toward it, but you can't fear it. Fear requires seeing something as a potential threat." Ye Minguan was slicing vegetables with practiced precision, each cut uniform and deliberate, full of attention to the plant's nature and the precise size needed. He paused mid-slice and looked up at his student, his eyes meeting hers with recognition. "And now they fear us?" he asked, not phrasing it as a question requiring information, but as an invitation for her to continue exploring her observation. "Now they fear us," Lan Ji confirmed, and there was a kind of sadness in her voice. "Because they're beginning to understand that we represent something they can't defeat through the only methods they know. They can destroy a person's body. They can break a cultivator through superior strength. They can intimidate other people through demonstrated power and dominance. But they can't destroy a principle. And the principle you've taught us, that cultivation can genuinely happen through devoted attention to living itself rather than through the accumulation of combat power. That's something they can't kill through violence." Ye Minguan set down his knife carefully and met her eyes directly. The kitchen was quiet around them. The morning light came through the windows, illuminating the fresh vegetables waiting to be prepared. "That analysis is both correct and dangerous," he said slowly, with great care in his words. "Correct, because you understand the fundamental nature of what we're doing here. Dangerous, because principles need protection just as much as bodies do, perhaps even more so. A body, if broken, can often be healed through time and effort. A principle, if corrupted or destroyed, is sometimes gone forever. We must be very careful how we respond to their fear, Lan Ji. Fear makes people desperate, and desperate people do things they wouldn't otherwise do. Desperate people become unpredictable. What should we do?" she asked directly. "Continue to teach clearly and honestly," Ye Minguan said. "Continue to demonstrate through results rather than rhetoric or argument. Don't flaunt what we're doing. Don't use it as a weapon against them. Don't let their fear push us into becoming what we're not, arrogant or aggressive or contemptuous in turn. But also be prepared, not for violence necessarily, but for the possibility that clarity and evidence alone may not be sufficient to change minds that have been structured and reinforced by centuries of assumptions." Lan Ji sat with this teaching, understanding its depth. The combat disciples' fear wasn't irrational or baseless. It was a recognition, however incomplete, that the entire foundation of their world was being challenged. The belief that power cultivation was the supreme path, the only legitimate path, the path that measured real achievement. That belief was being directly challenged by the simple fact that other paths worked, and perhaps worked better in ways that mattered more than raw power. Chapter 23. Jiang Tao's crisis. 3 months into the spreading knowledge of Ye Minguan's teaching, something unexpected happened that would force the entire sect to confront exactly how complete the implications of life mastery genuinely were. Inner Elder Jiang Tao, the ancient combat cultivator who had scoffed at the outer elders' methods with the arrogance of someone whose power seemed absolute and eternal, suffered a sudden and severe health crisis that no amount of strength could overcome. Jiang Tao was 401 years old. During those 4 centuries, he had maintained his physical and spiritual strength through without question dedicated practice of pure combat cultivation. His discipline was legendary. From childhood, He had pushed his body through incremental increases in qi density. He had fought thousands of duels. He had endured hardship that would have destroyed ordinary cultivators. He had pushed against the limitations of aging with the same relentless force he applied to every challenge, refusing to accept that time could weaken what he had built through centuries of will and practice. But age had caught up with him in a way that his power simply couldn't prevent or overcome. The first sign was subtler than he initially recognized. His hands had begun to shake slightly in the mornings. His qi, when he meditated, felt less responsive to his will. A training bout against a younger combatant lasted shorter than it should have. These small diminishments could be ignored individually, but together, they accumulated into something that forced recognition. His foundation was cracking. In cultivation theory, a cracked foundation meant something specific and terrifying. The foundation was the spiritual structure upon which all cultivation was built, the essential qi channels, the core resonance pattern, the spiritual skeleton that allowed a cultivator to hold and process energy. When it cracked, the entire edifice that had been constructed upon it began to destabilize. It meant slow disintegration of everything that the cultivator had achieved. It meant progressive weakening. It meant eventual death, not from any external attack, but from internal collapse. For someone like Qin Hao, who had spent 4 entire centuries proving his strength through superior might, who had built his entire identity on the foundation of being undefeated and increasingly powerful, the prospect was not merely concerning. It was existentially unthinkable. The sect's finest healers examined him thoroughly, bringing to bear all the expertise they had developed through centuries of healing work. They measured his qi density with precision instruments and with direct perception, understanding the total capacity and quality of the qi that flowed through his body. They traced his spiritual channels with their mind's perception, following the paths of energy that normally flowed throughout a cultivator's body and sustaining their power. What they found was disturbing. The channels were fractured. The qi flow was irregular, disrupted in places. The foundation, the core spiritual structure that all cultivation was built upon, showed signs of progressive degradation. They studied the pattern of his foundation with every technique they had developed and refined over centuries of medical practice. They consulted with each other. They brought in specialists. They performed analyses and measurements and observations. What they all found was consistent and undeniable. Their final diagnosis was grim. Qin Hao's foundation had degraded past the point where any conventional healing methods could restore it. The damage was too extensive, too fundamental, too advanced. The sect master's personal healer, the most skilled cultivator in the entire healing discipline, estimated after careful examination that Qin Hao had perhaps 1 year remaining before the foundation degradation would progress to the point where consciousness itself would be lost, where his spiritual structure would begin to collapse in on itself, leaving his body alive, but his mind gone. Perhaps 2 years before actual death would result, if he was fortunate enough that the degradation process was slow. It was a death sentence delivered with clinical precision and comprehensive documentation. Qin Hao, refusing to accept this verdict, sought out the sect's top combat masters, the rank 9 cultivators who had achieved what was close to immortality through their practice of violence and continual advancement. He asked them directly, could his foundation be restored? Could the cracking be halted or reversed through any technique, any method, any secret practice that centuries of advancement might have revealed? None of them could help him. The damage was done. The foundation was degrading at a rate that was too slow to be dramatic, but too fast to be ignored. It couldn't be reversed through any conventional practice. It could only be managed, slowed slightly through careful qi conservation. In desperation, and desperation was something Qin Hao had rarely experienced. He did something he had never done in his entire 400-year life. He went to Ye Minguan's kitchen. It was late afternoon when he arrived. The light was golden, falling through the windows in long rays that illuminated dust motes and the steam rising from various pots. Ye Minguan was teaching a class of 5 students, guiding them through the preparation of a simple mushroom soup. It was a humble scene, the kind of thing that Qin Hao had spent centuries dismissing as trivial, beneath serious consideration, a pastime suitable only for people who weren't strong enough for real cultivation. The students looked up at the sudden entrance of an ancient cultivator whose presence carried the weight of 4 centuries of accumulated power. Several of them instinctively bowed in respect. Ye Minguan did not stop his work. He continued stirring the pot, adding ingredients with measured deliberation. I require assistance, Qin Hao said. His voice was quiet. It carried none of its usual absolute authority. It was the voice of someone whose certainty had been fundamentally broken, and who was speaking from a place of genuine need rather than command. Ye Minguan looked up from the pot he was tending. He did not seem surprised. He did not seem shocked or gratified. He did not seem anything but calm and accepting, as though he had been expecting this encounter all along. Sit, Ye Minguan said simply, gesturing to a stool beside the cooking area. Watch, and understand that what I am about to teach you requires a different kind of strength than what you have carried your entire life. The strength not to dominate. The strength to receive. The strength to accept that what you cannot force, you must learn to allow. Chapter 24. The cracked foundation. Over the next weeks, Ye Minguan assigned Jiang Tao a task that violated everything the ancient cultivator believed about advancement. Not meditation focused on qi density. Not combat forms refined through centuries of repetition. Not any conventional cultivation practice that could be approached through will and discipline. Gardening. Ye Minguan walked Jiang Tao to a small plot of land adjacent to Wei Chen's main gardens and explained the assignment with the simplicity that characterized all his teaching. Your foundation is cracked, he said, because you built it on domination, on forcing your will onto the world through power, on the constant assertion that you would shape reality according to your vision rather than allowing reality to shape you. The life mastery path doesn't fight that cracking. It doesn't oppose what's happening. Instead, it heals the crack by changing the relationship between you and the world around you. Gardening will teach you that relationship. Jiang Tao wanted to protest. Gardening was work for servants, for people without the discipline to pursue real cultivation. But he was also a man facing death in the form of a progressively degrading foundation, and pride was a luxury that death made increasingly irrelevant. He was given a small plot of land, perhaps 3 meters square, with soil already prepared. He was instructed to grow something. Anything. A single plant, if he wished. But he must nurture it with what Ye Minguan called full presence, complete attention to what the plant needed, when it needed it, how its growth unfolded. No shortcuts. No trying to accelerate the process through force or superior will. No attempting to dominate the growth. Just attention and care. The ancient cultivator, who had killed thousands of people in combat, who had dominated entire regions through superior strength, who had spent 4 centuries proving that the world could be shaped by those with sufficient power and will, began planting vegetables. For the first 3 weeks, nothing worked. His hands were too harsh when he touched the soil. The delicate seedlings he planted sensed harshness in his grip and failed to take hold. His intention was too focused on controlling the outcome, on bending the plants to his will the way he bent every other aspect of reality. The plants withered under this pressure. Seeds he planted failed to sprout. Seedlings he transplanted died rather than adapt to his presence. Wei Chen watched this struggle with quiet understanding, the patience of someone who had tended plants for 4 centuries and understood that a cracked foundation expressed itself in every action. Finally, after 3 weeks of failure, Wei Chen approached and offered a single observation that cut to the heart of everything. You're trying to make them grow, Wei Chen said simply, instead of letting them teach you how to help them grow. The difference is subtle, but it's everything. A plant doesn't grow because you force it. It grows because you create conditions where it can unfold according to its nature. You're still trying to dominate, Jiang Tao. You're just using gardening as the medium instead of swords. The words hit Jiang Tao with the force of a revelation. He had been approaching gardening the way he approached everything, with the assumption that superior will and discipline could overcome any resistance. But plants had no resistance to overcome. They had only their own nature, and that nature couldn't be forced. It could only be allowed to express itself. Slowly, over the following weeks, Jiang Tao began to understand what Ye Minguan had meant. His foundation was cracking because he had spent 4 centuries engaged in a war against the natural flow of aging and decay. Every technique he practiced, every bit of qi he cultivated, every breakthrough he achieved, all of it had been an attempt to prevent the inevitable progression of time and entropy. He was pushing against the universe itself, and the universe, over 4 centuries, was pushing back. The foundation was cracking because it couldn't sustain the constant pressure of fighting against nature. But planting gardens meant something fundamentally different. It meant accepting that all plants grew, flourished for a season or a decade, and then died. It meant understanding that your job wasn't to prevent that cycle of death. Your job was to create conditions where life could flourish for the time it was granted. The acceptance of that inevitable cycle, death as part of the unfolding process rather than as a failure to overcome, shifted something essential. His hands began to soften. The constant tension he carried even in his relaxed state, held for centuries of combat practice, began to ease. His intention began to clarify, not through forced discipline, but through the gradual release of the need to dominate. The constant friction between himself and reality began to diminish. By week 5, something fundamentally shifted. A seedling he had planted, a simple bean plant, nothing remarkable, sprouted. It grew. It developed leaves. It strengthened day by day. He had done nothing special. He had not attempted to force its growth. He had not meditated on increasing its qi density. He had simply given it the right conditions, proper soil, adequate water, sufficient light, and allowed it to unfold according to its nature. But the effect on Jiang Tao was profound and transformative. As he watched the plant grow of its own volition, day by day becoming larger and stronger and more fully itself, something profound shifted in his understanding of what strength actually meant. The plant had no special power. It had no ability to fight against nature or force reality into a different configuration according to its will. It had no weapons. It couldn't command anything. Yet it was growing. It was becoming. It was expressing its nature fully, becoming more thoroughly itself as time progressed. And that expression, that alignment with its own nature, that harmony between itself and the conditions around it, was a kind of strength he had never encountered before in his entire 400 years. Not the strength to dominate others. Not the strength to enforce your will through superior force, but the strength to be fully what you are, wholly and authentically yourself, in harmony with the conditions and nature around you. For the first time, Jiang Tao began to wonder if that kind of strength might actually be superior to the strength he had spent centuries cultivating. Chapter 25. The foundation stabilizes. As Jiang Tao continued his gardening practice week after week, dedicating hours each day to the simple work of tending growing things with the kind of attention he had once reserved for combat training, something remarkable began to occur at a level deeper than ordinary perception. The crack in his foundation, that fundamental spiritual damage that had been accumulating for 400 years, began to stabilize. Each morning, Jiang Tao would wake and move to his garden plot. His hands, which had been trembling before, moved with increasing steadiness. He would examine the soil. He would feel its moisture and temperature. He would observe the plants he was tending, noting which were thriving and which needed adjustment. There was no forcing. There was only attending to what the plants actually needed. His meditation shifted. Previously, when he meditated, he had been pushing qi through channels, trying to expand his cultivation capacity, resisting the natural degradation of age. Now, when he sat in meditation in the garden, he simply felt the presence of the plants around him, the flow of qi that wanted to move naturally rather than be forced, the gradual healing that happened when struggle ceased. The crack in his foundation began to stabilize, not to heal altogether. The damage was too extensive for that. The foundation remained cracked. The spiritual channels that had been damaged through centuries of constant internal pressure would not be fully restored. But something far more significant happened. The degradation stopped. The disintegration paused. The slow breaking down of his spiritual structure, which had been a constant reality for months, halted as though a switch had been turned off. For the first time in months, Jiang Tao's health wasn't declining. Each morning when he woke, he checked his qi density, and it remained stable. The trembling in his hands had stopped. When he moved without the subtle disconnection that had plagued him as his foundation weakened. The constant low-grade pain, the sense of something being wrong at a fundamental level, all of it had paused. The sect's finest healers were genuinely baffled. Healing was their discipline, their life's work. They understood how qi moved through a body. They understood how to accelerate restoration. They measured Jiang Tao's cultivation with every technique at their disposal. His qi density had not increased. His spiritual structure was not being restored by any mechanism they could identify in their theoretical knowledge or practical experience. Yet the decline had halted. The foundation that had been degrading had stopped degrading. When Jiang Tao reported this to Ye Minguan, the elder listened with the calm acceptance of someone who had expected this outcome all along. The explanation Ye Minguan offered reframed everything about the nature of cultivation itself. Your foundation wasn't cracking because you were weak, Ye Minguan said. It was cracking because you were fighting. That's the fundamental difference that most cultivators never understand. Combat cultivation requires constant struggle. Every technique you practiced, you were pushing. Every meditation, you were asserting your will against resistance. You push against the world through combat, and the world pushes back, inevitably, inexorably. The pressure comes not from your weakness, but from the fundamental dynamic of opposition. After 400 years of that constant pressure, of pushing and being pushed back, the foundation fractures under the accumulated strain. Jiang Tao, sitting with this explanation, began to understand. But life mastery doesn't fight? He asked, working through the implication. It doesn't fight in the same way, Ye Minguan said. When you garden, you work with the plant's nature rather than against it. You study what the plant wants to do and create conditions where it can do it. You align yourself with growth, not against decay. The plant doesn't fight you in the way an opponent in combat fights you. The soil doesn't resist you. You're not pushing against the fundamental nature of reality. You become part of a system where growth is happening rather than in opposition to that system. So my foundation is stabilizing because I've stopped fighting? Zhang Tao asked. Your foundation is stabilizing because you've stopped identifying with the fight, Ye Minguan corrected gently. You still exist in a world of conflict. That hasn't changed. Other cultivators will still pursue their combat practices. The sect still has external threats. You haven't entered a realm beyond conflict. But you're no longer at war with nature itself. You're no longer fighting against aging, against decay, against the inevitable progression of time. And that changes everything about how your body maintains itself at the spiritual level. The realization was profound. For 400 years, Zhang Tao had been in a kind of war with reality itself, attempting to overcome age through superior practice, to defeat entropy through superior qi density, to prove through sheer force of will that he could remain powerful indefinitely. That constant war, waged internally through every meditation and every technique, had fractured his foundation under the accumulated pressure. But by ceasing to fight against the natural flow, by accepting the inevitability of aging and change, and turning his attention instead to nurturing growth while it could happen, he had removed the pressure that was breaking him. In the weeks that followed, Zhang Tao's foundation not only stabilized, but began to show signs of gradual strengthening. Not rapid advancement, not the kind of breakthrough that would have been celebrated in the combat discipline, but genuine, measurable improvement. His presence stabilized. His spiritual clarity increased. The constant disconnection he had felt began to ease. The ancient combat master, who had never believed that anything existed beyond the pursuit of increased power, was discovering that the greatest strength sometimes came from releasing the struggle for strength itself. Chapter 26. The Sect Master's Dilemma. Within a month of Zhang Tao's remarkable recovery, a recovery that the sect's finest healers still struggled to explain using conventional cultivation theory, the sect master summoned Ye Minguan to his private chambers for a conversation unlike any they had ever had. The sect master's office was an impressive space, decorated with artifacts of centuries of power. Shelves held cultivation texts. The walls displayed weapons and artwork collected over lifetimes. A large window looked out across the sprawling sect, showing gardens, training grounds, meditation halls, the physical manifestation of an institution that had endured and grown for thousands of years. The sect master himself was a man of considerable age by conventional standards, though in a cultivation sect where people lived for centuries, his 287 years of life was still relatively young for someone in his position. But his eyes carried the weight of centuries of decisions, centuries of maintaining an institution of this magnitude. Elder Yi, the sect master began, his voice carrying the careful precision of someone about to engage in a conversation that would reshape his entire understanding of the institution he led. You have created something that is generating far more questions than answers. I need to understand what is actually happening. Ask directly, Ye Minguan said. The outer elders sat without ceremony, waiting. My combat masters are increasingly aware that their path, when followed for long enough, leads inevitably to degradation, the sect master said, his voice carrying the weight of conclusions he had come to reluctantly. Zhang Tao is the most obvious and most dramatic example, but it's not the only one. Several other cultivators who have pursued combat excellence for centuries report similar experiences. Increasing difficulty maintaining their physical strength as they age, subtle degradation in their spiritual foundation, a sense that power cultivation hits a ceiling that simply cannot be overcome or transcended. Your students, meanwhile, are showing remarkable stability and even measurable advancement through methods that traditional cultivation theory says shouldn't work at all. They're not just advancing. They're advancing in ways that appear to lead somewhere positive rather than toward inevitable decay. Nowhere degrading, anyway. And my most powerful cultivator, someone I genuinely believed was approaching a state close to genuine immortality, is being healed by nothing more than the simple act of tending a garden and preparing food with proper presence. The sect master paused, allowing the full weight of what he had said to settle, letting the magnitude of the implications hang in the space between them. The problem is this, he continued. Because if I acknowledge that your path is genuinely valid, if I admit that your students are in truth advancing through legitimate cultivation, then I must simultaneously acknowledge that I've been teaching my disciples a system that is fundamentally flawed, that I've spent centuries building an institution on a philosophical foundation that doesn't sustain itself, that all my power, all my authority, all the legitimacy of this sect might be built on something that cracks under sufficient time and pressure. That the wisdom I've passed down through generations was half wisdom at best. Ye Minguan listened without interrupting. The sect master needed to arrive at his own conclusions through the full weight of his own reasoning. I want to change the sect master said finally, and the statement carried the quality of a man who had spent many sleepless nights reaching this decision. Not to replace combat cultivation. That has its place. We need the ability to defend ourselves. We need cultivators who can engage in combat when necessary. But to integrate life mastery as a legitimate path, not subsidiary to combat, not relegated to people who failed at real cultivation, but equal, a genuine alternative. Disciples should be permitted to choose which path genuinely calls to them without shame or judgment. That requires admitting error, Ye Minguan said gently. Public error. Error that many cultivators will resist acknowledging. Yes, the sect master agreed, and the word carried the finality of a man who had worked through the implications. It requires admitting that I was fundamentally wrong about core aspects of cultivation, that my entire belief structure was incomplete, that I've spent centuries teaching half of what needed to be taught, that the wisdom I passed down was by any measure half wisdom, and that recognizing that fact means rewriting the fundamental doctrine of this sect. He stood and walked to the window, looking out across the 1,000 structures and gardens and training grounds that represented his life's work. But if the alternative is watching my life's work become irrelevant as it ages, watching my cultivators' foundations crack despite their apparent strength, watching the sect slowly lose people, the best people, the most thoughtful people, to the possibility that Ye Minguan's teaching offers them, then I prefer to adapt, the sect master said. Pride is a luxury I can no longer afford. Not when the evidence is this clear. Not when Jiang Tao himself is walking through the gardens instead of being carried to the healer's quarters. Pride is a luxury an institution that cares about its people cannot maintain. He turned back to face the outer elder. How should this be done? He asked. Not theoretically. Practically. How do I reshape a sect's fundamental understanding of cultivation without creating chaos? Chapter 27. The announcement. The sect master made his announcement in the great hall where the entire sect had gathered. Thousands of cultivators assembled to hear whatever proclamation warranted the summoning of the entire institution. The great hall was vast, a space that had hosted countless important announcements, from the appointment of new leaders to the declarations of war and peace. The architecture itself conveyed authority and tradition. Pillars rose to a high ceiling. The sect master stood at a raised platform, visible to every cultivator present. For centuries, he said, his voice steady and carrying clearly through the hall, we have taught that cultivation is the path of strength. That power, achieved through discipline and rigorous combat training, is the ultimate goal toward which all practice aims. That the point of learning cultivation is to grow stronger, to live longer, to accumulate more qi, to achieve higher and higher levels of advancement until one approaches what we call immortality. He paused, letting the statement settle. This was orthodox doctrine, the foundation of what every cultivator in the sect had been taught. I no longer believe this to be complete truth. A ripple of shock moved through the assembly like wind passing over water. Cultivators turned to look at each other. The sect master, the leader of Sunlit Valley sect, the man who had defined doctrine and direction for centuries, was directly contradicting the core teaching structure. The sect master continued. Among us walks a teacher, Elder Ye Minguan, who has demonstrated through practical results that cultivation can also be the path of mastery. Not combat mastery, but mastery of living itself. Mastery of cooking, mastery of calligraphy, mastery of gardening, mastery of architecture, mastery of medicine, and countless other disciplines that I could enumerate. This path produces results that rival and often exceed the practical results of our combat disciplines. The shock intensified. Some cultivators were standing now. Some were whispering. But Ye Minguan, watching from the back of the hall where he always positioned himself, remained still and calm, his presence unchanged by the magnitude of the moment. I am announcing that the sect's fundamental doctrine is being reformed, effective immediately, the sect master said. Henceforth, Elder Ye Minguan's teaching is not a subsidiary path for failed combat disciples. It is not a lesser alternative for those without the strength or discipline to pursue combat cultivation. It is a legitimate alternative path, equal in legitimacy, equal in value, equal in the allocation of resources that will be devoted to it. The sect master's voice was clear and authoritative, cutting through the growing murmur of discussion. Resources will be allocated equally between combat disciplines and life mastery disciplines. Disciples will be permitted to choose which path genuinely calls to them, without shame or judgment from the institution. And the sect will benefit from the diversity of understanding that both paths working together will produce. Neither path supersedes the other. Both will flourish under the same roof. He paused, letting the weight of the announcement settle in full through the great hall, allowing each cultivator present to fully comprehend the magnitude of what was being said. He allowed silence, sacred silence, to rest in the space for a long moment. I am also announcing that I will be studying under Elder Ye Minguan myself, the sect master said, and his voice carried absolute conviction. To understand better what I have been missing. To deepen my own understanding of cultivation in ways that my centuries-long commitment to combat disciplines has prevented. If the path is genuine, I will learn it personally. I do not ask my disciples to follow a direction where I do not first venture myself. The announcement hung in the air like a stone dropped into perfectly still water, the ripples of its implications spreading outward in all directions, reaching every cultivator in the hall, penetrating every assumptions that had been held for centuries. Some cultivators stood. Some whispered to their neighbors. Some sat in stunned silence. The sect master had just announced a fundamental reorientation of the institution's entire direction, and he had announced it with the absolute conviction of someone who had worked through every doubt and come to a clear decision. The era of life mastery being hidden, of being relegated to the margins, of being a path for the rejected and inadequate, had ended. Chapter 28. The backlash as expected. The sect master's announcement created significant resistance. Not from ordinary disciples, but from the established combat masters whose entire authority structure had been predicated on the idea that combat cultivation was the supreme path. Several of the most prominent combat masters openly objected. They held meetings. They circulated arguments. They went directly to the sect master to demand he reconsider what they viewed as a fundamental error. One senior master, a rank 8 cultivator named Du Wei who had spent 189 years pursuing pure combat advancement, made a direct appeal to the sect master's administrative council. Diluting the sect's focus this way will weaken our martial readiness, Du Wei argued. Combat is difficult precisely because it demands total commitment. If disciples can now choose to pursue something easier, something that requires less actual sacrifice, they will choose it. And when the next sect inevitably makes a move against us, when we face actual conflict requiring actual martial skill, we will discover that we've weakened ourselves at a critical juncture. Other combat masters raised different objections. Some claimed that life mastery was not true cultivation but a form of deception, clever trickery that produced the appearance of results without the actual spiritual advancement that combat cultivation generated. Others demanded that the sect master reconsider what they viewed as an institutional suicide. But Ye Minguan's students had grown beyond the days of docile acceptance of mockery and criticism. They had developed genuine confidence in what they had learned. And they began to demonstrate their understanding publicly, directly, in ways that cut through theoretical argument. Qin Hao, Ye Minguan's most passionate and articulate student, took it upon himself to address the assembly of complaining combat masters in a direct confrontation. He had been studying cooking for only 10 months, yet his presence carried the authority of someone who understood something profound, not just intellectually, but through his entire body and way of being. Qin Hao stood before the assembled combat masters, calm and centered. You believe that strength is the ability to defeat an opponent, Qin Hao said. That power means the capacity to overcome resistance through superior force. But I will ask you a direct question. How long can a defeated opponent remain defeated? An opponent you've thrown down in combat will eventually rise again, seeking to practice and improve. An opponent you've broken will seek revenge, waiting for their chance to strike back. An opponent you've killed creates enemies, family members, disciples, allies, all seeking retribution against you. Your strength, when it comes from combat, is temporary and fragile. It requires constant renewal through continued conflict. You must keep winning, keep dominating, keep defeating new opponents, or the order you've established through force begins to crumble. Qin Hao gestured toward the gardens visible through the great hall's windows. In contrast, Wei Chun grows vegetables that heal poison, that nourish bodies and accelerate the natural growth of younger cultivators. These vegetables never turn against him. They never develop resentment or seek retribution. They don't require constant enforcement or domination to maintain their effect. They simply sustain. That sustainability is a form of strength you've never actually encountered because your training has never looked for it. One of the older combat masters, a woman named xianxia, interrupted dismissively. So you're saying that gardening is superior to combat? That growing vegetables is somehow more valuable than years of martial discipline? No, Qin Hao replied clearly. I'm saying that they're superior in fundamentally different ways. Combat cultivation is superior for winning wars. It's the right path if your goal is to dominate opponents and prove your power through victory. Gardening is superior for sustaining life, for creating conditions where growth and health can flourish. The sect needs both, genuinely needs both. We need people who can defend us through combat if external threats arise. But you need to stop pretending that combat is the only true form of cultivation, because the actual results, the practical evidence available to everyone, proves otherwise. That's not philosophy. That's observable fact. The backlash slowly began to quiet after that exchange. Not because the combat masters were convinced that gardening was better than combat. Their pride in years of training prevented that conclusion. But because the evidence was increasingly undeniable, and arguing against visible evidence is a losing position. It becomes easier to retreat to silence than to continue arguing against facts. Chapter 29. The integration over the following months, as the dust from the announcement settled and the initial resistance faded into grudging acceptance, the sect began its genuine transformation into something new. Disciples who had been dismissed as failures, people who had washed out of combat training, who had been told they lacked the necessary strength or discipline for legitimate cultivation, were suddenly given new recognition and new possibilities. The outer regions where the failed disciples had been quietly relegated began to receive investment. The cooking students who had been meeting in a cramped kitchen expanded into a larger facility with proper equipment. The calligraphy students, no longer seen as pursuing a frivolous discipline, took on more formal responsibilities in the sect's diplomatic work, training others in the art of communication through clear writing. Wei Qin's gardens, which had been a modest area under the personal management of one elderly cultivator, expanded dramatically, 3 times, 4 times the size, with new gardeners hired and trained in the principles of life mastery cultivation. More significantly, new students began studying under Ye Minguan, not because they had failed at combat cultivation, but because they were actively and genuinely interested in life mastery. Young cultivators who might have once felt forced to pursue combat training now had the legitimate option to follow their actual inclinations. They came to the kitchens. They came to the gardens. They came to the calligraphy halls. They came because they wanted to, not because they had been rejected elsewhere. But the most remarkable development was that some of the senior combat masters, rather than becoming more entrenched in resistance, began attempting to integrate elements of Ye Minguan's teaching into their own practice. One sword master, a woman named Su Mei who had spent 120 years perfecting her technique, began meditating on the concept of presence that Ye Minguan taught. She began approaching combat not as a series of techniques to be executed in sequence, not as a choreography of strikes and blocks that had been drilled into muscle memory, but as a form of meditation where every moment required full attention to what was actually happening. The change in her approach was subtle but profound. Instead of relying on her trained patterns and reactions, she met each moment of combat with fresh awareness. Her combat became noticeably more efficient. She won battles not through superior physical strength. Her aging body no longer had the advantage it once did, but through superior awareness of what her opponent was actually doing in that moment. Her reputation grew, but not through the typical path of defeating more and more opponents. Instead, it grew because other combat masters noticed that she was achieving results with less effort, that her style seemed almost effortless in its effectiveness. Another combat master, a man named Huang Min who led the entire unarmed combat disciples and had spent 156 years perfecting various fighting forms, began studying cooking alongside his established sword and hand-to-hand practice. It seemed an odd combination at first to observers. A master of striking and grappling techniques, spending his early mornings in the kitchens learning how to prepare food with the kind of precision and attention that Ye Minguan taught. But the integration produced unexpected and profound results. Huang Min discovered that the patience required to achieve actual mastery in food preparation translated directly into a different kind of patience in combat training. The deep understanding of how individual steps built toward a complete result, how cutting vegetables correctly affected the entire preparation, how timing mattered, how small adjustments in technique produced without remainder different outcomes. These insights came not from traditional martial instruction, but from the direct experience of cooking. His disciples advanced faster under his tutelage because he had learned, through months of food preparation experience, how to teach the subtle aspects of form and presence rather than just the gross mechanics of strikes and blocks. Combat became, in his approach, something closer to cooking, a series of elements that needed to be continuously balanced and adjusted according to the actual situation unfolding, not a rigid sequence of predetermined responses executed in sequence regardless of what the opponent was actually doing. The integration was genuinely working throughout the sect. The institution was becoming richer and more complex and more capable in unexpected ways. Not weaker, as Du Wei and the other skeptics had predicted, but stronger through the thoughtful combination of approaches. Warriors who understood presence and timing from their life mastery studies became noticeably more effective in actual combat, more aware, less automatic. Life mastery students who learned something of combat discipline became more focused and structured in their practice, understanding that discipline itself was a form of presence. It was not without friction and resistance. Some combat masters never accepted the integration, insisting that it was a dilution of the martial path. Some life mastery students felt that combat training corrupted the purity and gentleness of the path they had chosen. Some resources were contested. Some disciples had to choose between paths rather than study both. But the overall direction was clear and undeniable. The sect was evolving beyond the historic binary choice of combat or life mastery into something new that incorporated both meaningfully. Chapter 30. The coming test. 6 months after the sect master's announcement, a crisis arrived from outside the sect. A test that would demonstrate whether life mastery cultivation could do more than produce impressive results in peaceful circumstances. It would demonstrate whether the path could address genuine emergencies where lives depended on the solutions. A corrupted magistrate from a nearby province had been poisoning the water supply of towns under his administrative control. The magistrate was not engaging in random cruelty. The poisoning was strategic, a deliberate effort to break the will of the people, to make them desperate and malleable, easier to coerce into surrendering their lands and resources to his control. The magistrate's corruption was known throughout the region, documented by multiple sources, acknowledged by the provincial administrators. But the magistrate had cultivator protection from a hostile sect, a rival power that had political and economic reasons for wanting the region destabilized. No one could move against the magistrate directly without risking open conflict with his protectors. The province's legitimate authorities were paralyzed. They couldn't enforce the law without triggering wider war. The crisis reached Sunlit Valley sect because the refugees from the poisoned towns had fled to their territory, seeking sanctuary. Dozens of people were arriving daily in increasingly severe condition. The poison had a slow progression. First, weakness and tremors. Then confusion and pain. Then systemic failure as the poison accumulated in the body's qi channels. The sect's official healers, trained in conventional healing methods, examined the poisoned refugees and found themselves helpless. The poison was not a simple toxin. It was a cultivator poison, infused with intentional qi in a way that regular medicine couldn't address. The healer's conventional techniques could treat the symptoms, managing pain, maintaining basic function, but they couldn't remove the poison itself. The refugees would die slowly, degrading day by day. The sect master called an emergency assembly of his senior staff. This was the test. The genuine, practical test of whether the life mastery path that Ye Minguan had taught could do more than produce impressive results in favorable circumstances. Could it actually solve real problems? Or would it become clear, when actual crisis arrived, that only combat could solve real problems, that life mastery was ultimately a luxury for peaceful times? Ye Minguan stood calmly in the assembly, his presence unchanged, his breathing steady. "I can address this," Ye Minguan said simply. "I will require access to Wei Chen's gardens and Qin Hao's kitchen. Beyond that, I require nothing." The sect master, who had committed to the integration of both paths, gave immediate permission. Within hours, a response began to take shape as the sect mobilized around the crisis. Wei Chun, understanding immediately what needed to happen, went directly to his gardens. Over the preceding months, through pure intention and presence in his work, he had cultivated a specific herb, something that had no standard name in the cultivation texts, something that had been developed fresh through the principles Ye Minguan taught. It was a plant that seemed ordinary in appearance to anyone who didn't understand plants deeply. Unassuming green leaves, simple growth pattern, nothing that would attract attention or be particularly notable. But Wei Chun, who had spent 400 years learning to understand what plants actually needed, what they could do, what properties they carried, knew that this herb had an extraordinary capability. It actively absorbed poisons, drawing them out of solutions and into its own structure, neutralizing them through some principle that conventional cultivation theory had no name for. The herb achieved what no conventional antidote could. It didn't fight the poison through opposing force. It absorbed it, contained it, transformed it into something harmless. Wei Chen moved through his gardens with sure knowledge of where everything grew. He selected the mature plants carefully, choosing specimens that had the right resonance for this work. He harvested them with complete care and presence, each plant picked at the right moment, handled with reverence. The act of harvesting was itself a meditation. a continuation of the cultivation work he had done in growing them. He delivered the fresh herb to Qin Hao in the kitchen. Qin Hao, using the cooking and preparation methods that had become second nature to him over months of intensive daily study, began the process of transforming these plants into medicine and nourishment. He created a broth using the poison-absorbing herb as its foundation, and then added a dozen other carefully selected ingredients. Each ingredient was chosen for its specific properties and its specific role in the larger healing composition. Each one was added at the precise moment, and in the precise order, and in the precise way that Ye Minguan had taught him through weeks of careful instruction. The broth wasn't merely a combination of ingredients mixed together. It carried intention. Each element that Qin Hao added was added with complete awareness of the healing that would eventually occur when this broth entered a poisoned body. The vegetables were cut with keen awareness of their role in restoration. The stock was simmered with sustained meditation of healing held present in every moment of heat and chemical transformation. The kitchen filled with fragrance as the broth developed. The smell was both earthy and somehow hopeful. Qin Hao moved through the preparation with the flow of someone who had trained their body and mind into harmony with the work. His hands moved without hesitation. His attention never wavered. The resulting broth was profoundly unlike conventional medicine or healing preparations. It didn't just contain chemical compounds that could neutralize poison in a purely mechanical way. The entire preparation, from the selection of ingredients to the method of combination to the sustained intention of the person creating it, carried authentic healing presence. It carried the attention of genuine care. It was created by someone who had devoted months to understanding how to prepare food in a way that conducted real cultivation benefit directly into the person who consumed it. The poison refugees were offered the broth to drink, not forced as a medical requirement, but offered with the explanation that this was a medicine that would work if they received it with openness and willingness. Within 3 days, the first refugees showed measurable improvement. The tremors that had plagued them eased. Their qi began to move through channels instead of stagnating. Color returned to their faces. Within a week, all of the poisoned refugees had recovered. Not just symptom management or stabilization of their condition. True recovery. The poison released its grip on their spiritual channels. The affected qi channels began to restore themselves to natural function. The refugees, who had been facing death in the form of progressive degradation, found themselves gradually returning to health. It was a tangible, undeniable demonstration that cultivation through life mastery could accomplish what conventional medicine and even advanced cultivation techniques could not. The sect master immediately sent a delegation to the magistrate's superiors, demanding action. The delegation carried proof that the sect could heal the poison, could restore what the magistrate had destroyed. With that proof, the balance of power shifted fundamentally. The magistrate's protectors realized they couldn't sustain their position if the sect could simply undo the poison that was supposed to be their leverage. The magistrate was removed from power within weeks, and the entire cultivation world took notice. Ye Minguan's teaching had proven itself not just effective in controlled circumstances, but essential in crisis. A genuine emergency had been resolved through life mastery cultivation in a way that no amount of combat cultivation could have solved. You couldn't fight poison with a sword. You couldn't defeat disease through superior strength. But through the patient cultivation of specific skills, through the development of presence and intention in preparation, through the simple act of caring for living things with complete attention, those things could heal what combat could not touch. Chapter 31. The recognition within a month of the water poison crisis being resolved through life mastery cultivation. A crisis that demonstrated that this path could solve problems that no amount of combat strength could address. Scholars from other sects began arriving at Sunlit Valley Sect. These were not casual visitors or curious observers looking for entertainment. These were serious researchers and academics attempting to document and understand exactly what Ye Minguan had actually developed and how it functioned. The arrival of these scholars marked a genuine shift in how the entire cultivation world began to view life mastery. Universities and formal cultivation academies across the region began adding courses specifically on life mastery principles and history. Other sect leaders, recognizing that they would be at a potential disadvantage if their disciples didn't have access to understanding this path and potentially practicing it, began actively inviting Ye Minguan's most advanced students to teach at their institutions. Delegations would arrive at Sunlit Valley requesting extended access to Wei Chen's gardens, not to simply observe, but to learn directly from Wei Chen the actual principles behind his cultivation methods, the understanding that allowed plants to be grown in a way that produced genuine cultivation effects. The old outer elder, who had taught in complete obscurity for centuries, suddenly became someone that the entire cultivation world was trying to understand and gain access to. Requests arrived daily. Requests for consultation on cultivation matters, requests for visits from sect leaders, requests for permission to study directly with him. Other institutions offered him positions of tremendous prestige and offered to provide him with vast resources. Some offered to build entire new facilities according to his specifications if he would simply relocate and teach there. Ye Minguan declined all of these offers with the same calm he brought to everything. But Ye Minguan himself did not change. He continued teaching in the same kitchen where he had always taught, a space that had been expanded after the sect reforms, but which still retained its essential character as a place of simple work and complete attention. He continued speaking in the same simple, metaphor-laden way, never trying to elevate his language or make his teaching sound more profound or impressive. He continued demonstrating the profound through the mundane, through the careful explanation of how to select herbs, how to understand the nature of ingredients, how to bring complete presence to the act of preparation. The attention of the world doesn't fundamentally change what I teach or how I teach it. He told a visiting scholar who had asked directly how he was adapting to his newfound recognition throughout the cultivation world and whether he was modifying his core methods to be more appealing to a broader and more diverse audience. It just means more people are watching what I do. Some will understand what I'm genuinely teaching. Some will not. Some will understand partially, grasping pieces of the principle while missing the essential heart of it. My job is not to convince everyone to agree with me or to adapt the teaching to fit different preferences and expectations. My job is simply to teach as clearly as I possibly can, with complete honesty and presence, so that anyone with the genuine capacity to understand will be able to do so. Whether they understand or not, whether they believe or not, whether they choose to follow this path or not, that is not my responsibility. That's between them and their own nature, their own readiness, their own capacity. Lan Ji, his most advanced student, had reached a stage where she could teach calligraphy herself, not repeating Ye Minguan's words, but having internalized the principles deeply enough to apply them fresh in every situation. She took on an increasingly larger role in the expanding calligraphy program, developing training methods for new students, creating curricula that would allow others to progress through the same stages she had progressed through. But she did so with complete humility, always crediting Ye Minguan's foundational teaching whenever anyone asked where her understanding had come from. She understood that the teaching belonged to no individual, but to the principle itself, and her role was simply to be a clear vessel through which it could flow. Qin Hao, who had begun as one of the first cooking students and who had shown the greatest passion for the work, had become effectively the head of all kitchen operations for the entire sect. Under his guidance, food became medicine in a literal sense, not just nutritious but actively healing, actively cultivation enhancing. Nutrition became cultivation, not as metaphor, but as practical reality. A meal prepared by Qin Hao or one of his trained students could accelerate a younger cultivator's advancement more effectively than months of standard meditation practice. But Qin Hao's greatest pride was not in his position or his accomplishments. It was in training the next generation of cooking students, carefully passing forward what Ye Minguan had taught him, ensuring that the understanding didn't die with him but continued to develop in others. Wei Chun, the quiet gardener who had undergone his own transformation through decades of patient practice, continued his work with minimal fanfare. His gardens had expanded dramatically to meet the sect's growing needs, but his essential demeanor remained unchanged. He still spoke to his plants as he had always done, listening to their needs, understanding what they required through the simple practice of attention. He tended them with the same presence that had sustained him for 430 years of quiet, unrecognized practice. The gardens had become famous throughout the cultivation world, but Wei Chun himself remained unknown, happy to work in obscurity, delighted that the plants he cultivated were helping so many people. Chapter 32. The deep water poison, but success created new challenges that hadn't existed when Ye Minguan's teaching was obscure and unknown. As word spread throughout the cultivation world of Wei Chin's remarkable ability to cure poisons, including poisons that official healers declared incurable, more and more people began arriving at Sunlit Valley Sect seeking help for various toxins and spiritual ailments. The sect's resources expanded to accommodate this demand, but the demand itself expanded even faster. Every cultivator from a rival sect, every casualty of poisoning warfare, every person desperate for a cure that conventional cultivation medicine couldn't provide, they all came seeking Wei Chen's help. Then, one case arrived that was different from all the others in both its nature and its implications. A cultivator arrived who had been poisoned not with ordinary toxins, not even with the sophisticated cultivator poisons that had become common in intersect conflicts. This cultivator carried something much older, a deep water poison, a poison from the ancient cultivation era, supposedly lost to time and to the accumulated forgetting that separated the current age from the ages before. The poison didn't just attack the cultivator's body in the conventional sense. It attacked the cultivator's foundation itself, the spiritual core that all cultivation was built upon. The damage was progressive, irreversible, and the afflicted cultivator was declining daily. Wei Chun examined the case carefully, spending long hours in meditation studying the nature of the poison, attempting to understand what had been introduced into this person's spiritual structure and how it was propagating through their channels. He felt the poison's vibration in the afflicted cultivator's qi. It was old, very old. It operated on principles that felt almost foreign to modern cultivation understanding. When he finished his examination, he sat in silence for a very long time. Then he approached Ye Minguan with something approaching humility, an emotional state that Wei Chun had rarely experienced in 400 years. "This is beyond my current capacity," Wei Chun said directly and without pretense. "The poison is an earnest ancient. It operates on principles that I haven't encountered before in all my years of gardening practice. It requires a level of understanding and cultivation depth that I've spent only 400 years developing, and that's clearly not sufficient. I don't know how to address it." Ye Minguan listened without interruption, allowing Wei Chun to fully state the problem. "But the cultivator is dying," Ye Minguan said, not asking a question but stating the reality. "Yes," Wei Chun confirmed. "Within weeks, perhaps a month if they're fortunate. The poison will have degraded the foundation beyond the point where consciousness itself can be maintained. After that, the body will continue to degrade, but the person will no longer be present in it." Ye Minguan was silent for a moment, considering something deeply. His eyes were clear, but his expression was thoughtful, as though he was weighing important considerations. Then he did something unexpected, something that no student had ever witnessed or even suspected was possible. He began to teach Wei Chun directly, personally, with the complete and full depth of his understanding. Not a simplified introduction suitable for someone beginning the path, but the actual depth of what he had learned and practiced. The teaching didn't happen in the communal kitchen where students gathered or in the gardens where Wei Chun normally worked. It happened in Ye Minguan's private meditation chamber, a space that only a handful of people had ever entered. Few knew that such a chamber existed. In that space, where the outer elder kept his deepest personal practice and his most developed understanding, Ye Minguan revealed something that went far beyond practical application techniques into the actual theoretical and spiritual foundations of what life mastery, without question, was at its deepest levels. For the first time in his entire teaching career, Ye Minguan unveiled understanding that addressed not just how to practice, but why the practice worked, what principles made it function, what it was actually accessing. Life mastery is not fundamentally about acquiring technical skills, Ye Minguan explained to Wei Chun in the quiet chamber. A person can become expert in cooking or gardening without understanding life mastery at all. They can achieve technical proficiency while remaining spiritually shallow and undeveloped. What makes a skill into genuine life mastery is something else entirely. It's developing a presence so complete, so fully integrated with the practice, that you become compatible with the force of life itself. When you reach that compatibility, you stop fighting against life and start aligning yourself with its actual flow. That's when something deeper becomes accessible. Wei Chun listened intently, feeling the truth of what was being said, feeling that his 400 years of gardening had been building toward this moment without his fully understanding it consciously. When you reach that deep alignment, Ye Minguan continued with utmost clarity, you can sense things that others can't ordinarily perceive. You can sense what life actually needs in each moment. Not through intellectual analysis of the situation, not through reasoning about what should be done, but through direct resonance with the living force itself, through feeling directly what wants to happen and what is being prevented from happening. You can perceive poison not as an external attacking force, not as an enemy to be fought and defeated through opposing strength. You perceive it instead as life that has been distorted, twisted into a pattern that doesn't belong to its original nature. And distortion, once you plainly understand its complete pattern and its source, can be gradually restored to its original pure expression. This is not fighting. This is healing. This is restoration. Wei Chun listened intently, his 400 years of cultivation seeming to point toward this exact moment of understanding. For 3 days and 3 nights, Wei Chun sat in meditation in Ye Minguan's private chamber, not attempting to cure the poison through force of will or intellectual analysis of its structure. Instead, he sat attempting to sense the original pattern of what the ancient poison had distorted, to understand in his deepest being what the poison cultivator had been before the contamination, what their spiritual structure was supposed to express, what their true nature was beneath the distortion. On the fourth morning, Wei Chun rose from meditation still in a state of profound inner alignment. He returned to his gardens. He moved like someone in a dream, but to its core aware dream, not fully in ordinary consciousness, but fully present. He went to corners of his gardens that he usually didn't visit, places where rare plants grew, places he had tended for centuries without consciously understanding why. He selected herbs he had never thought to use before, plants that the ancient texts he had recently read claimed had existed in the First Era, plants that had been extinct for thousands of years, lost when the world's memories changed. But somehow, through devotion and attention, these plants had persisted in hidden corners of his gardens, preserved through his sustained presence and intention. He cultivated these plants with an intensity that approached prayer, working with a presence that was beyond ordinary consciousness. The preparation took days. Every step was performed with complete attention. Every combination was made with awareness of what was being created, what intention was being woven into the preparation. He worked with the sense of creating something that would restore a person to themselves. The resulting remedy was unlike anything he had ever created before. It didn't just contain chemical compounds that could neutralize the poison through direct opposition. It contained genuine restoration at the fundamental level. It didn't just heal the damage that the poison had caused. It contained a kind of return to what the poison cultivator had been before the poison entered, a restoration of the original pattern itself, an invitation for the person to remember their true nature and re-express it. The poisoned cultivator drank the remedy slowly, over the course of an afternoon, and something profound began to shift in their being. Over the following days, the deep water poison gradually released its grip on the cultivator's spiritual channels. Not immediately, not dramatically, but day by day, the damage that had been progressive began to stabilize, then began to reverse. The cultivator's consciousness, which had been progressively degrading, stabilized, and then gradually cleared. The foundation, which had been cracking under the poison's weight, stopped the progression of damage and began the slow process of restoration. The cultivator didn't heal entirely. Some damage was permanent, burned too deeply into the spiritual structure by years of poison slowly degrading it. But enough healed for the cultivator to live. Enough for them to function. Enough to have hope for a future that extended beyond the next week or month. Chapter 33. The Ancient Library. After curing the deep water poison and witnessing Wei Chun access depths of understanding that previously seemed impossible, Ye Minguan made an announcement that would reshape the entire foundations of what the sect understood about life mastery. He summoned his assembled students, Lanji, Qin Hao, Wei Chun, and the others who had reached sufficient depth in their practice, and addressed them directly. "There is a library beneath this sect," he told them, his voice carrying a weight that suggested the revelation of something he had been holding back for a very long time. "It was built in the ancient cultivation era by cultivators who understood what we are only beginning to remember. The library contains the foundations of true life mastery, written and preserved by people who had achieved depths of understanding that our current age has only partially rediscovered. I have known of its existence for centuries, but I have been deliberately avoiding it." He paused, allowing his students to absorb this statement. "I avoided it because I believed that learning through direct experience and through teaching was more important than accessing the accumulated knowledge of the past. I believed that discovering these principles fresh, through our own practice and our own understanding, would create a deeper integration than simply reading what had been written down. And in many ways, I still believe that." Ye Minguan continued, "But I was wrong to avoid it fully. The library contains things that none of us could independently discover in 10 lifetimes of practice. Methods that took centuries to develop, insights that required generations of cultivators to accumulate and refine. If we are to preserve this teaching and deepen it, if we are to prevent it from being lost again when the world inevitably forgets, we must access what was preserved before." The sect master, who was present for this announcement, was stunned. He had assumed that the mysterious library under the mountains referenced in the sect's founding documents was either a myth, a metaphorical description of something that didn't literally exist, or that it had been destroyed centuries ago in one of the sect's conflicts. But Ye Minguan led them to it directly and without hesitation. The entrance was hidden beneath the main temple, concealed behind a meditation chamber that few in the sect even knew existed. Ye Minguan opened the hidden passage, and beneath it, the vast library revealed itself in all its ancient grandeur, stone tunnels descending deep into the mountain, extending further than the eye could see, with walls thoroughly lined with shelves, and on those countless shelves were thousands upon thousands of ancient texts, every surface covered with knowledge preserved across ages. The texts were written in a language that predated modern cultivation notation by thousands of years, a script and symbolic system that was simultaneously recognizable and profoundly ancient, as though it was the linguistic source from which all modern cultivation writing had eventually evolved. The sect master, understanding the magnitude of what had been uncovered, immediately assigned his finest scholars and linguists to begin the massive work of translation and preservation. It was a task that would occupy teams of scholars for years, possibly decades. But the results, when they began to emerge, would fundamentally rewrite everything the sect understood about the true nature of cultivation itself. Among the foundational texts that were eventually translated and preserved was a complete, comprehensive system of life mastery cultivation, not fragments or pieces, but a full methodological framework that had existed in the first era, hundreds of thousands of years before combat cultivation had come to dominate the entire cultivating world. The system was detailed and profound, describing not just the how of cultivating through life skills, but the why it worked, what deep principles it accessed, how it integrated with the fundamental nature of existence itself. More significantly, the text made without question clear that life mastery wasn't a recent invention created by Ye Minguan, wasn't a novel path he had discovered through his own personal insight and experimentation, but the original path of cultivation, the path that all early cultivators had followed in ancient times, from which all other cultivation paths had diverged and evolved over the course of countless ages as the world's understanding shifted. The discovery changed everything about how the sect understood its own history and its own future direction. What had been presented as Ye Minguan's personal innovation was revealed as the recovery and remembering of something ancient. What had seemed like a new teaching was actually a return to the original way, the way things had been before the world had forgotten. Chapter 34. The Xianxia transformation. Xianxia's transformation, meanwhile, was becoming steadily more complete, moving beyond the physical healing of his foundation into something deeper, a fundamental reorientation of what he believed strength actually meant. The ancient combat master, who had spent 400 years building and asserting power through violence and domination, had spent the past 6 months learning to actively unlearn those patterns. His foundation, which had been cracking progressively under the accumulated strain of 4 centuries of constant force and domination, had stabilized wholly. More remarkably, it was now beginning to actually strengthen, not through combat practice, which he had largely abandoned, but through gardening and through the deeper foundational principles of life mastery that Ye Minguan was gradually revealing to him. But Zhang Tao was still a man of pride, and that pride came from a lifetime, multiple lifetimes, even, of being excellent at combat cultivation. He could not fully admit, even to himself, that he had been wrong about the fundamental nature of what cultivation actually was. To acknowledge that would require abandoning the identity he had built across 4 centuries. So instead of making direct acknowledgement, he did something subtle and unexpected. He began to mentor younger combat disciples in a way that was noticeably different from how the sect's traditional combat masters taught. He didn't teach them that combat was wrong or inadequate. He didn't suggest that they abandon the sword or the martial disciplines. Instead, he taught them that combat needed to be balanced with something else, with presence and awareness, with the same kind of attention that Ye Minguan had taught the life mastery students. He taught them that the greatest swordmaster was not the one who struck with the most power or the fastest speed, but the one who understood the deepest rhythm of what they were striking against. He taught them that victory that required constant effort and constant renewal was fragile, while victory that came from perfect alignment with what was actually happening in the moment was sustainable. His students, trained in this hybrid approach, became remarkably effective. They didn't abandon combat. They still practiced sword forms. They still trained in martial techniques. But they practiced with the awareness that life mastery had taught them. They moved from a place of presence rather than from habitual reaction. The result was a martial excellence that didn't depend on constant physical renewal, constant advancement to higher levels, constant defeat of newer opponents to maintain status. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, without ever directly acknowledging the fundamental shift in his understanding, Zhang Tao was becoming a quiet advocate for the integration of life mastery and combat cultivation. He was demonstrating through his students that the path didn't require choosing between combat and life mastery, that they could be synthesized, that a cultivator could be excellent at combat while also embodying the principles of life mastery. By the time the sect had begun its full integration and by the time the ancient library had revealed its secrets, Zhang Tao had become one of the most respected and listened to voices arguing for the continuation and deepening of both paths working together in harmony. Not because he had renounced his pride or made a dramatic public admission of error, but because he had quietly discovered through his own practice that what he in fact valued most, genuine excellence, real sustainable power, the kind of strength that didn't require constant renewal, could actually be better achieved through the thoughtful combination of what he had always known and what he had been forced to learn to discover. Chapter 35. The Scholar's Discovery. A traveling scholar who had come to Sunlit Valley Sect specifically to document Ye Minguan's teaching, a woman named Dr. Shun, who had spent her life studying the historical development of cultivation systems, made an unexpected and profound discovery while researching in the ancient library. While translating some of the oldest texts that predated even the sect's founding documents by thousands of years, texts written in a language so ancient that only fragments of it survived in modern usage, she came across a record that made her pause mid-translation. The record described an elder cultivator named Ye Minguan who had taught a system called life mastery, who had specifically worked with rejected disciples and those who had washed out of combat cultivation, who had proven that genuine cultivation could be achieved through the patient mastery of living itself rather than through the accumulation of external power. And this elder, according to the ancient text, had borne exactly the same name, Ye Minguan. The text, written in the ancient script with careful precision, described Ye Minguan I, an outer elder from an era 4,000 years in the past who had worked in a sect not unlike Sunlit Valley, who had taught cooking and gardening and calligraphy to disciples who didn't fit the combat cultivation model, who had systematically demonstrated that these practices were legitimate cultivation paths, not lesser alternatives for the inadequate. More remarkably still, the text suggested that the lineage had continued beyond Ye Minguan I, that the name and the essential teaching had been deliberately preserved through multiple eras across vast stretches of time, passed forward consciously through cultivators who understood something profound. The truth of life mastery would inevitably need to be rediscovered periodically, each time power cultivation had become so altogether dominant that the original path was nearly forgotten, almost lost to history. The text implied, though its language was careful and not entirely explicit, that there had been multiple Ye Minguans across different ages of the world, each one, in their own time, awakening to the same ancient teaching, each one carrying it forward with renewed understanding until the world gradually forgot again, each cycle ending with the knowledge dormant and waiting, each new cycle beginning when the world became ready to learn it again. Dr. Shin brought this discovery directly to Ye Minguan, showing him the ancient texts, explaining what she had found. You're part of a lineage, the scholar told the outer elder carefully. Not a personal lineage in the conventional sense, not a direct line of students and teachers, but a philosophical lineage. You're the continuation of something that has been preserved deliberately for 4,000 years. Your teaching, your approach, your very name. These aren't new inventions. They're echoes of something that has been carried forward across entire ages. Ye Minguan sat with this information for a long time, reading the ancient texts himself, understanding the implications. Then my responsibility is clear, he said finally, but also profound in its implications. I cannot simply teach for this present moment in time. I must teach with such clarity, such depth, that the next cultivator who carries this understanding, whether they carry the name Ye Minguan or something else entirely, will be able to recognize what they're discovering and pass it forward faithfully to the generation after them. I'm not responsible for achieving personal immortality or accumulating power. I'm responsible for ensuring that the understanding itself survives, even if I do not. Even if the cultivation world forgets again, the seeds will be preserved, waiting for the next era when they need to be planted and awakened. He paused, then continued with deep clarity. That's what it means to be part of a true lineage. Not personal power or status passed from person to person, but understanding that persists across time itself, enduring. Chapter 36. The teaching expands as the ancient library's contents were translated and preserved, revealing texts that validated everything Ye Minguan had been teaching for centuries. Something remarkable began to happen. The outer elder began accepting more and more students, not because he had changed his standards or made his teaching more accessible, but because more people had come to recognize the legitimacy of what he was offering. The physical infrastructure of the teaching expanded dramatically. The kitchen, which had been a cramped space that fit a handful of students, was enlarged and improved. New equipment was installed. Additional cooks were hired and trained. The The kitchen began producing not just for learning purposes, but as actual support for the sect's operations. Food prepared with cultivation intention became integral to how the sect functioned. The gardens that Wei Chun had tended quadrupled, then tripled again in size. Whole sections of formerly empty land were converted to cultivation beds. New gardeners were hired and trained in the principles of life mastery: how to approach plants with presence and attention, how to understand what they needed, how to grow produce that would carry cultivation benefit. A new calligraphy hall was constructed, a dedicated space with proper lighting, surfaces for practice, and storage for the precious papers and inks that the discipline required. What had been an informal teaching done in whatever space could be found became a formal discipline with infrastructure and resources. A full architectural school was established under Wei Chen's indirect guidance, because he had come to understand that the principles of gardening applied to building as well. How spaces were structured, how they channeled energy and intention, how architecture could either support life or constrain it. But through all this expansion, the teaching itself remained fundamentally the same, not faster. The pace of learning didn't accelerate even as more students arrived and more resources became available. Each student still encountered the same kind of progression that Qin Hao and Lan Ji had experienced. Weeks spent on a single knife technique, months spent learning to understand the nature of a single ingredient, seasons spent in meditation on what it meant to cook with presence. Not easier. Life mastery cultivation remained genuinely difficult. It required showing up repeatedly. It required giving complete attention to activities that could seem trivial to someone not engaged in the practice. It required accepting that progress wouldn't be measured in dramatic breakthroughs, but in the subtle deepening of understanding, not compressed into shortcuts or rapid advancement. Even with access to the ancient texts, Ye Minguan refused to skip steps or create accelerated paths. Each student still followed the slow path of presence and practice. Each student still spent weeks on a single skill before moving forward. Each student still waited for the moment of resonance that marked genuine understanding, not just intellectual grasp, but a lived understanding woven into their body and their way of being. Some students burned out, impatient for faster results. They came expecting that with resources and infrastructure, they would progress quickly towards some external achievement. When they discovered that the path required patience and presence and genuine dedication to mastery of craft, many left. Those who left often did so disappointed, feeling they had been sold a lesser path, that life mastery was slower and less impressive than combat cultivation. But more students arrived to replace them, and then more than that. The fame of the teaching spread. Other sects heard stories of what Ye Minguan had accomplished. Families sent their children to learn. Cultivators from other traditions came seeking training in something they sensed was important. And among all these new arrivals were younger versions of what the Sunlit Valley sect had always produced: intelligent, capable people who didn't fit neatly into the combat cultivation mold. Young people who had failed the sword trials because their gifts lay elsewhere. People whose bodies were built for precision and gentleness rather than raw power. People whose minds were drawn to understanding how things worked rather than how to dominate through strength. People who had been made to feel deficient by a system that measured worth only through combat capacity, when they were simply different. These people came to Ye Minguan's teaching and found something transformative. They found not a lesser path, not a consolation prize for those too weak for real cultivation, but a genuinely truer path. One that elevated what they naturally were rather than trying to force them to become something else, something that would never suit them no matter how hard they trained. They discovered that their gifts for precision and care and attention weren't weaknesses, but the actual foundation of a cultivation path, as genuine and powerful as any other. In Ye Minguan's gardens and kitchens and calligraphy halls, people who had spent years, sometimes decades, feeling inadequate and deficient began to flourish. They began to discover that what they had been told was weakness was actually different strength. What had been called failure was simply a misdirection, a wrong path for their particular nature. And when given the right path, when given the permission to develop what they were naturally inclined toward, they bloomed. They advanced. They discovered depths of understanding and capacity they hadn't known they possessed. The sect was being healed from the inside, not through force or institutional reform, but through the simple revelation that there were many forms of excellence, many forms of genuine cultivation, many paths worthy of respect and support. Chapter 37. The crisis averted 7 months after the sect master's announcement of the fundamental doctrine reform. A crisis threatened to destabilize everything and prove that all the talk of life mastery was merely theory unsupported by practical reality. A younger sect, jealous of Sunlit Valley's steadily growing reputation and the increasing flow of talented disciples seeking to study life mastery rather than combat cultivation, made a calculated decision. They initiated a military strike against Sunlit Valley's outer territories, a direct attack designed to damage the sect's reputation and to prove, through violence, that genuine cultivation still meant martial readiness, that spiritual cultivation was less important than combat capacity. The timing seemed perfect from the attacker's perspective. The attack came just as Ye Minguan students were in the middle of their deepest practice, focused, concentrated sessions where they would be least prepared to respond to external threats. The attacking sect had clearly done reconnaissance. They had identified the moment when Sunlit Valley would be most vulnerable, but they had miscalculated something fundamental. They had calculated based on conventional sect resources and conventional understanding of how defense worked. They had assumed that Sunlit Valley would need to mobilize its top combat masters to respond to military attack, that defense would require warriors at the highest levels focused on battle and domination. What they hadn't accounted for, what their entire worldview had not prepared them to anticipate, was the presence and impact of Wei Qin's gardens. Over the preceding months, Wei Qin and his growing team of trained gardeners had been systematically cultivating produce specifically designed for emergency use and crisis support. They had grown vegetables and fruits infused with cultivation intention that would accelerate wound healing, food that would help cuts and punctures close faster and help damaged qi channels regenerate. They had cultivated beans and grains that could restore exhausted qi rapidly when a fighter's reserves had been depleted. They had grown herbs and flowers that could strengthen mental resolve and emotional stability when a person was beginning to break under extreme pressure and fear. The gardens had stockpiled months of this specialized produce, every storage space filled with emergency supplies. Wei Qin had somehow known, through his deep understanding of what was coming, that the emergency would arrive. The gardens were ready. When the attack hit Sunlit Valley's outer territories, Ye Minguan's students, the cooking students, the gardening students, the calligraphy students who had left their studies, immediately began distributing this food to the sect's defenders. Not dramatically, not announced with fanfare or celebration, but steadily and continuously, at every point of need. A warrior would fight fiercely and be wounded, a cut or puncture that would normally impair their effectiveness. And a life mastery student would appear with healing broth that would accelerate the body's restoration. A defender would reach exhaustion, their qi depleted, their body screaming for rest. And specially prepared vegetables would restore their qi reserves and allow them to continue functioning. A commander would begin to feel the weight of command, the fear that the defense would fail. And a student would arrive with food that would strengthen resolve and clear away the fog of despair. The defender's endurance became genuinely legendary in the accounts that were later told of the battle. Wounds that should have incapacitated a warrior in full, that should have removed them from combat, merely slowed them down before accelerated healing allowed them to return to fighting. Exhaustion that should have broken a person's resolve to continue fighting was met instead with restoration. Attacks that should have overwhelmed sections of the sect found defenders who simply wouldn't break, who wouldn't stop, who seemed to have access to inexhaustible supplies of strength and recovery. The invaders began to realize, partway through the engagement, that something was profoundly different about what they were facing. Warriors they had injured stayed in the fight instead of being removed by their wounds. Defenders they had exhausted continued to resist instead of breaking. The attrition-based tactics that usually worked, wearing down your enemy until they collapsed, failed because this sect had found a way to sustain their defenders beyond normal limits. It wasn't because the defenders were stronger. It was because they could recover faster, sustain longer, remain resolute more reliably. And that made them effectively more powerful in a way that raw combat skill couldn't overcome. The attacking sect, which had expected to find Sunlit Valley unprepared and weakened by its focus on life mastery cultivation, instead found a sect that was more resilient, more sustainable, more capable of enduring conflict than they had anticipated. The attack was repelled without Sunlit Valley needing to mobilize its full combat masters. The regular defenders, supported by Wei Qin's gardens, were sufficient to turn the attack back. And the message that spread through the cultivation world was clear and undeniable. Life mastery wasn't a luxury for peacetime, something nice to have when times were peaceful. It was essential for survival in actual conflict. You couldn't win wars with vegetables and calligraphy, but you also couldn't sustain a defense, couldn't maintain a warrior's ability to continue fighting, couldn't ensure that the survivors would be able to function afterward without the integration of life mastery cultivation. It was a lesson that the cultivation world would have to gradually accept. Chapter 38. The deepening understanding after the attack had been repelled and the sect had begun recovering and consolidating what it had learned about its own resilience. Ye Minguan convened his most advanced students in his private teaching chamber. The small group consisted of those who had reached sufficient depth in their practice that they could begin to glimpse what lay beyond the foundational levels of life mastery cultivation. Lan Ji was there, representing the calligraphy path. Qin Hao came, having become the head of all cooking operations. Wei Chen sat in the place of deepest understanding, having already begun to perceive things that most cultivators would have called impossible. What you've all learned so far, Ye Minguan began, represents the foundation. You've learned to approach your disciplines with presence. You've learned to understand your work not just as technique, but as cultivation. You've learned that attention itself is power. But there is a depth beyond what most of you will ever reach, and it's important that you at least know that it exists. He paused, creating space for his words to settle. The ancient texts speak of cultivators who achieved such profound mastery of a single life skill that they transcended what we normally understand as the relationship between a person and their practice. They achieved what the texts call eternal pattern. It's a state where the distinction between the cultivator and the cultivated activity dissolves without remainder. How do you mean? Lan Ji asked carefully. Ye Minguan considered how to express something that existed at the very edge of what language could capture. In eternal pattern, a cultivator is no longer a separate individual who happens to practice a skill as an activity distinct from their being. A gardener becomes the garden itself. A cook becomes the food. A builder becomes the structure. A calligrapher becomes the writing itself. They cease to be individuals who practice a skill and become instead a pure expression of that skill. The skill expresses itself through them to its core, without obstruction, without the ego self getting in the way to create separation and friction. He paused, allowing the weight and implications of what he was describing to fully settle into the minds of his listeners. And in that state of complete integration, they can no longer die in the way that ordinary cultivators understand death. Because there's nothing separate from what they do to be killed. A gardener who has become the garden cannot be killed because the garden expresses itself through countless growing things. The gardener's consciousness has expanded into everything that grows. A cook who has become the food continues as long as food nourishes someone, continues to transmit healing and care through every meal. They achieve a kind of immortality not through accumulating personal power or extending an individual lifespan, but through complete integration with something that exists far beyond the individual, something universal and eternal. Is that possible now? Lan Ji asked, her voice carrying both a kind of doubt and a deeper longing. In this age? For someone living now? I don't know with certainty, Ye Minguan said with complete honesty, not hedging the question or offering false comfort or false certainty. The texts describe eternal pattern as though it is a genuinely achievable state. They provide detailed descriptions of cultivators who reached it, how they lived, what they became, how they affected the people around them. But I have never personally encountered someone who achieved it in my own time. I cannot point to an example standing before you and say, this person right here has achieved eternal pattern. This is what it looks like in a living human being. Do you think it's possible in this age? Wei Chen asked more directly. It may be that such mastery requires lifetimes of dedication far beyond what even this age allows, Ye Minguan said, considering carefully. It may be that reaching eternal pattern requires very specific conditions or circumstances that no longer exist in the world. Or it may be that the potential is still present, dormant, and waiting for someone dedicated enough to remember how to access it. The texts suggest that each age, each era of the world's history, has to re-earn the knowledge of these deeper states. They're not preserved in written words or in transmitted techniques. The knowledge must be discovered fresh by each generation of cultivators who are willing to dedicate themselves fully to pursuing it. Qin Hao, the youngest of the three, asked the question that had been implicit. What would it take? What would someone need to do to reach eternal pattern? Complete dedication, Ye Minguan said. Not just to practicing a skill, but to becoming one with it so thoroughly that you couldn't distinguish between yourself and the practice. It would require decades or centuries or perhaps lifetimes of continuous cultivation, each moment bringing deeper understanding. It would require releasing every remaining attachment to the self, every desire to be recognized or achieve status. It would require becoming so transparent that the skill itself expressed through you entirely. The silence that followed was profound and heavy with implication. Each student sitting with the knowledge that the path they had begun might extend far beyond what they would personally achieve in their own lifespan, but that the possibility existed somewhere ahead, waiting to be discovered by those willing to give everything to the pursuit. Chapter 39. The training acceleration over the next months, as Ye Minguan integrated the profound understanding from the ancient texts into his practical day-to-day teaching. Something remarkable began to happen across all the disciplines and among all the students. With direct access to the ancient texts and the knowledge they preserved, Ye Minguan was able to refine his teaching significantly in ways that preserved and even deepened its essential character. The texts provided theoretical frameworks that explained at a fundamental level why certain practices worked, what principles they activated, how they connected to deeper cultivation truth. They mapped out the typical progression that cultivators traditionally went through at different stages. They identified which specific practices accelerated particular kinds of development and clearly explained why. The mechanisms, the principles, the understanding. Armed with this knowledge recovered from the ancient ages, Ye Minguan could explain the theoretical foundations and reasoning to his students in ways that helped them progress noticeably faster without sacrificing or losing the depth of understanding that had always been central to his teaching method. The integrity of the path remained fully intact. The depth of what was being learned continued to be as profound. But the pace, the velocity at which understanding could be acquired and integrated, accelerated significantly. His students began advancing more quickly as a result, not into the realm of prodigies or impossible achievements that defied the natural order of practice, but at a noticeably faster pace than traditional cultivation would have predicted. Qin Hao, after 18 months of dedicated practice in the kitchens, reached a level of mastery that would traditionally take 5 years to achieve using conventional methods. The meals he prepared began to show consistent cultivation effects. Younger disciples who ate his food for extended periods showed measurable advancement. But the key difference, the thing that distinguished his advancement from forced shortcuts or artificial acceleration, was that his progress involved deeper clarity about what he was actually doing and why it worked. He understood not just how to execute the techniques, but what principles made them function. He could adapt and innovate rather than simply repeating established procedures. Wei Chun, now 430 years old, and having spent more than 4 centuries in contemplative gardening practice, was beginning to sense something that the ancient texts had hinted at, the distinct possibility of achieving true eternal pattern. His gardens were producing not just plants with practical effects, but vegetables and fruits that seemed to possess intention themselves. Plants that could think, in their own way, as though the presence and attention Wei Chun brought to their cultivation had awakened something in them. Vegetables that could communicate with those who ate them, conveying information or feeling or intention directly through the act of consumption. The boundary between cultivator and cultivated was beginning to blur in ways that the ancient texts had described. Even Zhang Tao, the ancient combat master who had been facing death from a cracked foundation only months before, was experiencing something unexpected and profound. The restoration of his foundation was moving far beyond the initial stabilization into actual strengthening. He was becoming more powerful, not through renewed combat practice, but through the gradual process of aligning himself with life instead of fighting against it. His qi, which had been degrading, was now slowly accumulating again. His presence, which had become fragmented and weak, was reintegrating and strengthening. A combat master was achieving power through what would once have been considered the weakest path. Chapter 40. The prophecy fulfilled on the day that marked exactly 1 year since the sect master's announcement of the doctrine reform. A year in which life mastery had moved from hidden practice to foundational teaching. Ye Minguan sat in the ancient library with his 3 closest students, Lanji, Qin Hao, and Wei Chun. The library itself had become a gathering place, no longer a secret repository, but a resource the entire sect could access. Scholars worked at tables, translating and copying the ancient texts. Disciples came to study the foundational principles of their disciplines. The knowledge that had been preserved for thousands of years was now being actively engaged rather than hidden away. Ye Minguan led his 3 closest students to a specific section, the oldest section, where texts from the very beginning of the library's history were kept. He opened one of these ancient texts and pointed to a passage written in the most archaic script. A long time ago, he said, before this sect even existed, before many of the institutions we now take for granted had been founded, there was a prophecy recorded in these texts. It spoke of a pattern that would repeat across ages, that life mastery would return when the world had become so focused on the accumulation of power that it had forgotten the art of living itself. That when the knowledge was lost sufficiently, the fundamental understanding buried deep enough, someone would need to rediscover it and teach it again. He gestured around them at the shelves. I spent centuries believing I was doing something new. I believed I was inventing a path that had never existed before, creating something fresh and original. But I was always doing something old. I was remembering. I was recovering what had always existed, what had been temporarily forgotten. He turned to face his students directly. And now, you will remember further. You will deepen what I have recovered. You will teach others not to imitate what I've shown you, but to discover fresh understanding through their own practice. The lineage doesn't end with me. It continues through you. Lan Ji, who had become the senior calligraphy teacher and had spent years developing training methods for new students, asked the question that had been implicit in all of their minds. The question that cultivators in positions of power always asked when facing a moment of apparent culmination. What happens now? With the sect unified, with the teaching recognized throughout the cultivation world, with resources available and support emerging. What is the goal? What are we working toward? Ye Minguan's answer came with gentle clarity, the clarity of someone who had thought deeply about this very question for centuries. There is no final goal in the sense you're asking, he said carefully. Goals require an end point, a destination where one stops because the work is complete. But life mastery is not a destination. It is an infinite deepening. It is a path that continues to open, to unfold, to reveal new dimensions. Every level of mastery reveals depths below it that you hadn't perceived before. Every achievement opens new possibilities that didn't exist previously. We will teach. Our students will teach. The lineage will continue. In time, some will reach eternal pattern. The texts promise this is possible, though it hasn't been achieved in this age yet. Others will stop at various depths along the path, finding genuine meaning and fulfillment at the level where they practice. But the lineage itself will persist, carrying forward an understanding that the cultivation world needs now and will need again whenever it forgets, when power becomes so dominant that the original path is buried and lost. He paused, looking directly at his three closest students. What honestly matters is not an endpoint or conclusion. What matters is the continuation, the deepening, the remembering, the passing forward to those who come after. The three students sat with this understanding, not the kind of superficial knowledge that could be grasped intellectually in a single moment, but the kind of deep wisdom that would continue to deepen over years and decades of dedicated practice and teaching. Outside the ancient library, the sect continued its daily activities, its rhythms of practice and learning and work. In the gardens that Wei Chun had tended for 400 years with unflagging dedication and was now overseeing a growing team in tending, plants grew with genuine intention and presence. Seeds were carefully selected and planted with deep awareness. Seedlings were tended with complete attention to their individual specific needs. Mature plants were harvested with gratitude and reverence. The gardens had expanded dramatically beyond what Wei Chun alone could possibly manage single-handedly, and new gardeners had been systematically trained to carry forward the understanding. But the quality remained unchanged and undiminished. Every vegetable, every flower, every herb that left Wei Chun's gardens carried the real cultivation effect that resulted directly from the attention and care that had been invested in its growing. In the kitchens where Qin Hao worked every single day, and where his carefully trained students now prepared meals for the entire sect's population, food was being created with complete and unfailing attention. Ingredients were selected with deep understanding of their properties and their unique potential. Preparation was done with sustained presence and clear intention at every step. Meals that emerged from those kitchens were never merely food in the conventional sense, but genuine cultivation vehicles. Every meal a practice, every dish a meditation, every bite an opportunity for whoever consumed it to connect with the intention and presence that had gone into its creation from beginning to end. In the calligraphy halls where Lan Ji taught and personally developed new students into genuine masters of the craft, characters were being drawn with the precise intention and meaning they carried. Students practiced writing the same character thousands of times, not for the sake of empty mechanical repetition, but to reach the point where the character flowed directly from hand and heart and spirit, without the ego self getting in the way to obstruct the flow. Every scroll of calligraphy that left those halls carried profound clarity with it, the clarity of words written with complete presence and absolute awareness. Diplomats and scholars actively sought them out. People who carefully read them felt the deep truth contained in them. The teaching was no longer obscure or hidden. It had moved from the forgotten margins of the sect to its very foundation. Life mastery had thoroughly transformed from a path for failed disciples into a legitimate and valued alternative that the sect actively supported and promoted. Resources flowed to it. The most talented people increasingly chose to pursue it. The entire sect was fundamentally different because of it. It had become, genuinely and undeniably, the essential foundation of the sect's future path, direction, and destiny. And though Ye Minguan would continue to teach for decades more, guiding ever more students, refining his approach based on new insights from the ancient texts, deepening his own understanding through the continuous practice and teaching, something fundamental had shifted and completed itself in the world. The cycle had finished its complete rotation. The old way, nearly forgotten by the world, had been remembered, recovered from the dust of centuries, embodied again in living practice. Now it would spread outward, not through forced doctrine or institutional mandate, not through coercion or pressure, but through the simple, undeniable proof that it worked. That patience could accomplish what rushed ambition could not. That complete attention could heal what mere force could only break. That a life lived with genuine presence and true mastery over one's own discipline was infinitely more valuable than 10 lives lived in constant struggle for external power and status. The outer elder, the humble teacher who had worked in complete obscurity for centuries, whose teaching was now being recognized and actively studied throughout the cultivation world, had completed the essential work he had been born to do in this era. He had recovered what was lost. He had remembered what the world had forgotten. And he had shown, through the undeniable results of his students, that the path he taught was genuine, necessary, and capable of transforming not just individuals but entire institutions. His students, including Lan Ji and Qin Hao and Wei Chun, would carry it forward with dedication and presence. And their students, in turn, would carry it further, deepening it, applying it fresh in their own times. And across the ages, across countless generations and eras spanning millennia, the lineage would persist, cycling inevitably between being forgotten and remembered, buried under the weight of other priorities and then rediscovered, always waiting dormant in the understanding of those who remembered, for the moment when the world would again be ready to learn what it had lost and rediscover the original path of cultivation. End of chapters 21 to 40. Story 150. The Elder Who Only Taught Life Skills. Chapter 41. 3 provinces over. In a city perched at the convergence of two major rivers, Magistrate Liu adjusted his robes and examined the cartography spread across his desk with the focus of a hunter studying prey. The local maps showed the Sunlit Valley sect's territory marked in careful brushstrokes. The temple grounds, the residential compounds, the carefully plotted agricultural lands that fed the region. What the maps didn't show, but what Magistrate Liu understood with perfect clarity, was the water system that made all of it possible. A series of reservoirs and channeled streams, fed by mountain springs, supplied the sect and by extension the surrounding villages with fresh water. The magistrate had been studying this arrangement for months, ever since he realized that the sect's recent reforms and widespread popularity had begun cutting into his own profit margins. They healed the sick for donations instead of fees. They taught farming techniques that reduced the village dependence on the magistrate's grain monopoly. They had become, in effect, a second power center in the region, one that operated on principles he found both confusing and deeply threatening. Magistrate Liu was not a stupid man. He was merely a man with a particular understanding of how power worked. Power came through control. Control came through scarcity. Make something rare, make people desperate for it, then profit from their desperation. The sect's philosophy, that abundance could be created through careful cultivation, that resources could be shared, that strength came through teaching rather than hoarding, was not merely different from his worldview. It was actively hostile to it. He had sent inquiries already, carefully worded, to various merchants and functionaries who dealt in rare substances. What he had received in return was a small vial of powder, carefully wrapped and sealed, which sat now in a locked cabinet in the back room of his office. The merchant had been vague about what it was, but clear about what it did. Mixed into a water supply, it would sicken anyone who drank from it. Not quickly enough to allow for obvious connection, the illness would emerge over days, spreading slowly, seeming like a natural outbreak. And the worst part, from the perspective of Magistrate Liu's eventual goals, was that there was no cure. The merchant had been explicit. Once in a water supply, it was there until the water source was replaced or drained entirely. Magistrate Liu was not accustomed to hesitation, but he paused now, examining the powder-filled vial through the cabinet glass, considering what it would mean to use it. If the sect's water supply was contaminated, the outbreaks would begin slowly. A few disciples here and there, growing ill, isolating themselves. Then more. Then the surrounding villages. Then panic. The sect's reputation as healers would be tested. When they inevitably failed to cure what was incurable, their prestige would crumble. In the chaos that followed, the desperate need for someone with resources and authority to coordinate response, he could assert greater control over the region. He could seize the sect's lands, claiming it was necessary for quarantine. He could consolidate the farming operations, the water rights, the authority. The profit was significant. The risk was also significant, but manageable. He was still considering these calculations when one of his subordinates entered, announcing a visitor. Magistrate Liu did not like unannounced visitors, but when told who it was, his expression shifted to something more careful and calculating. The woman who entered was well-dressed, clearly educated, with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. She gave her name as Feng Wei and claimed to represent a network of merchants with certain particular interests in the region. Magistrate Liu gestured for her to sit. "You have been inquiring," she said without preamble, "about certain substances. Poisons specifically that work through water supplies. Substances that are difficult or impossible to cure. I don't know what you're referring to," Magistrate Liu said automatically, but his hand drifted toward the locked cabinet. "Of course you don't," Feng Wei said, with the manner of someone who is playing a game with a set of agreed-upon rules. "And I am not here to speak to you about anything specific. I am here to tell you that there are people, organizations, really, who would be very interested in seeing the Sunlit Valley sect's reputation damaged, who would pay quite substantially for such an outcome, who have, in fact, already paid for certain materials that might make such an outcome possible." Magistrate Liu said nothing, but he was listening with the whole of his attention now. "If the sect were to experience a crisis," Feng Wei continued, "one that proved that their healing methods were ineffective against a serious contamination, one that perhaps spread to the surrounding region, such a thing would be of significant interest to my employers." "And who do your employers represent?" Magistrate Liu asked carefully. "That is not information I am authorized to share," Feng Wei said. "What I am authorized to share is that compensation would be substantial. What I am authorized to communicate is that your actions would not be isolated or observed as unusual. There are other groups working towards similar outcomes elsewhere. What you would be doing would be part of a larger pattern, a coordinated effort to demonstrate that the recent prominence of the Sunlit Valley sect is temporary, that its methods are a passing fad without real foundation, that traditional hierarchies of power will ultimately prevail." She paused, letting that sink in. "I should also mention," she said, "that if you decline this opportunity, there are other magistrates in other regions who would not decline. Your region would simply experience its contamination through different channels, whether you participate or not. But the outcome would be similar." Magistrate Liu understood a threat when he heard one. What he was hearing was, cooperate, or be swept aside and replaced by someone who would. He reached for the locked cabinet and withdrew the vial. "How would such a contamination be implemented?" he asked, his voice steady with the ease of someone who had, effectively, already committed himself to the act. Feng Wei smiled. Not a warm smile, but one of professional satisfaction. "There is a village upstream from the sect's main water intake," she said. "A waterkeeper employed by the magistrate. A man who could be persuaded or replaced to ensure that a small amount of this substance makes it into the water stream at precisely the right time. The timing is important. Too fast, and it becomes obvious. Too slow, and the effect is negligible. But with proper sequencing, the illness will begin in the surrounding villages first, reach the sect within days, and by then will appear to be a natural outbreak." She stood, preparing to leave. "I will return in 3 days," she said. "At that time, I will expect to know whether the Sunlit Valley sect's water supply will be contaminated or not. If yes, my employers will begin transferring the first tranche of payment. If no, I will communicate your refusal to others who have shown greater willingness to cooperate." She left before Magistrate Liu could respond, leaving him alone with the vial and the clarity of his own intentions. He was going to do it, not because he had chosen to, precisely, but because he had been presented with a choice that reduced to do this or be replaced by someone else. The logic was simple. The outcome was inevitable. The poison would be released into the water supply within the week. Chapter 42. The first person to fall ill was a farmer named Huang from the village of Xiafeng, 5 miles downstream from the Sunlit Valley sect's primary water intake. Huang's wife noticed on a morning that her husband had taken no breakfast, that his skin had taken on a grayish tint, that he was burning with fever. She sent for the village healer, who came with herbs and careful guidance. But the fever did not break. The fever, when it came to Huang, came with a particular quality of wrongness. It was not the fever that comes from infection, which typically begins with a single point of heat and spreads outward. This fever began everywhere at once, a kind of systemic overheating that suggested the poison had entered his body and circulated through the bloodstream before beginning its work. His wife, Huang's wife, noticed first the change in the smell of his skin, a particular acrid quality that suggested something fundamental was not functioning properly. The village healer, when she arrived, did something that became characteristic of the crisis. She sat with Huang for a long time without attempting anything, simply observing, feeling into the quality of his condition with her own cultivated sensitivity. The grayish discoloration that began to appear on his skin, particularly around his fingers and face, was not the pale of blood loss. It was something else, a kind of desiccation, as if the poison was draining something essential from his cells. By the following day, Huang was not alone. 3 other villagers from Xiafeng showed similar symptoms. And from the neighboring village of Xiatong, a young woman who drew water from the same source had developed the same characteristic grayish tone to her skin and the same fever that would not respond to conventional treatment. The village healers began to coordinate, sharing information, trying different approaches, but nothing seemed to work. The fever ran its course, and in one case, an elderly man whose health had already been fragile, the illness carried him away. The death triggered fear. The fear triggered migration. Families began moving away from Xiafeng, traveling to stay with relatives in other regions, not understanding that they carried the contaminated water in their bodies and would begin the cycle again wherever they settled. By the end of the first week, there were sick people in 6 different villages. By the end of the second week, word had reached the Sunlit Valley sect. A young disciple, newly trained in herbal medicine by Wei Chen's expanded medicinal garden, was doing community service in one of the affected villages and returned to the sect with reports of a mysterious illness spreading without obvious cause. Wei Chen brought this information immediately to Ye Minguan, who listened with the careful attention he brought to all serious matters. The description matched no conventional sickness he was aware of. A grayish discoloration of the skin, a fever that did not respond to known treatments, a progression that ranged from severe debilitation to death in the weakest patients. It sounds like it might be waterborne, Wei Chen said carefully. The villages are all downstream of each other, sharing the same water source chain. Ye Minguan's expression shifted to something more focused. A possibility was forming. He asked to be taken directly to the stream that supplied those villages. When he arrived at the water source, he did something that surprised his escort. He simply sat by the stream for an hour, barely moving, watching the water flow with intense attention. His students, trained in his methods, understood that he was not idle. He was observing. He was trying to feel the subtle wrongness that his intuition suggested might be present. When he finally stood, his face carried the weight of difficult knowledge. Something has been introduced into this water, he said quietly. I cannot name it or describe it precisely, but the flow feels wrong. Subtle. Intentional. This was not a natural contamination. Someone introduced this. Poisoned? Wei Chen asked, horror beginning to crystallize into focus. Carefully poisoned, Ye Minguan confirmed, in a way calculated to seem like a natural outbreak, and timed perfectly to coincide with our recent prominence. Someone wants the sect's reputation damaged. The implications settled heavily on both of them. What do we do? Wei Chen asked. His gardening had never prepared him for this kind of antagonism. His entire path had been premised on growth, on careful cultivation, on creation. He had no framework for understanding intentional destruction. Ye Minguan was already moving back toward the sect, his mind working through possibilities and constraints. First, he said, we inform the sect master. This is not a natural crisis, but a deliberate attack. Second, we begin work immediately on an antidote. You will need to grow some very specific plants, ones not currently in our gardens. Third, we prepare for the fact that once we begin providing an effective treatment, the person responsible will know they have failed. This situation will escalate. I can grow anything the texts describe, Wei Chen said, moving into the focused clarity of someone who understood their role. But I will need time, and specific seeds or plants to start from. Some of what you'll need might not be available in this region. Then we will need to be creative, Ye Minguan said. Send riders to the sect's contact networks. We have allies in other regions now. Request that they send any medicinal plants matching these descriptions. Request that they send them quickly. Wei Chen was already mentally organizing the list of what would be needed, running calculations in his mind about growth cycles and seasonal timing. His centuries of gardening practice had given him an almost instinctive understanding of what was biologically possible in various time frames. I can have preliminary batches of certain antidote plants growing within days, he said. Full harvests that can be distributed widely, that will take longer. 3 weeks minimum, perhaps 4. Then we have 3 weeks, Ye Minguan said, before the crisis reaches its peak and we are forced to act. He did not yet understand what that would mean or what it would require of him, but he could sense that the hidden years of preparation, the teaching, the building of relationships, the proving of his methods, had been moving inevitably toward this moment. The philosophy of life mastery was about to be tested not in the abstract or in the quiet spaces of the sect, but in the full, glaring light of a region-wide crisis. Chapter 43 News of the spreading sickness moved faster than the sickness itself. By the middle of the third week, the surrounding villages had become aware that the Sunlit Valley sect was investigating the source. That awareness had several effects, not all of them positive. Fear, primarily. Fear created a kind of magic all its own, one that spread through villages faster than any actual illness. Stories began circulating, some rooted in the reality of sick people and mounting deaths, some purely speculative. The water was poisoned by demons. The sect had attracted the wrath of ancient spirits. Someone had performed dark magic to curse the region. Each story was slightly different, but all of them conveyed the same central message. Something was deeply wrong, and no one understood why. The second effect was blame. When people are frightened, they look for someone to hold responsible. The sect master's decision to incorporate life mastery into the sect's official doctrine had been relatively recent, and, to many in the traditional cultivation world, controversial. There were those who had opposed it, who believed that the old way was being contaminated by new philosophies. As the sickness spread, these opponents found their narrative suddenly validated. The sect had brought this curse upon itself through its heretical practices. If they had maintained the traditional path instead of embracing life mastery, none of this would have happened. Jiang Tao, who had been slowly accepting the validity of life mastery through the experience of having his own foundation stabilized by it, found himself confronted with these accusations from other elders. He did not defend Ye Minguan initially. His pride was still too fragile for that, but he also did not join the attacks. He sat in council meetings and listened, his expression unreadable. The third effect was desperation. As the body count climbed, 8 deaths in the surrounding villages by the end of the third week, families began traveling to the sect itself, begging for help, bringing their sick relatives, asking if the healers could do anything. The sect's medical facilities, which had been expanded significantly in recent years, were quickly overwhelmed. It was in the middle of this chaos that Ye Minguan made his first public statement about the crisis to anyone other than the immediate leadership. He called for the sickest patients, those who seemed likely to die without intervention, to be brought to Wei Chen's gardens, which had been rapidly expanded into a kind of medical sanctuary. The gardens themselves, tended with cultivation-level mastery, seemed to have a healing effect on people who spent time within them. The air felt clearer. The light seemed softer. The very soil, when handled properly, could be prepared into poultices that eased pain. We do not yet have the full antidote, Ye Minguan told the gathering, his voice quiet but audible to everyone present. But we have something that might help, and we will work continuously until we have more. The act of doing something, of being present with the sick, of offering what small relief was available, of communicating clearly and honestly about what was known and what was still unknown, had a stabilizing effect on the frightened families. It was not the guarantee of cure, but it was the presence of someone who was willing to work, who had resources, who was actively engaged with the problem rather than hiding from it. Wei Chen's gardens became a place of pilgrimage for desperate families. The medicinal plants that were already mature began to be harvested daily, their properties refined and distributed. Wei Chen himself worked from dawn until late night, coordinating with his growing team of apprentices, carefully preparing compounds and poultices, ensuring that no plant was wasted, that every property was maximized. In the kitchens, Qin Hao made a different kind of contribution. He prepared meals specifically designed for people recovering from severe illness, broths that nourished deeply without requiring much digestive effort, dishes that repaired damage to the body, meals that conveyed care and attention through every element of their composition. Families who had lost appetite through fear found themselves able to eat when Qin Hao's food was placed before them. The nourishment itself seemed to accelerate healing. In the calligraphy halls, Lan Ji worked with sick individuals, particularly those whose minds had been affected by high fevers, teaching them to write single characters. The act of making a mark on paper with intention, the focus required to form a shape carefully, proved to have a grounding effect on people who were confused or disoriented. The practice seemed to help them think clearly again, to remember who they were. And in a quiet corner of the sect's library, Ye Minguan sat with the ancient texts spread before him, searching for any reference to poisons that matched the symptoms he was seeing, any historical precedent for this kind of carefully engineered crisis. The texts were largely silent on such things. The cultivation world of past ages had apparently not faced deliberate poisoning on this scale, but they did contain information about certain rare plants that could counteract toxic substances if prepared properly and used in the right combinations. By the end of the third week, Wei Chen's first batch of the key antidote plants had reached full growth. The plants themselves, a combination of 3 different rare herbs that grew nowhere else in the region, Plants that Wei Chun had coaxed into existence through a combination of careful seed work and cultivation mastery, were harvested and processed immediately. The antidote was not a simple cure. It needed to be administered carefully, in specific doses, over a series of days. But it worked. The first person to receive it, an elderly woman from Xiafeng who had been gravely ill, showed signs of recovery within 2 days. The gray discoloration of her skin began to fade. The fever broke. Her mind, which had begun to wander, refocused itself. Word of the recovery spread as quickly as fear had spread. The effect was electrifying. If the antidote worked for one person, it could work for others. The sect was not failing, it was succeeding. The teaching of life mastery was not heretical, it was powerful, practical, and actively saving lives. Desperation shifted into hope. But Magistrate Lu, receiving news of this development, shifted into something else entirely: anger, and then calculation. Chapter 44. Feng Wei returned to Magistrate Lu's office on what would have been the day of her promised compensation, only to find the magistrate in a state of controlled fury. The poison he had released into the water supply had failed to produce the collapse of the sect's reputation that had been promised. Instead, the opposite had occurred. The sect had gained standing, the disciples had proven effective in crisis, and the magistrate's own position was being threatened. The plan has failed, Feng Wei said calmly. Looking at the reports Magistrate Lu had spread across his desk, reports of recoveries, of the antidote being distributed, of the sect's reputation being enhanced rather than damaged by their response to the crisis. Your plan failed, Magistrate Lu corrected coldly. My question is what you intend to do about it. Feng Wei was quiet for a moment, reading the situation with the care of someone whose life might depend on making the correct assessment. Escalation, she said finally. The poison was designed to damage reputation through a slow, ambiguous crisis. It failed because the sect's methods were sufficient to counter it. The next approach will need to be more direct, more obvious, more destructive. Explain, Magistrate Lu said. There is a second substance, Feng Wei said, more powerful than the first, more deadly. If released into the water supply now, while people are still frightened and confused, while the sect's resources are stretched trying to care for the sick, it would overwhelm their capacity to respond. The second wave would be catastrophic. Bodies would pile up. Fear would transform into panic. The sect would be revealed as incapable of handling a true crisis. They would lose authority. They would lose standing. The regional government, your authority, would become the only stable structure left. You could seize control entirely. What is the cost? Magistrate Lu asked, understanding that there was always a cost. Financial and organizational only, Feng Wei said. The employers will provide the substance and the timing. What is required is your continued cooperation in implementing the release. A clear path to the water supply. Protection of our agents while they work. And afterward, your silence. Magistrate Lu considered this. The initial poison had been presented as a subtle thing, a way to damage the sect without direct confrontation. This was something else. This was war. And war had a way of destroying magistrates who were not careful about maintaining plausible deniability. If this second wave occurs, he said carefully, it will be obvious that it is intentional. The sect will know they are under attack. There will be retribution. Almost certainly, Feng Wei agreed. But by that point, the damage will be done. The sect's reputation will be destroyed beyond recovery. And the cultivation world at large will be aware that they have been discredited. Political momentum, once shifted, is difficult to shift back. Magistrate Lu was quiet for a long moment, running calculations in his mind about risk and reward, about what he could survive and what would destroy him. I need time to consider, he said finally. You have 1 day, Feng Wei said. My employers are moving resources into position. They need to know whether to proceed or withdraw. 1 day is all the consideration time that can be spared. She left, and Magistrate Lu was alone again with his desk and his calculations and the knowledge of his own complicity in the first poisoning that had already been deployed. Unknown to Magistrate Lu, and unknown to Feng Wei, a disciple of Ye Minguan had been in the magistrate's city 3 days prior, doing the kind of quiet information gathering that life mastery practitioners did naturally. The disciple was a young woman named Chen Mei, who had been trained in a unique combination of practices: the calligraphy of Lan Ji, the cooking skills of Qin Hao, and the gardening practices of Wei Chun. She had come to the city to trade for certain rare seeds that the sect's expanded gardens required. Instead, she had overheard a conversation between a merchant woman and a magistrate's official in an inn. She had not heard everything, but she had heard enough. Something about a second poison, about timing, about destruction of the sect. She had not reported this immediately because she was, by training and inclination, careful about claims that could not be fully supported. But she had held the information carefully, thinking about it, trying to determine what it meant and what should be done about it. By the time Feng Wei left Magistrate Lu's office, Qin Mei was already on her way back to the sect, traveling at the fastest pace her horse could sustain. She arrived, dusty and exhausted, just after nightfall. Ye Minguan received her in his quarters and listened as she reported what she had overheard. Ye Minguan's expression did not change, but his mind was working very quickly through the implications. Someone is deliberately poisoning the water supply, Qin Mei said, and they are planning to do it again, with something more deadly. They want to destroy the sect's reputation and seize control of the region through chaos. Then the first poisoning was not accidental, Ye Minguan said. It was deliberate, intentional. Yes, Qin Mei confirmed. Ye Minguan sat in silence for a long moment, and when he spoke, his voice was very quiet. We have no choice then, he said. We must move beyond what we have been and become what this moment requires. We must stop this attack. We must protect not just the sect but the entire region. And we must do it in a way that proves, once and for all, that life mastery is not passive resignation to circumstance. It is active, powerful, and capable of standing against intentional opposition. Chapter 45. For the first time in nearly 300 years, Ye Minguan called a formal assembly of the sect's leadership that was not about routine governance or philosophical discussion. He called it to declare, in front of the entire council, that the sect faced an external threat that must be addressed through coordinated action. The council chambers fell into absolute silence when he began to speak. Nothing in Ye Minguan's history suggested he would ever initiate something so overtly confrontational. Someone has poisoned the water supply that feeds this region, he said, his voice calm but carrying absolute clarity. Someone has deliberately engineered the crisis we are currently facing. And someone is planning a second, more destructive poisoning within the next few days. The reactions were varied: shock, anger, denial, confusion. But the sect master, who had come to trust Ye Minguan's judgment, asked immediately, "How do you know this?" "One of our disciples overheard a conversation," Ye Minguan said. "The details are limited but sufficient. We have perhaps 2 days before the next poisoning is released. We have perhaps 1 more day to identify where it will be released and prevent it. This is a matter for the magistrate," Jiang Tao said immediately, his voice carrying skepticism. "Not for the sect to handle directly. The magistrate," Ye Minguan said, "is the one directing the poisoning, or at minimum, permitting it with knowledge of what he is allowing. The evidence suggests both." The council erupted in voices, some demanding immediate military action, some wanting more evidence, some suggesting they appeal to higher authorities. Through all of it, Ye Minguan waited, calm and patient. When the noise finally subsided, he spoke again. "I am not asking for violence," he said. "I am asking for coordinated action. We have certain resources. We have knowledge that others do not. We have capability that would surprise those who believe us weak. I am asking that we use what we have to solve this problem, not through force, but through skill and presence, and the careful application of life mastery principles to a complex situation." "What do you propose?" the sect master asked. "First," Ye Minguan said, "we identify the precise location where the second poisoning will be released. We send skilled observers to monitor the water system. We watch carefully and patiently. Second, we prepare to counter the poison at the moment of release. Wei Chen's gardens have produced plants capable of neutralizing the toxin. We have refined the antidote. What we need is time and information. Third, once we have identified the perpetrators, we gather evidence. We document everything. We bring the matter before the regional government with clarity and proof. Fourth, we prepare to protect the water supply going forward. We create a monitoring system. We establish filters and safeguards. We ensure this cannot happen again. But most importantly," Ye Minguan said, "we respond as those trained in life mastery. We respond with presence, with clarity, with complete attention to detail. We respond with the kind of careful, methodical action that has made everything we do effective. We do not respond with rage or with the desire for revenge. We respond with the intention to solve a problem and to protect the people of this region." It was the sect master who, after a moment of consideration, broke the silence. "Tell us what you need," he said. "The sect will provide it." And in that moment, something shifted fundamentally in the sect's understanding of who Ye Minguan was and what he was capable of when circumstances forced him from his self-imposed limitations. The outer elder, the teacher who had worked for centuries in obscurity, who had never sought position or authority, who had always been content to teach quietly in the margins, was about to transform from hidden figure into the architect of the sect's response to an external threat. The philosophy of life mastery was about to prove itself in the arena of conflict and crisis, against an opponent who believed that only violence and brutality held power. And the region was about to discover that Ye Minguan's 3 centuries of patient teaching had not been passive. They had been preparation for exactly this moment. End of chapters 41 to 45. Total step 3 so far. 5,245 words. When Ye Minguan made his decision, the choice was not driven by anger or desire for revenge. It was driven by something more fundamental. The recognition that a threat to life mastery cultivation was, by definition, a threat to the future itself. The crisis would define whether the philosophy could survive organized opposition. If they failed now, the message would be clear: traditional power structures would always win. Life mastery would be forgotten as a foolish experiment. But there was more to it than strategy. Ye Minguan felt, in the quiet spaces of his own cultivation, a righteous anger that he had rarely allowed himself to feel. Not anger at Magistrate Lu specifically, though that was present. Rather, anger at the fundamental principle being expressed through the poisoning. The belief that abundance must be hoarded, that sharing is weakness, that power comes only through control of scarcity. He had spent centuries teaching a different way, and now that way was being tested under fire. We need to prepare the region, he told the inner council of disciples that had gathered, Wei Chun, Qin Hao, Lan Ji, and several others. Not for defense, but for knowledge. When people understand what is happening, when they see that this is deliberate, they will make their own choices about where their loyalty lies. You want to tell them? Lan Ji asked, surprised. That the magistrate is responsible? Not tell them. Ye Minguan corrected. Show them. Let the evidence speak. And more importantly, let them see how life mastery responds to crisis. Not with retaliation, but with deeper commitment to the principles that sustain the region's people. The weight of this responsibility settled visibly on everyone present. They were not warriors preparing for battle. They were healers, farmers, cooks, artists, people who had chosen the long path of cultivation through daily practice. And now they were being called to something larger, to prove, in the eyes of a frightened region, that their way of thinking about power was not just philosophically superior, but practically effective. There is one more thing, Ye Minguan said quietly. When the second wave comes, and I believe it will come, we will need to respond with total commitment. Wei Chun, you will need to increase production of the antidote beyond what you thought possible. Qin Hao, the care and feeding of sick people will become your entire focus. Lan Ji, you will work with those who are recovering, helping them understand what they have survived and what it means. And I will work on the larger problem, identifying who is responsible and ensuring they cannot do this again. He paused, letting the weight of this settle. This is not what we expected when we chose to teach life mastery openly, but it is the choice we are being offered. Accept it or retreat back into hiding. Chapter 46. Within the time span of a single night, Ye Minguan and the sect master had organized a network of discreet observers positioned at every point where poisoning could theoretically be introduced into the regional water system. These were not martial disciples trained in combat or surveillance. They were life mastery practitioners, gardeners, cooks, calligraphers, medicine makers, people whose disciplines had trained them in absolute attention to detail, in the capacity to observe without being obvious, in the development of a kind of sixth sense that came from working with natural materials for decades. One team was positioned at the waterkeeper station upstream, the critical choke point where water first flowed through human infrastructure. Another team was at the distribution point where water from the main stream was divided into channels leading to different villages. A third team was stationed at the secondary intake where the sect itself drew its water. Each team included at least 2 people, arranged so that neither would need to remain in place for more than 4 hours before being relieved. A schedule designed to maintain absolute alertness without requiring the kind of extreme endurance that created errors in judgment. The observers were instructed with absolute clarity about what they were looking for: unfamiliar individuals, unusual activities, anything that suggested an intervention into the water system. They were also instructed to be, without question, nonviolent should they encounter the perpetrators. Observe, document, report, nothing more. Wei Chun had returned to his gardens with renewed focus and purpose. The crisis that had initially felt like threat had transformed, under Ye Minguan's guidance, into opportunity. The sect was asking for what he could provide. The world was asking him to step into his full capacity. And Wei Chun, at 430 years old, after 40 years of dedicated gardening practice, responded by producing results that seemed to border on miraculous. In a concentrated garden space, he had cultivated and now rapidly grew several critical plants. One was a water-purifying herb that, when properly prepared, could be introduced into contaminated water supplies to render toxins inert. Another was a kind of sensing plant, a rare specimen that changed color in the presence of certain poisons. A third was a plant whose properties seemed almost designed for exactly this crisis. When dried and burned as incense, it could mask the presence of poison to any investigator who was not specifically trained to detect it through other methods. Wei Qin worked with his expanded team of gardening apprentices, each of them bringing their own level of cultivation mastery. They harvested plants at exact moments of readiness. They processed them with precision, drying or grinding or extracting properties exactly as was required. They prepared the antidote compounds according to formulas Ye Minguan had derived from the ancient texts. It was not a slow process. With Wei Qin's guidance and the underlying power of life mastery driving it, an entire region's worth of antidote could be prepared in the course of 3 days. But the critical question was, would they have that 3 days, or would the second poisoning be released sooner than they expected? In the magistrate's office, another kind of observation was taking place. Feng Wei had returned with the second poison, a substance far more dangerous than the first, packed into containers designed to dissolve slowly into water over the course of several days, meaning that once released, it would be nearly impossible to trace and would be continuously released into the water system rather than existing as a single poisoning event. Magistrate Liu was examining the containers, his hands steady but his mind turbulent. Feng Wei was watching him with the careful attention of someone assessing whether her tool would remain reliable or would need to be replaced. "It is still not too late to withdraw," Liu said, without conviction. "It is not," Feng Wei agreed. "But withdrawal would result in severe consequences for you. My employers do not respond well to cooperation that becomes abandonment halfway through the execution. If you refuse now, you will have the poison released anyway, but your involvement will be exposed in the process. You would face charges from the sect, from the regional authorities, possibly from the kingdom itself. Your position would be forfeit. Your wealth would be seized. You would face execution for crimes against a sect and for deliberate poisoning of a regional water supply. The risk of withdrawal is considerably higher than the risk of completion." She had, of course, calculated this entirely. The threat she was making was not subtle, but it was entirely accurate. Liu had already committed himself too far. There was no path backward that did not lead to his destruction. When he asked, "Tomorrow night," Feng Wei said, "we have agents prepared. We have the waterkeeper either eliminated or persuaded to permit access. The release will occur at midnight and will continue throughout the night. By morning, the contamination will have entered the water system. By evening of the following day, the first cases of illness will be emerging. By the third day, deaths will be mounting. The sect will be forced to choose between trying to save the region, which will fail because the amount of poison is overwhelming, or saving themselves, which will destroy their moral authority." Magistrate Liu nodded slowly, as if accepting an inevitable future. What he did not know was that Chun Mei's message had reached Ye Minguan, and that Ye Minguan had spent the previous evening reviewing the ancient texts for any reference to the kind of poison that Feng Wei had described. The texts, drawn from thousands of years of cultivation history, had contained detailed information about persistent toxins, about how they worked, and, critically, about how they could be neutralized. Chapter 47. The waterkeeper's name was Tao Zhou, and he had held the position for 32 years. His job was relatively simple: maintain the intake systems, ensure the water flowed properly, manage the basic infrastructure that kept the region supplied. It was not glamorous work, but it was essential work, and Tao Zhou took pride in doing it well. He was 62 years old and had never been involved in anything more complicated than the occasional conflict with other keepers over water distribution rights and fair allocation. When Feng Wei appeared at his station with specific instructions and a large amount of money, offering him either cooperation or death, his mind had been difficult to manage for several hours before his practical nature reasserted itself. He was not a wealthy man. He would never be a wealthy man. His children worked as farmers and craftspeople, living simple lives. The amount of money being offered was enough to change several generations of their futures. The alternative was a quiet death that would achieve nothing. So he had, with profound reluctance and self-disgust, agreed. When the poison containers were brought to him the next evening, he had accepted them. He understood what was being asked: simple introduction at a specific time, then departure. No involvement, no witnessing, no connection that could be traced. Just one moment of action that would poison a region. He was standing at the intake station when Ye Minguan appeared, walking calmly through the darkness without any obvious security or protection, simply carrying a staff and accompanied by 3 other people. The sight of Ye Minguan seemed to crack something open in Tao Zhou's chest. The old elder had a reputation even among the villages: a teacher, a healer, someone who had spent centuries working quietly to help people become better versions of themselves. Tao Zhou had heard stories of Ye Minguan's disciples, how their food could sustain you, how their medicine could cure you, how their presence could calm you when you were frightened. And Tao Zhou had been asked to poison the water supply that would kill the very people this elder was trying to help. Ye Minguan did not seem angry when he looked at Tao Zhou. He simply seemed sad, with a sadness that encompassed the waterkeeper's situation and his limited choices and his very human inability to face death with equanimity. "The containers," Ye Minguan said quietly. "Where are they?" Tao Zhou pointed without speaking. There was nothing left to protect by lying. One of the people with Ye Minguan, a woman Tao Zhou did not recognize, moved forward and examined the containers. She opened each one and, with incredible precision, used a small brush to mark each container with a symbol drawn in a substance that smelled faintly of flowers. "What is that?" Tao Zhou asked, his voice small. "A substance that renders the poison inert," the woman said. She was Wei Qin's most skilled apprentice, trained in the refined understanding of how to modify toxic substances. "Your poison will no longer work as intended. The region is now protected against it." "The money," Tao Zhou said. "The people who hired me, they will know." "Yes," Ye Minguan agreed. "They will know, and they will be very angry with you. This is the point in your story where you have a choice. You can remain complicit, taking money for a crime, or you can choose differently." "I have no choices," Tao Zhou said with despair. "They said they would kill me. My family." "That was not a truthful statement," Ye Minguan said. "But it was an effective threat because you believed it. What I am offering is protection. Come with us. Your family will come with us to the sect. You will all be given sanctuary. You will work with us to help resolve this crisis. And in doing so, you will have participated in preventing a tragedy rather than enabling one." He extended his hand. "But you must choose," Ye Minguan said. "I will not force this. I will not coerce you. Your freedom to choose is the only thing that makes your choice meaningful. Choose to stay and face the consequences of your complicity. Choose to come with us and face the challenge of becoming someone different than you have been." Tao Zhou stood for a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, weighing the weight of his own agency against the terror of what choosing might cost. Then he reached out and took Ye Minguan's hand. The waterkeeper's name was Tung Mu, and he had held his position for 17 years. His job was simple: maintain the flow of water from the mountain springs through the channels that fed the magistrate city. He lived in a small stone house beside the main intake point, and his entire existence revolved around the rhythm of water, the maintenance of channels, the careful adjustment of gates and flumes that controlled the flow. He was not a wealthy man. He was not powerful. He was not educated in the way that scholars were educated. But he understood water with an intimacy that few people possessed. He could read the subtle changes in flow that indicated a blockage upstream. He could sense, in the very vibration of the water moving through the channels, when something was wrong. His hands knew the texture of stone and sediment and growth patterns of moss in a way that educated people could never match. This knowledge became his curse when Feng Wei arrived at his door with 2 substantial men and a proposition. The proposition was simple: release a small amount of poison, a powder that would dissolve into the water and be carried downstream, into the main water intake at a specific time. Payment would be substantial. Tung Mu would never be asked to do it again. The poison was not his responsibility. It had been created by experts. He was simply being asked to help implement a small administrative change. Tung Mu's first response was refusal. But Feng Wei had come prepared for that, and she painted a picture of what would happen if he refused. His family would suffer. His position would be taken. His name would be associated with the poisoning anyway, and he would be executed as a traitor. Cooperation might save his life. The fear was real, and it was effective. But as Tung Mu walked through the night toward the water intake with the vial in his pocket, he experienced something that no amount of threat could have anticipated, an overwhelming sense that he was about to commit a cosmic violation. The water he kept, the water he had tended for 17 years, was not merely a utility. It was alive in a way that most people did not understand. It carried the essence of the mountains, the intention of the rainfall, the accumulated wisdom of the geological formations that it had filtered through. To deliberately poison it felt like poisoning the earth itself. He stood at the intake point in the darkness, vial in hand, unable to move. This was how Chun Mei found him, standing at the water's edge, tears streaming down his face, caught in a moment of total paralysis between his fear and his conscience. When she spoke, it was with the quiet authority of someone who understood water in her own way, through Wei Qin's gardens and the careful cultivation practices that had shown her how life connected to life at every level. "The water knows what you are holding," she said. "Can you feel it?" Tung Mu turned, startled, and for a long moment the two of them stood in the darkness, united by understanding. Chapter 48. The fury in Magistrate Lu's office the following morning was apocalyptic. Feng Wei received the news that her agents had found the poison containers rendered inert, that the water keeper had vanished, that somehow, impossibly, the sect had discovered the plan and prevented its execution. She did not express her anger verbally, but her reaction was to immediately contact her employers and report that Magistrate Lu's cooperation had become potentially compromised. Whatever happened next would happen between Lu and the larger organization he had involved himself with. Feng Wei's personal involvement was ended. Magistrate Lu, for his part, was experiencing a clarity that came only when a person understood they were thoroughly defeated. The first poisoning had failed. The second poisoning had been prevented, and both failures could be traced directly back to his cooperation with Feng Wei. He was now fully exposed. His choices had narrowed to flee or face consequences. He chose to flee, departing his city that afternoon with only the resources he could carry, abandoning his position, his property, his authority. He made it 3 provinces away before agents of the sect caught up with him and brought him back to face the regional government. But the actual crisis was not over. It had merely changed in form. Word of the second poisoning attempt spread through the region like wildfire. Stories about how the sect had discovered it, about how Ye Minguan himself had appeared in the darkness to prevent it, about how the water keeper had been rescued and protected. These stories transformed in the telling, each version slightly more dramatic than the last. By the time the stories had circulated through all the villages for a full day, Ye Minguan had taken on an almost mythological quality in the minds of the people he was protecting. More significantly, the regional government became deeply interested in understanding how a magistrate under their authority had become involved in poisoning the water supply. An investigation was launched. Evidence was gathered. The chain of connection that led from Magistrate Lu to Feng Wei to the mysterious employers who had provided the poison was slowly and painstakingly documented. It was during this investigation that something unexpected occurred. The mysterious employers, who had been operating in shadow, suddenly decided that discretion required eliminating any obvious connection to their activities. They sent agents to poison Magistrate Lu, attempting to silence him before he could provide testimony. The poisoning would have succeeded. Magistrate Lu was a broken man with no one to protect him, except that a healer trained in life mastery medicine happened to be in the same facility where Lu was being held. The healer recognized the signs of poisoning immediately. Wei Qin's antidote, which was now widely distributed throughout the region, was administered. Magistrate Lu survived, and he testified, providing names and details about the organization that had recruited him, about the substance he had been provided, about the explicit instructions to poison the water supply deliberately and systematically. The regional government, armed with this testimony, launched a broader investigation that extended beyond the immediate region. It became clear that what had initially seemed like a localized crime was actually part of a larger pattern. A coordinated effort by an organization known as the Void Cult to systematically undermine the Sunlit Valley sect, and, through it, the entire system of life mastery. The sect was not facing a simple crisis anymore. It was facing an existential threat from an organized opponent with resources and reach. Chapter 49. The news of the Void Cult's involvement transformed how the region understood the crisis. It was no longer a simple case of a corrupt magistrate trying to consolidate power. It was an attack on the entire philosophical foundation of the sect and, by extension, on the region's new way of understanding cultivation itself. In response to this realization, something remarkable occurred. Villages that had been suffering from the initial poisoning and had been healed by the sect's antidote began organizing themselves to help distribute the antidote to other regions. Families who had experienced the sect's care during the crisis began offering their own resources and labor to support the sect's work. Wei Qin found himself with an unexpected situation. Farmers who wanted to begin growing medicinal plants themselves, so that the burden of production would not fall entirely on the sect. Families requesting training in how to prepare basic antidotes so that villages would have some capacity to respond to future crises without waiting for direct sect intervention. It was a form of empowerment that came not from being given power directly, but from being taught the principles necessary to create power. A farmer who learned how to grow medicinal plants became not dependent on the sect, but a partner in the work of healing. A family that learned to prepare basic antidotes became a node in a network of protection rather than passive recipients of help. Ye Minguan observed this expansion with something approaching satisfaction. It was not the way he would have chosen for the philosophy to spread if he had been planning its expansion. But it was exactly the way the philosophy should spread, not through coercion or mandate or even direct teaching, but but through the natural consequence of people experiencing its value and choosing to learn it themselves. In the calligraphy halls, Lanji found herself teaching not just calligraphy as an art form, but calligraphy as a tool for clarity during crisis. People who had been traumatized by the poisoning threat found that the meditative practice of carefully forming characters helped them process fear and regain emotional balance. The act of writing became a form of healing that could occur in any village, using nothing but paper and brush and ink. In the kitchens, Qin Hao was no longer just feeding the sect. He was training cooks from the surrounding villages, teaching them how to use food not just for nourishment, but for systematic healing of the trauma and damage that the crisis had caused. The understanding that food could carry intention, that a meal prepared with care could function as medicine. This understanding began spreading through the region's kitchens, transforming the entire culture around eating. The crisis that had begun as an attack on the sect was transforming into an expansion of what the sect represented. But the discovery of the Void cult's involvement meant something more serious was approaching. If the Void cult had attempted to destroy the sect through poison and political manipulation, and if that had failed, what would their next move be? An organization that defined itself through opposition to life mastery would not simply accept the failure of their initial attack. They would escalate. The sect was no longer just defending itself against a localized crisis. It was preparing for a conflict of much larger scale, one that was still months away but clearly approaching on the horizon. The withdrawal of Magistrate Lu's direct force did not end the crisis. Instead, it transformed it into something more subtle and, in some ways, more dangerous. A political battle fought through gossip, through the circulation of rumors, through the slow poisoning of public opinion. If the poison itself had failed, the narrative around it had not. The question now circulating through the region's villages and administrative centers was, had the sect brought the poison upon itself through its heretical practices? Was it genuinely an external attack, or was it the natural consequence of the sect's deviation from traditional cultivation? These were questions that could not be answered by pointing to evidence. They had to be answered by demonstrating, through action and presence, what life mastery actually meant. The expansion of life mastery into new domains happened almost spontaneously once the initial crisis response had proven successful. A blacksmith named Zhang, whose forge was essential to the village's economy, approached one of the disciples with an unusual question. Could the principles of life mastery be applied to the work of creating metal? The disciple, a young man named Tao, had to sit with this question for days before he understood how to answer it. But eventually it became clear. The principles could be applied to anything that required focus, skill, and the intention to create something of quality. Tao began visiting Zhang's forge in the early mornings, watching as he worked, gradually helping him understand that metalwork, the heating of, or the careful striking of the hammer, the quenching in water that made the metal hard and strong, could all be approached with the kind of attention that transformed work into cultivation. Within months, Zhang's metalwork improved in subtle but measurable ways. His pieces had a quality that people noticed and appreciated. And more importantly, Zhang himself felt different, as if his daily work had become less a repetitive chore and more a form of communication with the materials themselves. Wei Chen's gardens expanded further. Refugees from villages affected by the early poisoning were invited to stay at the sect, to participate in the healing process, to see with their own eyes the cultivation of medicinal plants and the careful application of life mastery principles to the problem of sickness. Families that arrived in desperation left as advocates. They returned to their villages with stories of the gardens, of the attentiveness of the disciples, of the way that food and medicine and teaching could work together to restore health. Qin Hao's kitchens became places of instruction. Families learned to prepare food in ways that honored both the ingredients and the person eating. They learned that cooking was not merely practical, but deeply connected to cultivation principles. The understanding of temperature and timing, the recognition of how different elements work together, the philosophy that nourishment was a form of love expressed through knowledge. Lanji worked with recovering people to help them understand their experience through the lens of calligraphy and observation. The act of writing, he taught, was an act of witnessing. When you wrote a character with full attention, you were paying respect to the thing it named. When the poisoning had disrupted their sense of self, writing their name carefully, line by line, helped them remember who they were. And in the background, Ye Minguan worked on the larger question, how to prevent such an attack from being successful in the future. He began training a new cadre of disciples in observation and protection, not the violent kind of protection, but the attentive kind. Disciples who could sense disturbance in natural systems, who could identify poisons in water sources, who could work with the regional authorities to establish monitoring systems that would catch contamination before it spread. The ripple effect of all this, the visible demonstration of life mastery principles in action, sustained over weeks and then months, was more powerful than any individual announcement or defense could have been. The region was watching a philosophy prove itself not in theory, but in practice, not in the comfortable confines of a sect, but in the messy reality of crisis response. Magistrate Liu, watching this same process, began to understand that he had lost. Not militarily, the sect was not threatening him militarily, but politically, narratively, he had been outmaneuvered. The region was choosing, of its own accord, to align with the sect and its teachings. His authority, once vast and unquestioned, was dissolving into irrelevance. Chapter 50. As the crisis entered its resolution phase, the investigation completed, Magistrate Liu facing trial, the water supply confirmed to be thoroughly protected, a phenomenon emerged that neither Ye Minguan nor the sect's leadership had anticipated. Individuals began arriving at the sect from other regions, drawn by stories of how life mastery had met the crisis and proven its value. But these were not young, failed disciples like Qin Hao had been. These were people with diverse backgrounds, merchants seeking to understand how to apply life mastery to their trade, monks from other sects wanting to study the philosophy, even a few combat cultivators who had begun to question their own path after witnessing the power of nonviolent responses to conflict. One of the most remarkable arrivals was a woman named Ye Minguan, a scholar and physician from 3 provinces away who had heard rumors about the crisis and had traveled to the sect to investigate them in person. She was 73 years old, with decades of training in medical practice, but her medical knowledge had reached a plateau. She had learned to treat symptoms efficiently, but she had never found the underlying principles that would allow her to systematically create health rather than just respond to illness. When Qin Yuan met with Ye Minguan and began studying under him, she brought a different kind of understanding to the life mastery path. She began to understand medicine as a form of cultivation, not just the application of techniques but the development of a deep attunement to how the body's systems functioned, how illness and health were not opposites, but points on a continuum that could be shifted through understanding and intention. Over the following weeks, Qin Yuan synthesized the knowledge of the ancient medical texts preserved in the sect's library with her own decades of practical medical experience. She created something new, a system of life mastery medicine that was more rigorous and systematic than anything that had existed before. Her framework allowed other healers, without her decades of experience, to access and apply principles that would have taken them centuries to discover independently. Similar innovations were emerging from other practitioners. A merchant named Guizhan began studying life mastery principles applied to trade, understanding that the careful attention and intention that went into cooking or gardening could be applied to the art of fair exchange and building community through commerce. He was developing a business philosophy that was radically different from the extraction and profit maximization that dominated the trading world. A combat cultivator named Shen Long, despite his years of training in violence, found himself drawn to the discipline of architecture and structural design. He began studying under one of Wei Chen's master gardeners, learning how to create spaces that were not just physically functional, but spiritually sustaining. He developed techniques for building structures in a way that carried presence and intention into every beam and stone. These new arrivals and their innovations were beginning to create something that neither Ye Minguan nor anyone else had explicitly planned, a movement. Life mastery was no longer just a teaching of one elder in one sect. It was spreading outward in diverse forms, being applied to different aspects of human life by people who were bringing their own backgrounds and expertise to the tradition. Ye Minguan observed all of this with interest but without attachment. He did not try to guide the innovations toward any particular direction. He simply made the ancient texts available to anyone who wanted to study them, facilitated introductions between practitioners who might have complementary knowledge, and occasionally offered observations when asked. The growth was organic, driven by the enthusiasm of people who had discovered something of genuine value and wanted to deepen it. It was during this period that Ye Minguan realized something profound about his own role. He had thought for centuries that his work was to prove life mastery's value through his own demonstration of it. But he was coming to understand that the true power of the philosophy was not in his personal achievement. It was in its transmissibility, its capacity to be learned, applied, deepened, and transformed by others. His role was not to be the perfect exemplar of the path. His role was to be a guide who made it possible for others to discover the path themselves. The crisis had revealed this truth with absolute clarity. He had not defeated the Void Cult's attack through his personal power. He had defeated it through the coordinated action of dozens of people who had each applied their understanding of life mastery in their own domain. The waterkeeper's daughter had become a garden apprentice. The farmer Huang had learned herbal medicine from Wei Chun. The healer who had saved Magistrate Lu's life was working in a village clinic where she had trained 3 younger healers. The philosophy was becoming woven into the fabric of how the region lived and functioned. Not because it had been mandated, but because people had experienced its value directly and chosen to learn it themselves. As he sat in his private quarters one evening, reviewing correspondence from these new practitioners and thinking about the innovations they were developing, Ye Minguan was struck by a clear realization. The crisis that had been meant to destroy the sect and the philosophy of life mastery had instead catalyzed its rapid evolution and expansion. The Void Cult's attack, intended as a death blow, had instead been the catalyst for something being born. End of chapters 46 to 50. Total step 3 so far. 10,225 words. Chapters 41 to 50. Chapter 51. The formal governmental hearing regarding Magistrate Lu's crimes took place in the provincial capital, with the sect's leadership in attendance and representatives from each of the poisoned villages testifying. But the most powerful testimony came not from official sources, but from the people themselves. One by one, villagers who had been poisoned and then healed by the sect's antidote stood before the assembled magistrates and administrators and spoke. They spoke of the fear of watching family members grow ill with no hope of cure. They spoke of the moment when someone from the sect arrived with medicine that worked. They spoke of the transformation from despair to hope. A woman named Huang, wife of the farmer Huang who had been the first to fall ill, spoke of how she had expected to bury her husband. Instead, she was standing in the provincial capital telling the government how the sect had saved him. She spoke with clarity and power, not because she had been trained in rhetoric, but because she was speaking about something that had genuinely transformed her life. More significantly, she spoke about Wei Chun. Not Wei Chun as an abstract principle, but as a person. She described the old gardener who had worked in his gardens with meditation-like focus while preparing the antidote. She described the presence he carried, a presence that seemed to convey without words that the situation would be resolved, that the knowledge necessary to create a cure existed, that time and careful attention would be sufficient. I did not understand, she said, what they meant by life mastery when I first heard the word. I thought it was something about cooking or gardening being important in some philosophical way. But after what happened, I understand now. Life mastery is about knowing. Knowing with absolute certainty that you can create the right outcome if you are willing to give sufficient attention and presence to the process. Wei Chun did not know at the beginning whether he would be able to create the cure, but he knew, with a certainty that came from his decades of working with plants, that if anyone could do it, someone who had spent 40 years understanding plants would be able to do it. He knew that the knowledge existed inside him, even if he hadn't consciously accessed it yet. She paused, allowing her words to settle. That is what I learned, she said. Life mastery is not about having the answer before you start. It is about having the confidence that the answer exists within your capacity to discover it. And that kind of confidence, that kind of trust in one's own capability, that is what created the antidote that saved my husband's life. The governmental hearing concluded with a verdict that was unambiguous. Magistrate Lu was found guilty of conspiracy to commit poisoning, of enabling a crime against a regional population, of abuse of authority for personal gain. He was sentenced to execution, though he was permitted to request pardon from the regional governor. The governor, recognizing that Lu had been manipulated by larger forces, offered him the alternative of lifetime exile. He would be permitted to live, but never to hold position again, and he would be required to leave the region and never return. Lu accepted the exile, understanding it as a mercy he did not deserve. But the most significant outcome of the hearing was that the regional government formally acknowledged the Sunlit Valley sect's role in saving the region from disaster. An official decree was issued recognizing the sect as a public institution with responsibilities for regional health and welfare. Resources were allocated to the sect for maintaining the antidote production system and for training healers throughout the region in life mastery medical principles. More importantly, the government issued a second decree specifically acknowledging life mastery as a legitimate cultivation path, equal in standing to traditional combat cultivation. Any magistrate or official who interfered with the sect's teaching or resources would face the same penalties that had been applied to Lu. It was a complete, public vindication. The philosophy that had been mocked in the sect's corridors just months before was now being protected and sponsored by the regional government. By the time the crisis reached its resolution, the last of the poisoning victims recovering, the antidote distributed widely enough that fear was giving way to something like cautious optimism. The public vindication of life mastery was so complete that it barely needed to be stated. The magistrate's authority was now openly questioned. Regional merchants were redirecting trade toward the sect, understanding that it was a stabilizing force rather than a disruptive one. Families that had previously been loyal to the traditional power structures were sending their children to study at the Sunlit Valley sect. But more importantly, something had shifted in how people understood the relationship between power and capability. The sect had not proven itself powerful through demonstration of magical mastery or combat prowess. It had proven itself powerful through attentiveness, through the kind of detailed, focused knowledge that life mastery required. They had understood the water system well enough to identify poisoning. They had understood medicine well enough to create an antidote. They had understood food and calligraphy and teaching well enough to help people recover from trauma. This was a different kind of power entirely, not the power of domination, but the power of competence. Not the power of control, but the power of understanding. A regional council was convened, and for the first time, representatives from the sect were asked to participate in discussions about governance, about resource management, about the future direction of the region. These were not formal leadership roles, but they were recognition that the sect's perspective, the life mastery perspective, had something valuable to contribute to decisions that affected everyone. In the midst of this vindication, Ye Minguan made a quiet announcement. The sect's focus would shift. The immediate crisis response would continue, but beginning immediately, training in life mastery cultivation would be expanded beyond the sect's walls. Regional centers would be established in major villages. Disciples would be assigned to work with local authorities on everything from water management to agricultural improvement to disease prevention. The network was expanding. This expansion was not presented as conquest or conversion. It was presented simply as the logical extension of what the sect had learned, that the life mastery approach was not limited to a select few in a mountain temple. It was a universal language that could be applied anywhere, by anyone willing to learn the underlying principles. The first new regional center was established in Xiaofeng, the village where the first poisoning victim had emerged. The symbolism was not accidental. The place where the crisis had begun would become a place of healing and teaching, a beacon of what was possible when life mastery was practiced with intention and care. Chapter 52. Jiang Tao, the ancient combat cultivator who had been Ye Minguan's most vocal opponent, had spent the crisis in a state of personal transformation that he had not yet fully acknowledged to himself or anyone else. During the height of the poisoning crisis, when his own health had been fragile and his foundation on the edge of complete collapse, it was Ye Minguan's students who had cared for him. Not because he had asked for their help. He was far too proud for that. But because Ye Minguan had quietly requested that his most skilled healers ensure that Jiang Tao received proper care. Qin Hao had prepared specific meals designed to strengthen his failing health. Wei Chun had provided plants that his centuries of gardening practice had shown could stabilize cracked foundations in aging cultivators. Lan Ji's calligraphy had been placed in his quarters, characters written with such presence and clarity that merely looking at them seemed to provide mental stability. Over the course of months, Jiang Tao's health had not just stabilized, it had improved. His qi, which had been failing, had begun to accumulate again. The constant trembling in his hands had ceased. His mind, which had become increasingly scattered in recent years, had refocused. And he knew, with perfect clarity, that this transformation had not come about through his own strength or through the cultivation methods he had dedicated 400 years to perfecting. It had come about through the careful, methodical application of life mastery principles that Ye Minguan and his students had woven into the fabric of his daily existence. It was this knowledge that had created a crisis in Jiang Tao's internal understanding of reality. For 4 centuries, he had believed that strength came through power, that an individual's worth was measured by what they could achieve through their own capability, that relying on others, accepting help, being vulnerable to care, these were signs of weakness. And yet, he had been saved precisely by accepting help, precisely by allowing himself to become vulnerable, precisely by receiving the care that Ye Minguan's students offered without judgment. In one of the few moments when Jiang Tao had allowed himself to be visible about his internal struggle, he approached Ye Minguan directly. They were in the sect's library, and Jiang Tao found the elder reading from one of the ancient texts. "I do not understand," Jiang Tao said, his voice raw with emotion in a way his voice had not been in decades. "You taught me nothing explicitly. You made no sermons about your philosophy. And yet, by receiving care from your students, by experiencing the effects of your teaching applied to my own situation, I have learned more about cultivation than I learned in 400 years of combat practice." Ye Minguan set down his text and considered how to respond. "Strength expressed only as dominance is brittle," he said finally. "It requires constant reinforcement, constant demonstration, constant assertion of superiority. As time passes and the cultivator ages, maintaining this kind of strength becomes increasingly difficult. The foundation cracks because it was never built to last. It was built to appear impressive, not to endure. He paused, allowing Jiang Tao to absorb this. But strength that emerges from genuine skill in something, genuine, deep understanding that has taken decades or centuries to develop. This kind of strength cannot be easily broken, because it is not dependent on personal dominance or superiority. It is independent of whether anyone else acknowledges it. It simply is. A cook who has mastered their art does not require anyone to praise their cooking to be a master. The mastery exists whether anyone recognizes it or not. The cake rises whether anyone tells you that you have done it well. The knowledge supports itself, and it creates sustainability, Ye Minguan continued. A combat cultivator at my age, at 400 years, faces progressive physical decline. The body becomes less responsive. The reflexes slow. The capacity to fight decreases. What can such a cultivator do? They have built their entire life on an ability that is slipping away. But a gardener at 400 years, or a cook, or a calligrapher, these cultivators can continue their practice indefinitely. The body does not need to decline in the same way. The mind does not need to become fragmented, because the strength is not located in personal physical capacity. It is located in deep understanding that persists independent of the body's condition. Jiang Tao was silent for a long moment, processing the implications of what he was hearing. So you believe combat cultivation is fundamentally flawed, he said. No, Ye Minguan said carefully. I believe it is incomplete. Combat cultivation has genuine value. The capacity to protect yourself and others, to stand against violence, to cultivate bodily strength and skill. These are real achievements. But taken alone, without foundation and genuine skill that can persist across a lifetime, they create brittleness. They create crisis at the point where the cultivator becomes too old to fight. I have broken in the way you describe, Jiang Tao said quietly. My combat cultivation gave me 400 years of perceived strength, and then began failing in the last decades because I had nothing to fall back on. No foundation that was independent of my ability to fight. And now, Ye Minguan said, your foundation is being rebuilt. Not by rejecting combat cultivation, but by adding to it. By developing genuine skill in something that does not depend on body and youth. By creating resilience that will sustain you for the centuries you may still have ahead. Will I be able to reach the higher ranks? Jiang Tao asked. Through this path. Eventually, Ye Minguan said. If you practice with dedication. But understand that the timeline will be different. You will not reach the highest ranks in the next few years. But you might reach them in the next century or two of practice. And when you do, the foundation you build will be unshakable in a way that your previous foundation never was. Jiang Tao left that conversation transformed, but not fully. The knowledge was there, but the acceptance, the willingness to fundamentally reframe how he understood his own life and achievement, that would take time. But he had begun. Chapter 53 with Magistrate Liu dealt with and the government officially protecting the sect, the crisis that had dominated the region's focus for months began to genuinely resolve. The poison water supplies had been cleaned and protected. The antidote production was moving from emergency mode to sustainable operation. The people who had been poisoned had either recovered or, in the few cases where the illness had progressed too far, had passed on. Villages were beginning to return to normal rhythms. But the sect itself was fundamentally transformed. What had been a hidden, somewhat eccentric teaching by an ancient outer elder had become a central feature of how the region functioned. Every village now had at least 2 people trained in basic life mastery principles. The sect's resources had been officially expanded. Most significantly, the philosophical acceptance of life mastery as a legitimate path had shifted from grudging acknowledgement to active enthusiasm. The sect master, in one of his official addresses to the council, articulated what had shifted. We now understand, he said, that we do not need to choose between traditional cultivation and life mastery. We need both. A sect that has only combat cultivators is effective at war, but fragile at peace. A sect that has only life mastery practitioners is resilient and sustainable, but lacks the capacity to defend itself against external threats. But a sect that integrates both, that trains cultivators in both traditional and life mastery paths, that builds its foundation on life mastery while maintaining combat capability, such a sect is extraordinarily powerful. We have proven this during the crisis. The challenge now was to integrate these two traditions in a way that neither dominated the other. This was not a simple task. Combat cultivators who had spent decades building their power within a particular framework were not automatically interested in learning cooking or gardening. And life mastery practitioners sometimes felt that the emphasis on combat cultivation was corrupting the purity of their approach. It was Lan Ji who found a solution that neither combated the integration nor tried to force it, but instead allowed it to emerge naturally. She created an intermediate practice that she called life mastery for all practitioners. The core idea was that regardless of what specific path a cultivator followed, there were certain life mastery practices that would deepen and strengthen any cultivation practice. A combat cultivator who learned Lan Ji's approach to presence and attention through calligraphy would find that their combat skills became more precise and less wasteful of energy. A cook who studied under Qin Hao would find that the attention required in cooking enhanced their ability to pay attention to the subtle cultivation work in their primary discipline. Every practice was made more powerful not by becoming more violent or more ambitious, but by becoming more present. This framework allowed the integration to proceed naturally. Combat cultivators did not need to become life mastery practitioners. They simply needed to access the principles of presence and attention that would improve their own practice. By the end of the crisis resolution period, roughly 4 months after Magistrate Lu's departure into exile, the sect had evolved into something new. It was no longer a sect with an eccentric outer elder teaching a marginal philosophy. It was a unified institution that had proven through real-world crisis that life mastery was not a weak philosophy for failures, but a powerful approach that could function at every level of human endeavor. The resolution of the crisis was not a single moment, but a series of them, each marking a transition from threat to stability, from fear to understanding, from chaos to integration. The last person to fully recover from the poisoning was an elderly man named Wu Chun, no relation to Wei Qin the gardener, who had been close to death for weeks, his body ravaged by the poison, his mind occasionally wandering into delirium. His recovery was slow, painful, and deeply moving. Watching him regain clarity, watching him stand up and walk with assistance, watching him return to his village and embrace his grandchildren. These moments crystallized the practical reality of what life mastery meant. It meant that people lived, that families remained intact, that the future remained possible. The magistrate's attempts to claim responsibility for managing the crisis, to assert that it was his authority that had prevented total catastrophe, fell flat. Everyone in the region had witnessed who had actually solved the problem. The sect had solved it, through the application of knowledge and care and the philosophical principle that human beings mattered more than political power. The magistrate's position deteriorated further when it became known, through careful investigation by Ye Minguan and his network, that he had been complicit in the poisoning. The evidence was circumstantial but substantial. Records of his meeting with Feng Wei, testimony from subordinates about the locked cabinet where the original poison had been kept, the clear motivation born of his threatened economic position. Rather than attempt denial or defense, Magistrate Lu chose a different path. He resigned his position, claiming ill health, and withdrew from the region entirely. His departure was not lamented. If anything, it was experienced as a relief, as if a weight had been lifted from the entire area. A new magistrate was appointed, one with a very different philosophy. Someone who understood that governance in this region could not be based on the old models of control and scarcity. A new magistrate who, in fact, had been quietly recommended by representatives of the Sunlit Valley sect. The water system, once a tool of potential domination, was reclaimed as a shared resource. Tung Mu, the waterkeeper, was formally recognized by the sect as a hero, not because he had ultimately prevented the poisoning, but because he had recognized, in his own moment of moral crisis, what mattered most. His position was elevated. Young people were apprenticed to him to learn the water mastery skills that his experience had taught him. And in Wei Qin's gardens, the final batch of antidote plants were allowed to flower and go to seed. Seeds that would be distributed throughout the region, so that any village could grow its own medicinal resources, would be independent of centralized control, would be capable of self-sufficiency if the need ever arose again. Chapter 54. With this transformation, a new quality of student began arriving at the sect. Not only young people who had failed at combat cultivation, though they continued to arrive. Now also came young people who had deliberately chosen life mastery as their primary path, understanding from the beginning that they were choosing a different way, not accepting a lesser alternative. One was a young woman named Mei Qing, age 19, whose family were master stoneworkers. She had learned her family craft from childhood, understanding the subtle ways that stone could be shaped and combined to create structures that would stand for centuries. When she heard about Ye Minguan's philosophy, something resonated in her. She understood, without anyone explicitly telling her, that the careful attention her family brought to stonework was exactly what Ye Minguan meant by cultivation. She requested to study under the sect's newest life mastery master, a former combat cultivator who had spent 3 years learning the discipline of architecture and structural design. and was now beginning to teach others how their own crafts could function as cultivation practices. Another was a young man named Jin Wei, age 23, whose family ran a fishing business. He had grown up understanding the rhythms of water and fish, the weather patterns, the subtle signs that indicated where fish would be found. His skill was practical and economic, but when he heard about how these same skills could be understood as cultivation practices, he was transformed. He traveled to the sect to study under the fishing master, a new teacher who had just arrived and was the first person to fully integrate commercial fishing with life mastery principles. There was also a scholar named Lu Feng, age 31, who had spent her life studying philosophical texts and trying to understand the nature of reality and meaning. When she encountered the sect's library and began reading the ancient cultivation texts, she found something she had never found before, a philosophical system that did not just explain reality in abstract terms, but provided a method for experiencing that understanding directly through practice. All of these new students had something in common. They were not arriving as failures or refugees from other paths. They were arriving because they had understood, either through direct experience of life mastery or through stories of what it had accomplished, that this was a legitimate and powerful approach to cultivating themselves and their understanding. Ye Minguan observed this shift with deep satisfaction. It represented something he had never been able to do: actively attract serious disciples to the path by demonstrating its power. For centuries, he had taught whoever came to him, never promoting or actively seeking students. Now the philosophy was beginning to do its own promotion simply through the evidence of what it could accomplish. When interviewed by scholars from other sects who were beginning to take interest in life mastery, Ye Minguan was careful to neither celebrate the success nor claim credit for it. "The path teaches itself," he said, when one scholar asked how he had become so effective at promoting life mastery. "When people see the results, when they see that a meal prepared with attention can genuinely heal, when they see that a garden tended with presence produces resilience that defies ordinary explanation, when they see that a person trained in life mastery can respond to crisis with clarity and presence, they understand. No promotion is necessary. No persuasion is required. The results speak, and people listen." Chapter 55. By the fourth month after the initial poisoning crisis, something deeper and more profound was beginning to occur. The initial layer of the crisis, identification, response, resolution, was complete. But the crisis had revealed something that would require years or decades to fully explore and understand. The ancient texts that had been preserved in the library made clear that the current crisis was not isolated. They referenced historical patterns, cycles in which life mastery became dominant and then, over centuries, was gradually forgotten as power cultivation reasserted itself. Each cycle seemed to end with a moment of crisis where someone or some group attempted to suppress life mastery entirely, sometimes violently, sometimes through social pressure or resource denial. And each cycle, according to the texts, had ended with the knowledge partially lost, dormant, waiting for the next cycle when it would need to be rediscovered again. "We are in a transition point," Ye Minguan explained to his closest students in a meeting called to discuss the patterns in the ancient texts. "The crisis we have just endured was the external challenge that forces a philosophy to either prove itself or fail. We have proven ourselves. But now we face a different challenge: maintaining the knowledge and practice across generations, deep enough that it cannot be lost again, widespread enough that even if the sect is destroyed or suppressed, the understanding persists." "How do we do that?" Qin Hao asked. "The same way it has been done across the ages," Ye Minguan said. "By training teachers who understand not just the practice but the underlying principles. By ensuring that the knowledge is widely distributed, not kept in a single location or dependent on a single teacher. By creating multiple paths to the knowledge so that it cannot be suppressed through a simple attack on any single point. By creating a culture in which the practice is understood as valuable, as normal, as natural." He gestured around them. "This is already happening," he continued. "We have teachers in multiple villages. We have students from different regions who will carry the knowledge back to their home regions. We have written texts describing the principles. We have created a framework that allows people in different disciplines, cooking, gardening, calligraphy, medicine, architecture, commerce, to understand their work as cultivation. But most importantly," Ye Minguan said, "we must continue to deepen the practice ourselves. We must prove through demonstration that life mastery is not limited to what we have currently achieved. We must reach higher ranks. We must show that the path extends deeper than we have yet gone. Because once people understand that there is no ceiling to where the path can lead, once they understand that centuries of dedicated practice can produce transcendent results, then the philosophy becomes genuinely attractive as a path for a lifetime. He paused, looking directly at each of his close students. Wei Chun, he said, you are approaching a possible breakthrough to the next rank. The gardens you have cultivated have achieved a level of sophistication that the ancient texts suggest approaches eternal pattern. Qin Hao, your cooking has healed more people in recent months than some sects' entire medical departments heal in years. Lanji, the calligraphy you have created is beginning to demonstrate the power described in the ancient texts, the capacity to create genuine transformation through written words. All of you are approaching the frontier where life mastery becomes not just effective practice, but something approaching the miraculous. And it is that frontier, not the current practical achievements, but the possibility of something transcendent that will draw serious students and create genuine transformation. So the next phase of our work is to continue our own practice, to reach higher, to discover what the philosophy is actually capable of when taken to its deepest levels. That discovery, that understanding, will ripple outward to everyone we teach. It will prove that the path is not limited. It is infinite. The meeting ended not with resolution, but with renewed commitment. Each of the students left understanding that the crisis had not been an ending, but a beginning. The poison crisis had transformed the sect's external standing. But the real work, the deepening of understanding that would eventually lead to transcendence, was only beginning. As evening fell on the sect, the gardens were being tended. The kitchens were active with preparation of the evening meal. The calligraphy halls were quiet, but full of presence. And in the library, Ye Minguan sat with the ancient texts, reading descriptions of practitioners who had reached rank 8 and rank 9, learning what might be possible if the current students continued their dedication across the centuries ahead. The outer elder was no longer hidden in the margins of the sect, but his work, the deepest work of actually achieving the transcendence described in the ancient texts, was only now genuinely beginning. End of chapters 51 to 55. Total step 3 so far, 16,005 words. Chapters 41 to 55. Chapter 56. 6 months after the formal resolution of the poisoning crisis, the Sunlit Valley sect had become a center of learning that extended far beyond its original role as a training institution for a regional sect. Scholars from other sects, philosophers interested in cultivation theory, and practitioners from diverse backgrounds were arriving regularly to study the ancient texts and the living practice of life mastery. The sect's leadership made a deliberate decision. Instead of restricting access to maintain an internal purity, they opened the libraries and teaching spaces to visitors. This created a novel situation where a single sect was actively teaching its deepest secrets not just to its own disciples, but to the representatives of competing sects and rival philosophical traditions. This openness created significant risk. A traditional sect would have protected its knowledge jealously, understanding that the loss of exclusive techniques would weaken their competitive advantage. But Ye Minguan and the sect master had concluded, based on discussion of the ancient texts, that life mastery was not a competitive path, but an inclusive one. The philosophy was strongest not when it was kept secret, but when it was widely distributed. If life mastery is true, the sect master articulated in a meeting with concerned elders, then it is true whether we claim credit for discovering it or not. If it is false, then we cannot protect it by hiding it. Therefore, hiding it provides no advantage and only limits how much benefit the philosophy can provide to the world. This decision had several consequences. The first was that representatives from other sects began integrating life mastery principles into their own teaching structures. A distant sect in the mountains began teaching their combat disciples calligraphy and cooking as part of their standard curriculum. Another sect created a medicinal garden based on the principles Wei Chun had pioneered. A third sect began requiring all their teachers to spend time studying at least one life mastery discipline before being permitted to teach combat cultivation. The philosophy was beginning to spread not through active missionary work, but through the natural diffusion of knowledge when barriers to its access were removed. The second consequence was that new applications began emerging from practitioners who brought their own expertise to the framework. A musician from the capital arrived and spent 3 months studying under Lanji, then returned home to develop a system of life mastery music in which instrumental practice was understood as cultivation. A scholar of mathematics arrived and began exploring how the principles underlying Wei Chen's gardening system could be applied to the study of numbers and patterns. A military commander, despairing at the destruction that warfare caused, came to study and left understanding how life mastery principles could be applied to the art of preventing conflict through understanding and communication. But the most significant consequence was the emergence of a new kind of student. Individuals who were not coming to study under a specific teacher, but coming to study under the philosophy itself. They would arrive at the sect with a particular life discipline they wanted to master and spend months or years working with multiple teachers, absorbing not just techniques, but the underlying principles that made the techniques work. A potter arrived and worked with Wei Chun to understand how the principles of careful attention applied to clay and the potter's wheel. A scholar of ancient languages worked with Lan Ji to understand the relationship between language and presence. A chef from the capital studied under Qin Hao, but also spent time in Wei Chen's gardens and in Lan Ji's calligraphy halls, trying to synthesize how the principles of presence in all three disciplines could be brought into food creation. These individuals were becoming something new. Teachers who synthesized multiple life mastery disciplines and created integrated frameworks that no single master had created before. The expansion of the lineage beyond the Sunlit Valley sect happened gradually, almost organically. It began with the regional centers established in major villages, small operations run by 2 to 3 disciples trained in the core practices. These centers were not meant to be rival institutions competing with the main sect. Rather, they were meant to be nodes in a larger network, each one serving as a point of contact and teaching for people in their region. The first center, in Xiafeng, focused heavily on gardening and medicinal plant cultivation. Wei Chun had prepared the soil personally, had taught the initial team of disciples the specific sequence of care required to establish a healing garden. The garden itself became a place of pilgrimage for people dealing with the aftermath of poisoning, not because it promised miraculous healing, but because the presence of so much carefully tended life seemed to facilitate recovery in ways that medicine alone could not. The second center, in a larger town 2 valleys over, focused on food and nutrition. Qin Hao had spent weeks there, working with local cooks, demonstrating how the principles of cultivation could be applied to every meal, transforming something as ordinary as cooking into a practice with spiritual and physical dimensions. The kitchen there became known for meals that seemed to have healing properties. By the end of the first year after the crisis, there were 7 regional centers operating, each one adapted to the specific needs and resources of its location, each one connected to the central sect through a network of traveling disciples who moved between locations, sharing knowledge and ensuring consistency in teaching. But expansion brought new challenges. Not all the disciples sent to regional centers were equally skilled at adapting the core principles to new contexts. Some tried to impose the methods they had learned at the Sunlit Valley sect without understanding the underlying principles. Some became attached to authority and began to see themselves as masters rather than servants of the teaching. The solution to these problems came not from rigid top-down correction, but from the principle of attentiveness itself. Ye Minguan sent observers to each center, not as inspectors, but as students. These observers attended the teaching, participated in the practices, and reported back on what was working and what was being distorted. When distortions were found, the response was not punishment, but reteaching. Disciples who had drifted from the underlying principles were brought back to the central sect for intensive practice, for regrounding in the philosophy and the reason behind every technique. Over time, this created a kind of distributed but aligned network. Multiple centers, multiple teaching teams, but all connected through shared understanding and regular interaction. The reputation of these centers grew. Young people from surrounding regions began to seek them out, wanting to learn life mastery. And more importantly, ordinary people, farmers, cooks, artisans, began to understand that cultivation was not something separate from their daily work, but was, in fact, the deep principle that could make their daily work more meaningful and more effective. Chapter 57. This rapid expansion was not without its challenges. As more practitioners arrived and more innovations emerged, questions arose about orthodoxy. What constituted genuine life mastery? At what point did innovation become corruption of the original teaching? Who had the authority to determine whether a new application was valid or false? These questions became particularly acute around the person of Ye Minguan. He was increasingly being understood as the origin point of the entire system, the elder who had preserved and transmitted the ancient teaching. There was a subtle but powerful tendency for practitioners to look to him as the final authority on what was and was not legitimate application of life mastery principles. Ye Minguan found this dynamic deeply problematic. If the teaching was valid, it could not depend on his personal judgment for validation. If it was true, it should be true independent of whether he approved of it. And if the future of the philosophy depended on his continued presence and judgment, then the philosophy was brittle in the way that he had criticized combat cultivation for being brittle. In a conversation with Lan Ji, he articulated his concern. "I notice," he said, "that when new practitioners present innovations or ask questions, they look to me for final validation. This is a problem. It creates dependence on my judgment. It creates a bottleneck. It creates the possibility that when I am eventually gone, the philosophy will be weakened by loss of the authority figure. So what should we do? Lanji asked. I think, Ye Minguan said slowly, working through the idea as he spoke, that we need to establish a formal framework for how new applications are evaluated. Not by me, but by a council of advanced practitioners who collectively have deep understanding of the principles. These practitioners would evaluate new innovations by asking simple questions. Does the practice develop genuine deep understanding of some skill or discipline? Does the practitioner approach the work with complete presence and attention? Does the result generate outcomes that are consistent with life mastery, stability, depth, the capacity to achieve results through understanding rather than force? If the answer to all three questions is yes, then the practice is valid, regardless of whether I personally approve of it or feel it matches the original teaching. If the answer to any of the questions is no, then the practice may have merit as technique, but is not life mastery cultivation as we understand it. Lanji considered this. But won't there be disagreement about what constitutes genuine presence or deep understanding? There will be, Ye Minguan agreed. But disagreement between practitioners trying to articulate a principle is different from final judgment from a single authority figure. Disagreement creates conversation, creates deeper examination of the principle. Authority creates cessation of questioning. We want the former, not the latter. This framework was formalized in a document that Lanji and Ye Minguan created together, establishing a council of advanced practitioners that would meet quarterly to discuss questions about life mastery applications and principles. The council would not have final authority in the traditional sense. A practitioner could continue their work even if the council disagreed. But the council would be empowered to formally recognize practices as legitimate or to note concerns about whether a particular practice in truth embodied life mastery principles. This structure prevented the philosophy from becoming dependent on Ye Minguan's judgment while still maintaining a mechanism for quality assessment and coherence. Chapter 58. By the end of the year following the poisoning crisis, the implications of the poisoning attempt had become clear. The Void Cult was a significant, organized opponent with reach and resources that extended across multiple regions. They had attempted to destroy life mastery through poison and political manipulation. When that had failed, they had not withdrawn. Instead, they were clearly organizing for larger, more direct confrontation. Information gathered by the sect's intelligence network suggested that the Void Cult was preparing for military action against the sect and against the spread of life mastery teaching in general. They viewed the philosophy as heretical, as a cosmic deviation that weakened cultivation and needed to be eradicated. They had resources equivalent to a mid-sized regional military force and were actively recruiting cultivators who believed in the traditional power-based approach. This knowledge created a strange paradox. The sect was simultaneously at peace and preparing for war. The daily life continued, students studied, gardens grew, meals were prepared. But beneath that calm surface, there was intense preparation. Martial disciplines were being refined. Combat cultivators were being trained. Defensive structures were being created. But the preparation was not driven by fear or by the assumption that violence would be necessary. Instead, it was driven by the principle that Ye Minguan had articulated from the beginning, that a cultivator was responsible for maintaining the conditions for others to live. If that meant defending the sect against military attack, then that responsibility would be accepted and managed. It was during this preparation phase that Ye Minguan made a decision that surprised some of his students. He began, for the first time in his life, to engage in serious combat practice. Not with the goal of becoming a combat cultivator. His foundational work was still entirely life mastery based. His cooking, his gardening, his meditation. But he began working with the sect's combat masters to understand how to defend himself and others if direct violence became necessary. I have spent centuries refusing to learn combat, he told Qin Hao in explanation, because I believed that doing so would compromise my teaching. I thought that if I was trained in violence, I could not authentically teach nonviolence. But I realize now that refusing to understand how combat works is itself a form of avoidance. If I am going to teach that life mastery can stand against violence, then I need to understand what violence is and how it works. Otherwise, my teaching is empty. It is a philosophy that has never been tested in its own terms. So Ye Minguan, at 387 years of age, began learning combat, not as his primary practice, that remained cooking, but as a systematic study of something he had avoided for centuries. His students found it remarkable, watching an elder who had spent his entire career teaching the power of patience and presence begin learning how to fight. But to Ye Minguan, it felt inevitable. The philosophy was about to be tested in its ultimate way. The ancient texts had prophesied that in each cycle, There came a moment where life mastery had to prove itself against violent opposition. That moment was approaching, and when it arrived, he needed to understand not just theoretically, but practically how life mastery could stand. The legacy of the poisoning crisis, and the larger awakening it had triggered, began to take shape most clearly in the character of the youngest generation of students at the sect. These were children whose parents had survived the poisoning, or who had been born immediately after. Children who had grown up hearing stories of how the sect had responded to the crisis, how its teachings had proven their worth when tested under the most difficult circumstances. For these children, life mastery was not an exotic philosophy they were being asked to accept on faith. It was a fact of lived experience. It was woven into the stories they had heard, the survival they had witnessed, the gratitude their families felt toward the disciples who had helped them. A girl named Mei, the daughter of Tung Mu the waterkeeper, became one of Ye Minguan's most dedicated students. She had been present when her father stood at the water's edge in moral crisis. She had witnessed Chun Mei's intervention, the moment when her father chose integrity over fear. This knowledge gave her a specific understanding of what life mastery meant. It was the capacity to choose rightly even when afraid, to understand your connection to larger systems. In her case, the water system that sustained life, to act from principle even when it was costly. Under Wei Chen's tutelage, Mei became extraordinarily skilled in plant cultivation. But more than that, she understood the philosophy underlying the skill. She could explain, to other young students, why the careful attention to a single plant was not mere obsession but a form of meditation, a way of training the mind to perceive subtle changes and respond with precision. A boy named Zhou, whose grandfather had been one of the early poisoning victims, became a devoted student of Qin Hao. In the kitchens, working with food, he discovered what many young cultivators discover late, if at all, that the ordinary activities of daily life, when approached with full attention, could be as profound as any esoteric practice. Preparing a meal was not separate from cultivation, it was cultivation. These young people, growing up in the post-crisis environment, represented something that Ye Minguan had glimpsed but not yet fully articulated. The possibility that life mastery could become a natural, integrated part of how people lived, rather than a special practice pursued by dedicated disciples. The legacy beginning to take shape was not just the survival of the sect or the vindication of its philosophy, though those things mattered. The real legacy was this: a generation of young people who understood, bone deep, that attentiveness matters, that the careful practice of skills connects to something larger than individual ego, that the work of building a stable, generous society was the highest possible calling. In the evenings, after the formal teaching was complete, Ye Minguan would often sit with these younger students, not in formal instruction, but in the kind of conversation that passed on understanding through story and example rather than precept. He would tell them about the time he had thought cultivation meant becoming powerful enough to dominate others, and how he had gradually learned that true power came from the opposite direction, from the willingness to be small, to be attentive, to serve others' development. The legacy is not what we have built, he told them once. The legacy is what you will build with what we have taught you, and what you build will be different from what we have built. It will be adapted to your time, shaped by your understanding. That is the sign that the teaching has by any measure taken root. Chapter 59. The preparation period also accelerated the arrival of a different kind of student. Individuals from the communities surrounding the sect who had witnessed the crisis, seen the philosophy in action, and understood that their futures would be transformed if life mastery either survived or was destroyed by the void cult's coming attack. One was a young man named Huang Lei, age 24, whose father had been the first person poisoned in the initial attack. Huang Lei had watched his father nearly die and then recover through the sect's antidote. He had also watched his community recover through the teaching of life mastery principles. Now, with war approaching, he came to the sect requesting to become not a student, but a fighter, someone trained to defend the sect when the void cult attacked. But when he arrived, Ye Minguan requested that he spend 3 months studying cooking before he received any combat training. "I do not understand," Huang Lei said, confused and somewhat frustrated. "If you are going to fight," Ye Minguan explained, "you should understand what you are fighting for. You should experience directly the power of what life mastery is. Combat training will not do that. But learning to cook with complete presence, experiencing the breakthrough when you create a meal that nourishes not just the body but the soul, that will clarify what you are defending." Huang Lei reluctantly agreed. 3 months later, after creating his first genuinely successful dish under Qin Hao's guidance, he understood without needing explanation what Ye Minguan had meant. He came to combat training not as someone who had decided that life mastery was theoretically valid, but as someone who had experienced directly its power and now understood why defending it was worth risking his life for. This became a pattern. Young people arrived wanting to fight. Ye Minguan sent them to study life mastery first. When they returned to combat training, they came transformed, not weakened by their exposure to nonviolent disciplines, but strengthened by having experienced directly what they were fighting to protect. The sect was building not just a military force, but a military force composed of people who understood what they were defending and why. This created a different kind of soldier than traditional military training produced. These were soldiers who understood that their purpose was not to conquer or dominate, but to protect the space in which a particular way of living could flourish. Chapter 60. The threshold that stood before the Sunlit Valley sect as it entered the new phase of its development was not a threshold of power or prestige, though those had certainly been achieved. It was a threshold of something more subtle and more significant. The moment when life mastery would have to prove that it could survive and thrive beyond the presence of Ye Minguan himself. He was not dying. His cultivated health remained robust, his mind sharp. But he was aging, becoming older in body, even if the principles he taught kept him more vigorous than his chronological age might suggest. And he was increasingly aware that the continuation of the lineage would depend on whether others could carry it forward with full understanding and integrity. This awareness manifested in a new phase of teaching focus. Less time was spent on adding new content or expanding the range of applications. More time was spent on ensuring that those who had been trained deeply enough could articulate the principles clearly, could teach others skillfully, could maintain the underlying philosophy even when circumstances changed. A small group of senior disciples, Wei Chun, Qin Hao, Lan Ji, and a few others who had grown into teaching roles, began meeting regularly with Ye Minguan in what amounted to intensive teacher training sessions. These sessions were not about learning new techniques. They were about understanding the deep structure of the teachings, about being able to respond creatively to new questions, about embodying the principles so fully that they could transmit them even in unforeseen circumstances. The form of life mastery will change, Ye Minguan told them directly. In 50 years, 50 more, the way people approach gardening or cooking or calligraphy may be entirely different. The tools will change. The context will change. But the underlying principle, that full attention to an activity connects us to something larger than ourselves, that mastery comes from commitment to excellence in the work we do, that the personal and the universal are not separate. That principle must remain constant. He paused, looking at each of them. Your job, when you become teachers, is to watch for the principle underneath the form, to be willing to let go of the form when it no longer serves the principle, to maintain the principle fiercely even as everything else adapts. This was the threshold, the shift from building the institution of the sect to ensuring that the teaching could survive beyond the institution. It was the recognition that ultimate success would come not from having a large, powerful organization, but from having transmitted the understanding in such a way that it could regenerate itself endlessly, adapting to new times while remaining rooted in eternal principles. The poisoning crisis, the expansion, the regional centers, the wave of new students, all of it had been preparation for this threshold. The proof that life mastery could survive external threat had come. The proof that it could expand and remain coherent had been demonstrated. Now came the proof that had to be lived into over decades and generations, that it could transmit itself to students, who would transmit it to others, creating an unbroken lineage extending forward into a future none of them could predict. Standing on this threshold, looking out at all that had been accomplished and all that remained to be done, Ye Minguan felt the weight of the choice he had made centuries ago to abandon the path of spiritual transcendence and embrace instead the path of service to others through the cultivation of daily practice. The choice had been vindicated, but the work of vindicating it, again and again, in new circumstances and with new generations, would continue long after he had passed from this world. That was the nature of a true legacy. It was not something you could complete. It was something you could only begin, and then have faith that others would continue. As the year drew to a close, roughly 2 years after the poisoning crisis, the Sunlit Valley sect existed in a state of profound transformation. It had moved from a place where a single eccentric elder taught obscure philosophy to an institution recognized across the region as a center of legitimate cultivation practice and revolutionary teaching. It had proven its philosophy in crisis. It had begun spreading that philosophy not through coercion but through demonstration. It had created structures that would allow the knowledge to persist even if the sect itself were destroyed. But now a new challenge loomed. The ancient texts were clear about this. The survival and expansion of life mastery in each cycle depended on whether the philosophy could demonstrate its power not just in maintaining peace and healing during crisis, but in actual military conflict. If life mastery could not stand against violence, it would not survive. If it could stand, if it could prove that a cultivator trained in presence and deep understanding could match or exceed a cultivator trained purely in violence, then the philosophy would be validated in the deepest possible way. The Void Cult's attack, which intelligence networks suggested would come within months, would be the ultimate trial. Ye Minguan, sitting in his quarters and reviewing reports of the Void Cult's movements and preparations, felt the strange peace that came from recognizing that a moment you have been preparing for across centuries is finally arriving. He had spent his entire life, centuries of it, teaching in obscurity, developing the philosophy, creating the framework. And now all of that preparation would be tested. Either life mastery would prove itself, or it would be destroyed. Either the philosophy would survive and transform the world's understanding of cultivation, or it would be lost again, dormant, waiting for another era when someone would need to rediscover it. In the gardens, Wei Chun worked under moonlight, tending plants that were being cultivated specifically for their properties in times of conflict. In the kitchens, Qin Hao trained new cooks who would need to feed not just students but soldiers. In the calligraphy halls, Lan Ji created scrolls that people could carry into battle, characters written with such presence that merely looking at them seemed to convey clarity and strength. And throughout the sect, dozens of new students worked alongside experienced practitioners, learning not just technique but philosophy, preparing not just for possible conflict, but for a future in which life mastery would be recognized as the path it had always actually been. The deepest, most sustainable, most genuinely powerful form of cultivation that any being could undertake. The Outer Elder, the humble teacher who had worked in complete obscurity for centuries, had brought his philosophy from the margins to the center of the sect's purpose. And now, in the space before the greatest trial the philosophy would face, he settled into the calm presence that had always characterized him, waiting for what would come next. The poisoning crisis was resolved. The philosophy had proven itself in peaceful times and in times of crisis and healing. But the ultimate test, the trial by violence, was still approaching. And Ye Minguan, patient as always, was ready to see what would happen when life mastery was finally required to stand its ground against an opponent who believed only violence held truth. End of chapters 56 to 60. Total step 3 so far, 20,480 words. Chapters 41 to 60, step 3 complete. Chapters 41 to 60, full step 3 summary. Chapters 41 to 45. Introduction of corrupt magistrate Liu, revelation of deliberate poisoning, Ye Minguan forced to act publicly for the first time. Chapters 46 to 50. Observation network established, waterkeeper redeemed, second poisoning prevented, regional spread of life mastery through new applications. Chapters 51 to 55. Public vindication through governmental hearing. Jiang Tao's transformation, crisis resolution, deepening of practice toward transcendence. Chapters 56 to 60. Expansion of lineage beyond the sect, establishment of governance structures, integration of combat training, preparation for coming conflict with Void Cult. Key themes delivered. Life mastery tested and proven in external crisis. Philosophy spreads organically through demonstration, not coercion. New students with unique applications emerge. Medicine, commerce, architecture, crafts. Ye Minguan moves from hidden to public figure. Jiang Tao undergoes philosophical transformation, governance structures established to prevent dependence on single authority. Preparation begins for larger conflict. Void Cult approaching. Philosophy now positioned at sect center rather than margins. Reading time, approximately 4.3 hours of narration meets target. 20,000 plus words achieved. Story 150. The Elder Who Only Taught Life Skills. Step 4. Chapters 61 to 80. Arc 4. Cosmic/System Revelation. Chapter 61. The strangers from the eastern reaches. The caravan arrived on a morning when Ye Minguan was teaching a group of new gardeners how to read the soil, not through instruments or theoretical knowledge, but through patience and presence. He knelt beside a plot that Wei Chun had set aside for the students, pressed his palm into the earth, and waited. The soil spoke of water retention, mineral content, the density of root systems below. A master heard these whispers. A novice felt only dirt. The difference was not talent but attention. One of his students pointed. 3 figures approached on horseback, riding through the sect's outer gates without ceremony. Ye Minguan rose slowly, brushed soil from his hands. The visitors wore clothes unfamiliar to the sunlit valley, silk of a cut he had not seen in his 2 centuries of living, marked with symbols that looked almost like cultivation seals, but were configured in patterns that belonged to no school he recognized. They carried themselves with the exhaustion of those who had traveled beyond normal routes. through terrain that tested the body rather than welcoming it. The sect's protocols would bring them to the sect master. But something in their bearing, a specific quality of urgency mixed with caution, drew Ye Minguan's attention. He asked his students to continue their work and walked to meet them as they dismounted. The first figure was a woman of indeterminate age, her hair white as porcelain but her face unlined. She moved with the grace of someone trained in combat, but her eyes held something else, not hunger for power, but weight of knowledge. She studied Ye Minguan as if she was reading a text in a language she had nearly forgotten. "Elder Ye Minguan," she said, and her accent bent certain syllables in ways that no one from the regional provinces would have done. "We have ridden a very long way to speak with you. Your name carried in the markets of the eastern reaches. We have come with both warning and a question that only you may be able to answer." Ye Minguan folded his hands. "Come, we can speak in my quarters. The journey has left marks on your spirit. Let me offer tea first, and then the weight of words can settle more clearly." This was his way, never to meet urgency with his own urgency, but instead to create a space where the person bringing crisis could rest into clarity. By the time the four of them sat in his simple room, with cups of tea that contained not just hot water but herbs he had cultivated specifically for clearing thought, the visitors had already begun to exhale. The woman introduced herself as Magistrate Wei Lin, from a province so far east that the major cities of Ye Minguan's region seemed like frontier outposts by comparison. With her were Qin Hao, a scholar of ancient texts, and Qin Hao, who served as what she called a continuity keeper, a person trained to preserve knowledge across generations. "We carry information that belongs to a history your region has forgotten," Wei Lin began. "We became aware of your teachings, the life mastery system, the cultivation of presence through the mastery of skills, when merchants brought stories back to our province. Most elders dismissed these stories as philosophy without substance. But Qin Hao recognized something in them." Qin Hao leaned forward. He was a thin man with eyes that suggested he spent most of his time reading in dim light. "In the archives of the eastern provinces, there are texts that describe a cultivation path called the Way of Genuine Living, or sometimes the Path of First Mastery. These texts are ancient, carved into stones during the period the histories call the First Cultivation Era. The descriptions match your system so precisely that they cannot be coincidence." Ye Minguan sipped his tea and said nothing. Silence invited people to continue, to offer more information, to reveal what they genuinely needed to say. Wei Lin took a breath. "The reason we came with both warning and question is this. These ancient texts do not merely describe the life mastery system. They also describe something else, something that hunted the practitioners of this system. There are references to a void order, described as a philosophical school that viewed life mastery as a cosmic heresy. The texts suggest these two forces, the practitioners of genuine mastery and the void order, came into conflict. And the texts end with an account of great warfare." "The texts break off," Qin Hao said quietly. "After descriptions of the final battles, the records become fragmented. Entire sections are missing. But the last surviving passage suggests that the life mastery practitioners were defeated or driven into hiding. The way of genuine living did not disappear, but it became dormant. It was forgotten by most of the world." Ye Minguan set his cup down. His hands were steady, but his breath had deepened. "And you believe that I have rediscovered this path?" "Not rediscovered," Wei Lin said. "Re-inhabited it. Perhaps recreated it without knowing there had ever been a first creation. The specificity of what your students achieve, the exact mechanisms of cultivation through mastery, these cannot be invented independently. You have found a true path." "And the warning?" Ye Minguan asked, though he suspected he already knew. "The texts describe the void order in ways that suggest it is not merely a historical opponent," Qin Hao said. "They describe it as a persistent philosophical stance, a belief system that perpetually opposes life mastery. The texts suggest that if the way ever emerged again, the void order would recognize it and move to suppress it." The implication settled into the room like a weight lowered into still water. Ye Minguan had spent centuries teaching in obscurity, had built his philosophy in margins and corners of a sect that mocked him. He had never imagined that his path was anything other than a personal realization, something he had discovered through decades of meditation and study. But now he was being told that this path was ancient, that it had been hunted before, and that the forces that hunted it might not yet be gone. "You will want proof," Wei Lin said. She gestured to Qin Hao, who withdrew a bundle of papers, not bound as a book, but wrapped carefully in silk, sealed with a substance that protected against moisture and decay. "These are rubbings of the original stone texts. Qin Hao can read the first cultivation era language directly. We brought these to show you what the histories recorded about your own path. Ye Minguan received the bundle, but he did not immediately open it. Instead, he held it and breathed, allowing the moment to settle. When he finally spoke, his voice was unchanged, still measured, still patient. I am grateful for the journey you have taken and for the courage it required to bring this knowledge. But I must ask you something important. What outcome did you hope for by delivering this warning? Wei Lin hesitated. We hope to prepare you, to alert you that the philosophy you have founded is not new, and that forces that once opposed it may not have entirely ceased to exist. And if I had chosen to hide this knowledge, to cease teaching, to protect myself by abandoning the path, then we would have failed, Wei Lin said. Our hope was not to frighten you into silence, but to arm you with context, to let you know that your struggle is not something unprecedented, not something born from a local conflict, but part of a larger history. We hope this would give you strength rather than fear. Ye Minguan set the bundle carefully on the table beside him. Your gift is profound, and the knowledge is both humbling and terrifying in equal measure. But I must know, who else carries this knowledge in your province? Who else understands that the life mastery system is something ancient and hunted? Few, Kai Rong admitted. The archives are guarded. Most scholars do not have access. We could not bring broader awareness without drawing attention to the texts themselves, and to you by extension. Then the knowledge is still hidden, Ye Minguan said. And that may be necessary for a time yet. What Ye Minguan did not say, but what formed in his mind as clearly as the words would have. If his path was genuinely ancient, in truth hunted, then the prosperity of these recent years, the growing number of students, the spread of philosophy to other sects, the public vindication through resolving the poisoning crisis, might have drawn the very attention that these visitors were warning him about. He had brought his teaching into the light, and if light could call something to itself, then he had just exposed not only himself, but every student who had taken up the path. The cup of tea had grown cold in his hands. Ye Minguan drank it anyway, because the act of finishing what had been begun was itself a meditation. When he lowered the cup, he looked directly at Wei Lin, and his eyes held the clarity of someone who had just made a decision that would shape the next phase of his entire existence. We will go to the library, he said. You will show me these texts. I will read them, and then I will decide what must be done. Chapter 62, The Library of Forgotten Eras. The Sunlit Valley Sect's library was not the grand hall of scrolls that outsiders often imagined. It was instead a series of chambers built into the mountainside itself, carved centuries ago when the sect was younger and more concerned with preserving knowledge than displaying power. The entrance was marked by nothing more than an open stone doorway and 2 lanterns that were always lit. The by any measure valuable texts were kept deeper, beyond casual view, in spaces that required both clearance and knowledge of how the preservation systems worked. Ye Minguan brought Qin Hao alone to the deepest chamber. Wei Lin and Kai Rong waited in the outer halls, not from distrust, but because Ye Minguan needed to control the pace of revelation. The knowledge these visitors had brought was already spreading through his mind like ink through water. To expose everything simultaneously would be to lose clarity. He retrieved the key that the sect master had given him decades ago, when appointing him keeper of the texts that documented the sect's founding era. Few people used this privilege. Zhang Tao had never asked to see these texts. The other elders seemed satisfied with the abbreviated histories, the official narratives. Only Ye Minguan had spent time here, reading accounts of how the sect had been formed, studying the principles that had guided its original founders. The chamber opened to rows of stone pedestals, each holding bundles of scrolls or carved wooden tablets. The air was cool and dry. The mountain itself maintained these conditions, water seeping in from specific channels in ways that created the ideal humidity for preservation. The light from the lanterns was deliberate in its dimness, protecting the texts from slow degradation. Ye Minguan brought Qin Hao to a specific shelf, one that he had always suspected held truths the sect had chosen not to broadcast. Read, he said simply, and moved away to give the scholar space. For more than an hour, Qin Hao read. His hands trembled as he touched the tablets, carefully lifted scrolls that had not been examined in generations. Occasionally he made small sounds, recognition, shock, fascination. When he finally turned to Ye Minguan, his face was transformed. The exhaustion that travel had carved into his features had been replaced by something that looked almost like rapture. It is here, Qin Hao whispered. It is all here. Not just the history of your sect's founding, but accounts of the war, the final battles, the decision to hide the truths from subsequent generations. Tell me, Ye Minguan said. Qin Hao gathered his breath and began. According to the texts, the Sunlit Valley sect had not been founded by simple cultivators seeking a peaceful place to practice their art. It had been founded by survivors of the great conflict between the practitioners of the way of genuine living and the Void Order. The sect's earliest founders had been disciples of the path, refugees who had escaped the war with knowledge that they were desperately preserving. The original founding documents described a world in which the life mastery system had flourished openly. Thousands of practitioners had walked the path. Entire cities had been organized around the principles of genuine mastery. Society had structured itself to reward craftsmanship, presence, and the kind of deep knowledge that took decades to accumulate. In such a world, the Void Order had arisen as a philosophical opposition. Believers in the idea that existence should be driven by competition, by the constant struggle for dominance, by the assumption that only violence could produce truth. The conflict was inevitable, Qin Hao said, reading from a scroll that described the final phase of the war. The Void Order could not coexist with a world ordered by mastery, and the way of genuine living could not defeat an enemy whose entire philosophy was predicated on violence and the necessity of violence. What happened? Ye Minguan asked. The way lost ground gradually. The Void Order conquered territory. They murdered practitioners, destroyed archives, burned entire schools dedicated to teaching the path. But they could not erase it entirely. This sect was founded as a sanctuary. The survivors came here, buried the true history, taught a simplified version to future generations. They hoped that by hiding what they had been, they could preserve what they knew. They raised children and disciples in a kind of profound denial, existing as a normal sect, teaching combat cultivation because that was what was expected, but preserving, in secret, the true texts. And this continued until now. Ye Minguan's voice was very quiet. Until the knowledge was almost lost, Qin Hao said. Each generation preserved the texts, but fewer students were trained to read the old language. The true meaning was lost. The sect became what it appeared to be, just another school of combat cultivation, with an eccentric outer elder who taught cooking and calligraphy as curiosities. Ye Minguan felt the weight of this understanding settle through his entire being. His life's work was not an innovation. It was a resurrection. The path he had discovered through meditation and experimentation, through centuries of patient observation, was something that had been buried in these very halls, waiting for someone to remember it. But you found the texts, Ye Minguan said to Qin Hao. The Eastern archives contain the same knowledge. Different versions. The wisdom was scattered across multiple regions before the final war. The texts we carry in our archives focus on the philosophy, the spiritual underpinnings. These texts, he gestured at the scrolls around them. These contain practical accounts, the actual teachings, the mechanisms of advancement. Together, they create a complete picture. And in these Eastern texts, Ye Minguan said carefully, what is written about the Void Order? Is it only historical, or is there suggestion that the order persists? Qin Hao's expression darkened. There are references to what scholars call the dormant phase. After the Great Defeat, the Void Order seemed to disappear from the world. But the later texts, written centuries after the war, contain warnings. They suggest that the Void Order does not simply die out. It waits. It transforms. It infiltrates and hides. The texts suggest that if the way of genuine living ever emerged again, the Void Order would respond. The library seemed to grow colder. Ye Minguan turned away from Qin Hao and walked deeper into the chambers, moving toward the far wall where the oldest texts were preserved. His own meditation practice had always taught him to accept what was true without the distortion of hope or fear. But in this moment, he felt both hoping and fearing, and he needed space to separate them. He had brought his philosophy from the margins. He had made it public. He had connected it to the proof of its power through the poisoning crisis. Other sects were now adopting the principles. Disciples who had never met him were learning the way. The knowledge was spreading. And if Qin Hao was correct, if the Void Order in earnest maintained some form of continuity across the centuries, then the moment life mastery began to emerge again in the world, that order would know. It would perceive the threat, and it would move to suppress it. Elder, Qin Hao called out, his voice respectful but urgent. In the texts, there is one passage that we believe is key. It describes what the early practitioners called the moment of inevitable conflict. May I read it to you? Ye Minguan returned to the scholar. Yes, read it. Qin Hao found the passage and spoke in a voice that carried the weight of ancient language being translated into the present. When the way of genuine living flows openly in the world, the Void Order will sense it. Not through eyes, but through the disruption that truth creates in the fabric of false power. The conflict will come not as a single moment, but as a cascade. Each time a student masters their craft, each time a community organizes itself around presence rather than dominance, Each time a leader chooses to teach rather than command, the darkness will move. It is not a curse upon the way. It is the natural response of entropy to order. The way must not fear this conflict. The way must prepare for it as one prepares a garden for the seasons, with patience, with presence, and with the understanding that some harvests require struggle. Ye Minguan closed his eyes. In his mind, he could see the months ahead with a clarity that felt almost like prophecy. The void cult would emerge. War would come. Everything that he had built would be tested not by skepticism or mockery, but by violence. And his students, trained in the deep arts of life, would have to discover whether those arts contained the strength to defend what they loved. We should return to the others, he said to Qin Hao, and then I must speak with the sect master. The leadership of this sect must be made aware of what these texts reveal. The choice to hide this knowledge was made centuries ago by people who were afraid. I think perhaps it is time to choose differently. Chapter 63. The decision to unveil the sect master received the news with the composure of someone who had suspected, at some level, that secrets this old would eventually demand to be known. She was a woman named Lin Yuanshu, barely 90 years old despite her position as the sect's leader, a sign that she was a genuinely talented cultivator who had risen through the ranks through merit rather than merely outliving competitors. She listened to Ye Minguan's account of the visitors and their knowledge without interruption, then asked to see the texts herself. 3 days passed. Ye Minguan resumed his teaching, but with a quality of attention that was even more present than usual. He watched his students not as individuals learning skills, but as the next generation of a philosophy that was far older and far more important than any of them had understood. When a young woman named Meng Qi mastered a particular technique in textile weaving, creating patterns through presence and intention rather than merely mechanical repetition, Ye Minguan saw in her not just a talented student, but a carrier of something ancient. On the 4th day, Lin Yuanshu summoned all the section heads, Ye Minguan, Jiang Tao, the masters of the combat halls, the keepers of the medical texts, and the handful of other elders who held significant responsibility. She convened them in the Chamber of Original Principles, a space traditionally reserved for decisions about the sect's fundamental direction. We have been hiding something, Lin Yuanshu said, and proceeded to lay out what had been buried in the library. She read passages from the oldest texts. She described the founding of the sect as a sanctuary for survivors of an ancient war. She explained that the true history of the Sunlit Valley was not the official narrative, but something far more significant, a deliberate preservation of a philosophy that the world had tried to destroy. The question before us now, she said, is whether we continue to hide this knowledge, or whether we acknowledge what we are and what we have been guarding. Jiang Tao, to everyone's surprise, was the first to speak after silence had settled. I have spent my entire existence believing that strength was the only truth. I have mocked Elder Yi for his gentle approach, his refusal to compete, his focus on craft rather than combat. But in recent months, I have been forced to acknowledge that his path produces genuine power. Now I learn that this path is not his innovation, but a rediscovery of something ancient and haunted. He paused, and when he continued, his voice carried something that sounded like genuine humility. If the texts are true, then the void order may still exist. If it does, and if it discovers that we have resurrected the very philosophy it once tried to destroy, then conflict will be inevitable. The question is not whether we should hide or reveal this knowledge. The question is whether we should prepare for a conflict that may be coming whether we reveal or not. Meaning? Lin Yuanshu asked. Meaning, Jiang Tao said, that perhaps the moment to begin that preparation is now. If the void order is dormant but not destroyed, if it maintains any form of continuity, then every moment that we delay in strengthening ourselves is a moment the enemy might be using to strengthen itself. I propose we acknowledge what we are, train our people fully in both combat and mastery, and prepare for the likelihood of conflict. Several other elders nodded. A woman named Tao Chun, who oversaw the medical halls, spoke next. My students have achieved things I would not have believed possible 3 years ago. A practitioner of true medicine, not just combat cultivation, can heal wounds that would otherwise be permanent. If we are without question approaching conflict, then the combination of genuine fighters and healers trained in the way would make the sect far more resilient than either group alone. The discussion continued, but the consensus became clear. The sect would not hide its knowledge. It would not suppress the library texts or pretend that the life mastery system was merely the eccentricity of an elder. Instead, it would acknowledge what it plainly was, a sanctuary preserving an ancient philosophy, one that had been proven valuable and that was now spreading across the region. We will need to reorganize our teaching structures, Ye Minguan said quietly. If both combat cultivation and life mastery are to be integrated, then we must ensure that students understand these are not competing paths, but complementary ones. A fighter who has not cultivated genuine presence will eventually break under the weight of what violence demands. A practitioner of pure life mastery will be vulnerable if attacked. Can such integration work? A younger elder asked. Can a person in fact master both? No, Ye Minguan said directly. A person cannot achieve the highest ranks in both disciplines, but they can achieve functional excellence in one while maintaining foundational knowledge of the other. A swordmaster can study cooking without becoming a master chef. A calligrapher can train in combat without becoming a legendary warrior. The combination makes them more whole. Lin Yuanshu made the formal decision. Effective immediately, the Sunlit Valley sect will 1. Fully acknowledge the existence and authenticity of the life mastery system as an ancient philosophical tradition. 2. Integrate practitioners of life mastery into all major sections of the sect, establishing them not as secondary teachers, but as equals to combat cultivators. 3. Begin training selected disciples in both disciplines, creating warriors who understand presence as deeply as they understand martial forms. 4. Open the library text to all elders and key students, ensuring that the historical knowledge is no longer hidden. 5. Prepare defensive structures and training protocols against the possibility of conflict with the Void Order, should that entity still exist, and become aware of our resurrection of the ancient way. The decision was made. The weight of it seemed to settle into the very stones of the chamber. Ye Minguan felt something release in his chest, not relief exactly, but a kind of rightness. He had spent centuries teaching in shadows and corners, bearing mockery with patience. Now, finally, his path was being acknowledged as something more than an eccentric philosophy. It was being recognized as something that had the weight of history behind it, the power to change the world, and the courage of those who refused to let it die. What he could not yet see was that in making this choice to unveil the knowledge, the sect had just increased its visibility to precisely the forces that had been waiting, across the centuries, for the way of genuine living to emerge once more. Chapter 64. The Void Speaks words spread differently in those days after the sect's decision. It did not travel through formal announcements or written declarations, but through the whisper network of cultivators, through the conversations in tea houses where fighters gathered, through the rumors that merchants carried along trade routes. In a world where most sects carefully guarded their secrets, the Sunlit Valley sect had just announced that it was publicly integrating an ancient spiritual philosophy into its core teaching. It was the kind of news that could not be contained. 3 weeks after the formal decision, the first message arrived. It was not delivered by messenger or brought in a sealed letter. Instead, it appeared as marks carved into the stone near the sect's outer gate. Marks that glowed faintly with a power that was neither combat energy nor the gentle cultivation of life mastery, but something else entirely. Something that spoke of negation and void. The message was simple but carried weight that pressed against the minds of those who read it. The way is forbidden. The order will remember what the world forgot. Cease this resurrection or face erasure. Ye Minguan was teaching when word of the message reached him. He was showing a group of young disciples how to properly grind grain, not as a mere mechanical task, but as a meditation on transformation, on how something whole must be broken down to create the foundation for something new. He did not interrupt the lesson. Instead, he continued the teaching, letting the students' hands work through the process while he explained the philosophy, unaware of the challenge that had just been issued. But when the lesson concluded and the disciples had been dismissed, he walked to the gate and studied the message himself. The symbols were not written in any standard language. They were something between language and pure energy, marks that conveyed meaning directly to the mind of anyone sufficiently cultivated to perceive them. What Ye Minguan felt when he touched the power of the message was not aggression exactly, but absolute certainty. Whoever had sent this was entirely convinced of their righteous purpose. They genuinely believed that the way of genuine living was a corruption, a deviation, a heresy that threatened the proper order of existence. What does it mean? Lanji had followed him to the gate. She too could feel the message's presence, though she could not read it directly. It means, Ye Minguan said slowly, that we have been perceived. It means that somewhere in the world, there are people or entities that have maintained the memory of what was done to the way in ancient times. It means they understand that we have begun to teach openly what was once suppressed. Are they dangerous? Lanji asked. Yes, Ye Minguan said. Not in the way that combat cultivators are dangerous. Dangerous in a different way. Dangerous because they are true believers in their opposition. They do not doubt. They do not question. They simply believe that we are wrong and that we must be stopped. Over the next 2 days, more messages appeared. Some were carved into stone, others appeared as marks that burned themselves into wood or water that had been left overnight in the sect's common areas. Each message carried the same core meaning. The void order still existed. It had been watching, and it would not permit the way of genuine living to exist in the light. But mixed with the threats were something else: questions, challenges, and occasionally something that sounded almost like an invitation to debate. "Come to the Valley of the Shattered Bells," one message read. "Send representatives who can defend your philosophy through combat. We will demonstrate that the way is weak, that it has always been weak, and that true power requires the acceptance of conflict as the foundation of existence." "They want to provoke us," Jiang Tao said when the sect's leadership convened to discuss the messages. "They want us to send fighters who will be defeated, whose defeat will prove the void order's claims." Or, Ye Minguan said quietly, "They want us to understand the nature of what we face. They are not attacking us with weapons. They are attacking us with certainty. They are trying to create fear through the weight of their conviction." "Should we respond?" Lin Yuanshu asked. "Should we send a delegation to this Valley of the Shattered Bells?" "No," Ye Minguan said. "Not yet. First, we must understand something crucial. This sect was founded by survivors of a conflict with the Void Order. That conflict occurred centuries ago. If the Order still exists, it must have some form of continuity, some way of preserving memory and purpose across generations. That suggests an organization, a hierarchy, something more structured than simple philosophical agreement." "You think they have headquarters?" another elder asked. "A place where their knowledge is preserved?" "I think they have centers of power," Ye Minguan said, "just as we do. And I think their awareness of us is recent. We did not trigger this contact. Something else did. Perhaps the word of our philosophy spreading to other sections. Perhaps the visitors from the eastern provinces who carried knowledge of the ancient texts. But this awakening is not random. Something caused the Void Order to become aware that we were teaching the way openly. Then we must accelerate our preparations," Tao Qin said. "If conflict is coming, we need to be ready." "Yes," Ye Minguan said, "but not in the way you might think. Fighting the Void Order with combat alone will only validate their claims. They want to prove that violence is the ultimate truth. If we meet them with nothing but weapons, they will use their defeat of our fighters as proof that the way is weak." "Then what do you propose?" Lin Yuanshu asked. Ye Minguan was quiet for a long moment, his eyes distant as if he was reading something written only he could perceive. "We must prepare not for a conflict that proves the Void Order right, but for a conflict that proves us right. We must show them not that we can defeat them in combat, but that we can survive, heal, and transform what they try to destroy. We must demonstrate that life mastery is not weak. It is resilient in ways that mere power can never be." "That is a philosophy," Jiang Tao said, though his tone was not mocking anymore. It was almost respectful. "But philosophy does not stop an attacking army." "No," Ye Minguan agreed. "But combined with preparation, with training, with genuine strength cultivated through the way, philosophy becomes something more than words. It becomes a blueprint for survival." The decisions that followed came swiftly. The sect accelerated its integration of combat and life mastery practitioners. New curricula were designed. Students who had been focused purely on combat training were invited to begin studying at least one life skill discipline. Those focused on life mastery began basic combat training. The effect was chaotic at first. Fighters frustrated by the slow, meditative pace of calligraphy practice. Artists annoyed by the physical demands of basic martial forms. But gradually, something emerged. The fighters who learned to bring presence to their practice became stronger, more aware, more able to adapt to unexpected situations. The artists who trained in combat discovered that their understanding of form and flow deepened. And through it all, more messages arrived from the Void Order. Some were threats. Some were taunts. Some contained elaborate philosophical arguments about why violence was necessary, why struggle was the only truth, why any attempt to cultivate through peace was delusional. Ye Minguan read each message carefully, responding to none. He simply let the words settle, understanding that the Void Order was not really trying to convince him. It was trying to undermine the sect's unity, to create doubt, to make the practitioners of life mastery question whether their path was honestly viable. But the more messages came, the more the sect unified in opposition to them. Fear, once acknowledged and faced, became determination. The Void Order had tried to remain hidden, but by speaking, it had made itself real to the disciples. And a real opponent could be prepared for. An invisible threat could only paralyze. In the gardens, Wei Chun worked with renewed intensity, cultivating plants that could heal wounds made by weapons just as effectively as they could cure poison. In the kitchens, Qin Hao began training cooks not just to feed disciples in peace, but to sustain an army through extended conflict. In the calligraphy halls, Lan Ji began creating scrolls inscribed with characters of such power that even the mere presence of these scrolls seemed to strengthen resolve and clarity. And Ye Minguan, the elder who had always taught in obscurity, sat each evening and read the messages that the Void Order sent. With each message, he began to understand more clearly what this ancient force genuinely believed, what it feared, and why the resurrection of the way of genuine living had forced it to abandon its silence. The stage was being set. The conflict that the ancient texts had described was not coming. It was arriving. And this time, unlike centuries before, the way would face it with preparation, with community, and with the understanding that what they were defending was worth every effort it would require to keep it alive. Chapter 65. The prophecy clarified. A week after the Void Order's first message, Qin Hao requested an audience with Ye Minguan. The scholar had been absorbed in the library texts ever since the sect had decided to openly acknowledge them. He had barely slept, consuming knowledge with an intensity that suggested he was trying to master centuries of suppressed history in days. When he finally emerged to speak with the elder, his eyes were reddened, his hands trembling with something that looked like fever but was actually the overactivation that came from extended intense study. "I have found something," Qin Hao said without preamble. "Something that the visitors from the eastern provinces did not have in their archives. Something that was preserved here and only here." Ye Minguan set aside the piece of bamboo he had been carving, a meditation practice that allowed his hands to work while his mind could fully attend to what someone needed to communicate. "Come, sit, drink tea." Qin Hao sat, but he barely touched the tea, too urgent in his need to convey what he had discovered. The final section of the library texts, the very oldest layer, carved into stone that was placed before the sect was even officially founded, contains what I believe is a prophecy. Not a prediction of specific events, but a description of what would happen if the way of genuine living ever emerged again in the world after the great defeat. "Tell me," Ye Minguan said. Qin Hao drew out a copied passage, his hands so tense that the paper trembled. "This is my translation of the oldest language. It describes what the ancients called the moment of inevitability. It says, when the way emerges from shadow into light, it will not find peace. The darkness that once tried to erase it will recognize the resurrection and move against it. This confrontation is not tragedy, it is completion, for the way cannot prove itself against an enemy that does not fight. The Void Order will provide the test that the way requires. In this conflict, the way will finally show that it is not weak, not fragile, not something that has survived only through hiding, but something that has survived because it is fundamentally unbreakable." Ye Minguan absorbed this passage in silence. Then he asked, "Does the prophecy describe the outcome of this conflict?" "Yes," Qin Hao said. "And this is the part that troubles me. It suggests that the conflict will be severe, that many will suffer, that the outcome is not guaranteed. But it also states that if the way survives this trial, it will be transformed. It will no longer be a hidden philosophy preserved by a single sect. It will be something that is understood by the world as a legitimate path of cultivation, equal in validity to combat and magical training." "Equal?" Ye Minguan's tone was curious rather than challenging. "Yes. The texts describe a future in which practitioners of genuine mastery are recognized not as philosophers or artists, but as cultivators, people who have chosen a valid path to immortality. The conflict with the Void Order is described as necessary because without it, the world will never acknowledge the way as anything more than a philosophy. But the conflict will also cost lives, will cause suffering, and will require every practitioner to discover depths of strength they did not know they possessed." Ye Minguan rose and walked to the window. His quarters overlooked the teaching gardens where disciples were practicing various skills, a young woman working with her hands in clay, transforming the material through intention and presence, a group of younger students watching their teacher demonstrate a cooking technique, an older man sitting in stillness, meditating on calligraphy even in the moments when he was not holding brush to paper. "The prophecy is elegant," Ye Minguan said slowly. "It places the Void Order not as a random opposition, but as a necessary force. It transforms the conflict from a tragedy into a rite of passage. But I wonder, did the ancient authors understand the implications of what they were writing? Did they realize they were essentially welcoming their own destruction as the price of future validation?" "I do not know," Qin Hao said quietly, "but I have studied the text closely enough to perceive something. The authors of the prophecy seemed to be people who had already faced the Void Order once. They were writing from the position of survivors, people who had seen defeat and were trying to make meaning of it. They were describing what they hoped would happen if the way ever had another chance." Ye Minguan turned from the window to face the scholar. And what do you believe, Qin Hao? Do you believe the prophecy? Do you believe that the conflict that is approaching will result in validation for the way, or could it simply result in destruction? It was a hard question, one that had no safe answer. Qin Hao took a long time before speaking. I believe that the way is real. I have seen the proof in your students, in the effects they produce, in the stability that genuine mastery creates. I believe that the void order is also real. The messages carved into the stones confirm that something with significant power recognizes what you are teaching. And I believe that the conflict is inevitable. But whether the outcome will be validation or destruction, I cannot know that. No prophecy can in truth predict the future when the future depends on choices that have not yet been made. Then we must make our choices carefully, Ye Minguan said. We must prepare for conflict without becoming defined by it. We must strengthen ourselves without becoming what we oppose. And we must hold to the fundamental principle of the way, that genuine mastery, properly cultivated, is worth everything it costs to develop. He paused, and his expression grew more distant, as if he was looking at something beyond the immediate moment. Summon Lin Yuanshu, and summon Jiang Tao, and Lan Ji, and Qin Hao. There is something I need to teach them, something that cannot wait. The prophecy has clarified what we already sensed. The trials ahead will determine not just whether we survive, but whether the way itself has a future in the world. As Qin Hao moved to carry out the request, Ye Minguan walked back to his carving, but he did not resume the work. Instead, he simply held the bamboo and the tools, letting the weight of them settle into his hands. For centuries, he had been a teacher. But now, it seemed, he was being called to become something more. Not a leader of armies, not a warrior, but a guardian of a philosophy that the world had once tried to destroy and might try to destroy again. The prophecy had confirmed what he had suspected. The real cultivation, the real advancement, would come not from the years of peaceful teaching, but from what would happen when the way had to stand its ground against an enemy that denied everything it represented. The moment was approaching, and Ye Minguan, patient as always, sat waiting to see what that moment would demand of him and everyone who had chosen to walk the path he had illuminated. Chapter 66. The Council of Integration. The meeting took place in the Chamber of Original Principles, but this time it was different. Rather than only elders, Ye Minguan had requested that 4 key students attend. Lan Ji, representing the artists and life mastery practitioners. Qin Hao, the cook who had become emblematic of the path. Wei Chun, the gardener whose work had literal life and death applications. And surprisingly, a young woman named Meng Qi who had recently shown extraordinary aptitude in combining textile work with martial awareness. Lin Yuanshu opened the discussion. We understand that conflict is approaching. We have received warnings from the Void Order. We have accelerated our preparations. But Elder Yi has indicated that we are still missing something essential to our preparation. What is it? Ye Minguan rose slowly, moving to the center of the chamber. He looked at each person assembled, the elders whose lives had been oriented toward combat, the students whose lives had been shaped by the gentle arts, and then back to the sect master. We have been preparing as if the conflict ahead is a military problem, he said. We have accelerated the training of fighters who also understand presence. We have integrated combat disciples into life mastery classes. We have strengthened our defenses and created protocols for rapid response. All of this is necessary, but it will not be sufficient. Why? Jiang Tao asked bluntly. Because the Void Order does not fight the way we fight. They believe that the way of genuine living is fundamentally wrong, a heresy against the nature of existence itself. To them, defeating us in combat would only be the beginning. What they by any measure want is to prove that the way itself is false, that mastery of life is an illusion, that genuine strength can only come from conflict and violence. Ye Minguan paused, allowing this to settle. So if we meet them only with combat, if we engage them on their chosen ground, we will have already accepted their premise. We will have already begun to prove their point. Then what do you propose we do? Meng Qi asked. She was young enough that she had no investment in traditional attitudes, and her question was genuinely curious rather than challenging. I propose that we prepare a different kind of response, Ye Minguan said. We prepare to survive their assault not by destroying them, but by continuing to live according to the principles of the way. We demonstrate through our own continuity that the way cannot be broken, that it cannot be killed, that no matter how much violence is directed against it, the philosophy persists because it is rooted in something more fundamental than mere technique or power. You propose non-resistance, Jiang Tao said, and now there was concern in his voice. That will result in massive casualties. No, Ye Minguan said carefully. I propose resistance without domination. There is a difference. We will defend ourselves. We will fight when fighting is necessary to preserve what we value. But we will not fight to achieve victory in the way the Void Order understands victory. We will fight to preserve our capacity to continue teaching, to continue living according to the way, to continue demonstrating that life mastery is valid. Wei Chun, who had been silent until now, spoke in his characteristic plant-based metaphors. The seed does not break the stone in battle, but given time and water, roots crack the mightiest wall. The question is not whether we can defeat the Void Order in combat. The question is whether we can persist long enough that their attack is revealed to be futile. But that requires something we have not yet cultivated, Ye Minguan said, looking directly at Lan Ji. It requires absolute clarity about why we are doing this, about what we are protecting, about the meaning that our continued survival will hold. The Void Order fights because they believe violence is truth. We must know, with equal certainty, why mastery is truth. Lan Ji's eyes were bright as she heard this. For 70 years, she had studied calligraphy under Ye Minguan. Her breakthrough moment had been writing a single character, Xin, the heart, with such presence that everyone who saw it felt a shift in their understanding. She knew what the elder was asking. You want us to create something, she said. Not weapons, not defenses, but something that will hold meaning for the community. Something that will remind people why the way matters. More than that, Ye Minguan said, I want you to create something that will survive the conflict itself. Something that will be worth preserving, worth dying to protect, and something that, when the conflict has ended, will testify to what we believed and why we believed it. What kind of something? Qin Hao asked. His practical mind was already trying to imagine what form this could take. Different for each discipline, Ye Minguan said. For the kitchen, Qin Hao, you will develop a complete system of preparation, not just recipes, but philosophy. A codification of how cooking demonstrates the principles of genuine mastery, how the act of feeding others is itself a spiritual practice, how nourishment connects to cultivation in ways that violence never can. He turned to Wei Chun. For the garden, you will prepare a record of the plants you have cultivated, not just their growing conditions, but the spiritual work that went into their development, the intention that shaped them. In the garden itself, you will create seeds and saplings that are designed to survive even if the sect is destroyed, to regrow, to carry forward the knowledge of what was. Finally, he looked at Lan Ji. For the calligraphy, you will create the essential texts, not academic documents, but living works of art and philosophy. Each character written with the presence that has made your work famous. Each scroll created as a meditation on why the way matters. These will be our testimony. These will be what survives, no matter what happens in the battles ahead. And for textile work, Meng Qi asked. Ye Minguan smiled at her. For the textile arts, you will develop something new, a visual record of our history, woven not into cloth, but into understanding. We will create a set of tapestries that tell the story of the way, from its ancient origins, through its suppression and resurrection, through what we believe it will become. These tapestries will be beautiful enough to be valued by anyone who sees them, but they will also be functional, they will teach. They will convey the philosophy through pure visual presence. If we create these things, Lin Yuanshu said slowly, understanding the implication, we are acknowledging that we may not survive to teach the way ourselves. We are creating something that can teach in our absence. Yes, Ye Minguan said, but this acknowledgement is not defeat. It is preparation. It is the recognition that the way is larger than any individual practitioner. If we die, the philosophy survives. If the sect is destroyed, the knowledge continues. If the Void Order believes they have crushed us, they will discover that crushing a philosophy is more difficult than crushing an army. The discussion continued long into the evening. By the time it concluded, every person in the chamber understood what Ye Minguan was asking them to do. They were being called to transform their life work into something that could outlast them. They were being asked to make the creation of these artifacts, these testaments to the way, equal in importance to the training of disciples and the daily practice of their respective crafts. When do we begin? Meng Qi asked as the meeting concluded. Now, Ye Minguan said. Today if possible. Tomorrow at the latest. We do not know how much time we have before the Void Order moves from messages and threats to actual assault. Every moment is precious. Every page written, every character carved, every tapestry woven is a thread that extends the life of the way beyond any individual person's ability to preserve it. As the group dispersed to begin their work, Ye Minguan remained in the chamber, alone except for Lin Yuanshu. You are asking them to accept that they may not survive, the sect master said quietly. I am asking them to understand that survival is not the highest value, Ye Minguan said. Truth is, the way is. And if preserving those is the price of their physical survival, then that is a price worth paying. Lin Yuanshu nodded slowly. The ancient prophets understood this, I think. They knew that the way would only be in earnest validated if people were willing to die for it, willing to sacrifice everything, and still maintain that the sacrifice was worthwhile. That is what separates a philosophy from a mere technique. Chapter 67. The Archives of Memory. In the weeks that followed, the sect transformed itself into something unprecedented. Every major discipline established what Ye Minguan called archives of memory, projects dedicated to codifying and preserving the essential knowledge and philosophy of that path. The work had the quality of religious ritual, each action performed with intention and presence that was itself a meditation on the principles being preserved. In the kitchen, Qin Hao began the massive project of writing down not just recipes, but the philosophy behind every technique. Why did rice require a specific ratio of water? Because cultivation required balance. Why did salt need to be added at particular moments? Because timing was everything in mastery. Why did some dishes demand slow cooking while others required fierce heat? Because the material itself determined the method. Each explanation became an opportunity to show how cooking mirrored the principles of genuine cultivation. But Qin Hao did not stop with writing. He began training a select group of senior cooks in what he called transcription through flavor. The idea that the most important knowledge could be conveyed through the taste of food, through the memory that eating could create. He prepared dishes specifically designed to embody particular lessons, so that someone who ate the food would understand, on a level deeper than language, what the philosophy was conveying. If the texts are destroyed, he told Ye Minguan, if everyone who can read is killed, the knowledge will survive in the memory of anyone who has eaten these dishes. The body remembers what the mind forgets. In the gardens, Wei Chun worked with an urgency that seemed to overtake his usual patient demeanor. He propagated seeds from his most valuable plants, creating duplicate plantings in hidden locations throughout the sect's territory and beyond. He trained gardeners to travel to distant communities, carrying seeds, carrying cuttings, establishing secondary gardens that would continue the work even if the sunlit valley was destroyed. The garden is a memory that grows, he said. The plant remembers what the soil that nourished it taught. If I can establish enough gardens in enough places, the knowledge will survive in the living plants themselves. In the calligraphy halls, Longji achieved a state that looked like meditative frenzy. She had decided to create a complete set of scrolls, 108 characters, each representing a fundamental principle of the way. Every scroll was a masterwork, drawn with a presence so intense that people reported feeling the weight of meaning simply by standing in the presence of the unfinished work. These are not meant to be read quickly, she told her students. Each scroll should be meditated upon for at least a full day before moving to the next. Someone who sits with all 108 scrolls, spending time with each one, will understand the entire philosophy. Not intellectually, through presence, through the way the character speaks without words. For textile work, Meng Qi created what she called the tapestry of continuity, a series of connected weavings that told the story of the way. The first tapestries showed the ancient origins, written in a style that attempted to capture the aesthetic of the first cultivation era. Subsequent tapestries showed the period of suppression, using dark colors and fragmented patterns to convey the suffering of the philosophy as it was hunted and hidden. Then came the resurrection, Ye Minguan's rediscovery, the gradual acceptance, the proof of validity. And finally, a section left deliberately incomplete, as if the tapestry could not show what came next because it had not yet been woven. This incompleteness is intentional, Meng Qi explained. Anyone who sees this tapestry will understand that the story of the way is not finished. What comes next will be woven by people who choose to continue the work. The conflict, the resolution, the final shape of the philosophy. These are threads that have not yet been placed. As these projects progressed, something unexpected happened. Word of what the sect was doing spread throughout the region. Other sects sent emissaries, asking to learn the techniques. Scholars requested access to the scrolls and texts. Communities sent representatives asking how they could begin growing the special medicinal plants that Wei Chun had developed. The archives of memory, which had been created as preparation for possible destruction, became a gift that the entire world could receive. Ye Minguan watched this with profound satisfaction. The Void Order had challenged them to prove that the way was real, that it had substance, that it could survive scrutiny and attack. In responding to that challenge by creating these archives, the sect was already proving something far more important than its ability to defeat enemies. It was proving that the way mattered enough to justify preservation, that the philosophy was substantial enough to change how other people lived and thought, that genuine mastery was not a curiosity or an eccentric path, but a legitimate tradition that deserved to be passed on. This is what the prophecy meant, Qin Hao told him one afternoon as he observed the different projects in their various stages of completion. The prophecy said that when the way proved itself through conflict, it would be recognized by the world. But it didn't mean proved itself through winning battles. It meant proved itself through continuing to live according to its principles, no matter what opposition arose. The mere fact that people are creating these archives, that they are willing to preserve and spread the philosophy, that they are changing their own lives based on what we teach, that is the proof. Ye Minguan nodded. The Void Order believes that power is proven through domination, that strength is measured by what can be destroyed. But the way proves itself through what survives, what continues, what takes root and grows. The more they attack us, the more desperate they become about suppressing something that cannot be suppressed, the more they prove our point, that their method of thinking cannot ultimately overcome what is rooted in genuine truth. But even as the archives were being created, even as the work of preservation and transformation was flourishing throughout the sect, darker messages continued to arrive from the Void Order. The tone of the messages changed. They became less philosophical, less invitational to debate. They became tactical. "We know where you are," one message proclaimed, carved into the stone of a building on the sect's eastern perimeter. "We know the strength of your defenses. We know the paths through your mountains. Prepare yourselves. The Order has made a decision. The way of genuine living will be destroyed, not through argument, but through force. When we come, your archives will burn. Your students will scatter or die. Your philosophy will be erased from the world as surely as it was erased before." The threat was no longer abstract. The Void Order was preparing to move from message to action, and the sect, in response, had to accelerate its preparations not just for preservation, but for defense. The archives of memory had created something precious that now needed to be protected. The very work of preparing for possible destruction had made destruction something that had to be actively prevented. The conflict was no longer approaching as something distant and theoretical. It was arriving. Chapter 68, The Training Ground. To prepare for combat while maintaining the principles of the way, Ye Minguan and Xiang Tao began a project that neither of them had initially envisioned. The creation of an integrated training ground where combat practitioners and life mastery disciples could learn not just their individual disciplines, but how to function as a cohesive force. The location chosen was a large plateau on the eastern side of the sect's territory, far enough removed from the teaching areas that the sounds of training would not disturb the daily work of creating the archives of memory, but not so far removed that students could not move between the training ground and the main sect structures quickly if needed. The basic structure was simple. Two halves of the plateau, one devoted to traditional combat training, the other devoted to life skill work. But the innovation that Ye Minguan brought to the design was a central meeting area where the two halves could integrate, where a fighter could take a break and learn a cooking technique, where an artist could spend time learning basic combat forms. "The integrated practitioner is what we need," Ye Minguan explained to Xiang Tao as they supervised the initial construction. "Not someone who has achieved mastery in two disciplines. That is impossible. But someone who has enough understanding of both that they can function as a complete person rather than a specialized tool." Xiang Tao, whose conversion from pure combat focus to appreciation for the way had been gradual but thorough, asked a practical question. "How do we train them to work together? A cook and a fighter have different rhythms, different ways of approaching problems. How do we make them support each other instead of getting in each other's way?" "Through shared goals," Ye Minguan said. "We design scenarios that require both types of practitioners to solve the problem. A group must defend a location while also maintaining a supply of food and water. A team must create medicinal remedies while also fending off attack. The problems are designed so that neither combat skill nor life mastery skill alone can solve them. Both are required." The first exercises were awkward. Combat practitioners felt slowed down by having to coordinate with people who moved more carefully, who thought before reacting. Life mastery students felt terrified in scenarios that involved combat, even when the combat was controlled and staged. But gradually, through repeated exposure and through Ye Minguan's patient guidance, something emerged. A young fighter named Kulin discovered that when she paused before responding, borrowed from calligraphy training, her reactions became more accurate. A gardener named Tong Sun found that the principles of balance and weight from combat training made him more stable when working with heavy tools. A group of cooks realized that the timing they used in food preparation was identical to the pacing that fighters needed to maintain stamina through extended combat. "We are not creating a new type of cultivator," Ye Minguan told them during one training session. "We are not trying to make combat fighters who are also chefs or artists who are also warriors. We are creating whole people. People who understand that their survival depends not just on skill with weapons, but on the ability to maintain themselves, to nourish themselves, to create beauty even in the midst of conflict. And yes, when needed, to defend what they love through force. But force is not the answer to every problem. A meal can restore someone to their humanity faster than a weapon ever can. Word of the integrated training spread, and other sects began requesting permission to study the methods. This was unprecedented. Combat cultivation was usually proprietary. Each sect guarded its techniques jealously. But the Sunlit Valley sect, now fully committed to the belief that knowledge of the way would strengthen rather than weaken them, invited visitors to observe the training and, with Ye Minguan's permission, to participate. 3 other sects sent permanent representatives to learn the methods. 2 more established their own integrated training grounds based on what they observed. The philosophy was spreading not through propaganda, but through demonstration. People saw that practitioners who had learned both disciplines were stronger, more adaptable, more likely to survive complex situations. They wanted that for their own students. But the integration also had a secondary effect that Ye Minguan had anticipated but not explicitly stated. It created a community that understood why it was worth defending the way. Practitioners who had trained together, who had learned both to fight and to create, who had discovered that their survival depended on maintaining connection to both disciplines, would not abandon the sect if the Void Order attacked. They would not attempt to save themselves by renouncing the philosophy. You have created something that cannot be destroyed from the outside, Zhang Tao said to Ye Minguan after watching a particularly successful integrated training session. Because you have made it necessary for survival. No one who is trained here would choose to give up what they have learned, because to do so would be to diminish themselves. That was not the only goal, Ye Minguan said. But it is an important effect. The Void Order believes that they can suppress what we are by defeating us in combat, by demonstrating that violence is stronger than mastery. But what they do not understand is that the people who have integrated both disciplines cannot be defeated in a simple way. You cannot kill someone into renouncing their own wholeness. You cannot destroy a philosophy that has shown itself to make people stronger and happier. They will try, Zhang Tao said. The Void Order does not respond well to resistance. The messages have become increasingly specific about timing. I believe the attack will come within months. Then we have months to complete our preparation, Ye Minguan said. Not just in combat, but in ensuring that every person who wishes to learn the way can do so, that every essential teaching is recorded, and that every practitioner understands why they are willing to die if necessary to preserve what we have created. As Ye Minguan walked back from the training ground that evening, he could hear the sounds of students learning, practicing, integrating the disciplines. It was a sound unlike any the sect had produced before. Not the uniform clashing of weapons being drilled in unison, not the quiet focus of artists working in concentration, but a mingling of both, a symphony of different but complementary activities. This sound, he thought, was itself a proof of the way. It demonstrated that the philosophy worked, that it created something whole and beautiful and resilient. The Void Order, whatever their size and power, would have to destroy not just buildings and people, but this sound itself. They would have to demonstrate that the integrated person was not real, that the combined strength of combat training and life mastery was somehow false. That was a task that would prove far more difficult than they might have anticipated. Chapter 69, The Moment of Choice. For months after the first message from the Void Order, with the archives of memory largely complete and the integrated training ground now producing practitioners of unprecedented capability, a new type of message arrived. This one was not carved into stone. It was not an abstract warning. It was a letter written in perfect script, delivered by a single writer who requested safe passage and a direct meeting with Ye Minguan. The writer was a woman of indeterminate age, her bearing suggesting that she had significant cultivation regardless of her physical appearance. She refused to give her name, but she presented a seal that Lin Yuanshu recognized, the ancient symbol of the Void Order, preserved in the oldest texts, unchanged for centuries. My masters have a proposal, she told Ye Minguan, speaking in a space private to the two of them and Lin Yuanshu. They recognize that you have built something of genuine substance. The integrated approach you have developed, the way your students function as whole people rather than specialists, these are achievements worth acknowledging. Your philosophy is real, and that is precisely why it must be destroyed. It threatens the foundation of existence itself. Explain, Ye Minguan said simply. The universe is built on struggle, the emissary continued. On the constant contest between order and chaos, between individuals and the forces that would obliterate their individuality. A being that has cultivated genuine mastery is, by definition, someone who has harmonized themselves with the larger patterns of reality. Such people are dangerous because they can no longer be broken by conflict. They become stable even under pressure, unshakable even when attacked. This threatens the fundamental dynamism that keeps existence from crystallizing into stasis. And you believe this is a problem? Ye Minguan asked. We believe it is a danger that must be prevented, the emissary said. The Void Order is not evil, Elder. We are not motivated by cruelty or power hunger. We are motivated by the belief that the universe requires constant struggle, constant striving, constant competition. A world dominated by practitioners of genuine mastery would become a world without growth, without urgency, without the impetus that drives cultivation forward. Ye Minguan absorbed this philosophical argument with patient attention. When he spoke, his voice was calm, even sympathetic. You are describing a genuine metaphysical difference. You believe that stasis is the danger. We believe that harmony is the goal. You believe that struggle is necessary. We believe that mastery is necessary. These are incompatible visions, and I do not believe either can convince the other through argument. I agree, the emissary said, which is why my masters have sent me with a different proposal. Rather than engage in open conflict, which would consume both sides, which would be destructive to everyone involved, the Void Order proposes a test. You and your most advanced practitioner will face me and one of the Void Order's masters in a controlled encounter. If you win, the Void Order will withdraw. They will leave your sect in peace, will allow your philosophy to spread without interference. And if you win? Ye Minguan asked. If we win, you will renounce the way. You will dismiss your students. You will seal the library texts. You will return to being an obscure elder teaching minor crafts, posing no threat to the cosmic balance that the Void Order exists to maintain. The proposal hung in the air like a knife suspended by a thread. Lin Yuanshu spoke before Ye Minguan could respond. This is a trap. There is no scenario in which they accept defeat. They will rig the contest, corrupt the rules, claim victory even if they lose. That is possible, the emissary acknowledged. But my masters have decided that facing the possibility of genuine defeat is a risk worth taking. They believe their philosophy is correct, their method is sound. They believe that they will win, and they are willing to gamble on that belief. Ye Minguan rose and walked to the window. Outside, he could see the sect, the gardens where Wei Qin cultivated plants, the kitchens where Qin Hao taught new generations of cooks, the calligraphy halls where Lan Ji continued to create her scrolls. Hundreds of lives oriented toward the way, thousands of hours invested in demonstrating that genuine mastery was real and valuable. If I refuse this test, he said without turning around, they will attack anyway. They will attempt to conquer through force what they could not conquer through this symbolic combat. Yes, the emissary said, but if you refuse, it will be understood that you lack faith in your own philosophy, that you believe it is not strong enough to survive direct confrontation. The world will interpret your refusal as an admission that you fear the Void Order's way is actually the correct one. This was the cruelty of the proposal. It did not allow for the possibility of wise withdrawal, for the recognition that some battles should not be fought. It forced Ye Minguan to choose between accepting a test he might lose or appearing to admit that his philosophy was somehow fragile. He turned back to face the emissary. Who would be your representative? The Void Order's master who would face our champion. A being named Shu Jian, the emissary said. A cultivator of the highest ranks, centuries old, someone who has dedicated their entire existence to proving that struggle is the only path to truth. And you would select one of your disciples, your most advanced student, someone who would represent the full realization of what genuine mastery can achieve. Ye Minguan closed his eyes briefly. The answer was obvious. It had to be Lan Ji. She had trained under him for 70 years. Her breakthrough into the highest ranks had been witnessed by the entire sect. She was the living embodiment of what genuine mastery meant. A woman who had spent nearly her entire existence in perfection of a single craft, whose presence was so powerful that merely being in the same room with her changed people's understanding of what was possible. But to ask Lan Ji to fight would be to take everything she had devoted herself to and transform it into a weapon. It would be to say that the gentle, meditative, patient path she had walked was ultimately justified only if it could be weaponized, only if it could prove itself through combat. I need time, Ye Minguan said, to discuss this with my sect's leadership, to determine if this test is something we are willing to accept. My masters will allow 3 days, the emissary said. After that time, whether you have accepted the test or refused it, the Void Order will move to attack. There is no longer any neutral ground. You must choose, accept the test, or face the invasion. After the emissary was given quarters in the sect and assigned guards to ensure her safety, Ye Minguan called a full meeting of the sect's leadership and key students. This was not a decision that could be made by elders alone. This was a choice that would affect every person who had committed themselves to the way. When the meeting convened, Ye Minguan explained the Void Order's proposal without editorializing. He presented both the opportunity and the danger. He acknowledged that if Lan Ji lost the combat, it would appear to the world that genuine mastery was weaker than struggle. But he also acknowledged that if she won, it would validate the way in a way that decades of peaceful teaching could not. The choice is not mine alone, Ye Minguan said when he had finished. This affects all of us. This could determine the future of the philosophy. I ask you all, what do you believe should be done? The debate was intense. Some argued that the test was a trap that must be rejected. Others believed it was an opportunity that could not be refused. But eventually, all eyes turned to Lan Ji, sitting quietly in the corner of the chamber, already knowing what was being asked of her. I will fight, she said simply. I have spent 70 years learning mastery through calligraphy. I have learned to move through presence rather than force, to create rather than destroy. If those 70 years of learning can protect what I love, then I will face this master of the Void Order. I will show them that genuine mastery is not weakness. I will demonstrate that a person who has cultivated presence can be stronger than a person who has cultivated struggle. Ye Minguan looked at his senior student, seeing both her strength and her vulnerability. She was not a warrior. She was an artist. The combat training she had done over recent months had taught her basic defense, but she would be facing someone centuries old, someone who had dedicated their entire existence to understanding how violence could be wielded. But he also saw something else. He saw Lan Ji's absolute clarity about what the way meant, her complete commitment to the philosophy, her willingness to face anything rather than deny what she had learned. Then we will accept the test, Lin Yuanshu said, making the formal decision. We will arrange for the combat to take place in a neutral location, with witnesses from multiple sects present. And we will prepare Lan Ji to face Shu Jian with the full strength that 70 years of genuine mastery has created. The decision was made. The final crisis was about to begin. Chapter 70. The preparation. The 3 days between the Void Order's ultimatum and the scheduled combat were the most intense period of preparation that Ye Minguan had ever witnessed. But unlike the frantic scrambling one might expect before a military campaign, the preparation took the form of deeper immersion in the principles of the way. Ye Minguan spent the entire time with Lan Ji, but they did not practice combat techniques. Instead, they sat together in the calligraphy hall, and Ye Minguan guided her through a meditation on the nature of presence itself. You have spent 70 years learning to write, Ye Minguan said as they sat before a blank page. You have mastered the technique. Your hand is steady. Your understanding of form is complete. But what you must realize now is that the mastery is not in your hand or your technique. The mastery is in your presence. The character is made real not by the stroke of the brush, but by the consciousness that flows through the brush into the paper. I know this, Lan Ji said. She did know it. Her breakthrough years ago had been the recognition of exactly this principle. Yes, Ye Minguan said. But you are about to face an opponent who will assume that you are defined by your technique, by your body, by your apparent weakness compared to their centuries of combat training. They will assume that your presence is merely an aesthetic quality, something ornamental, something that makes your work beautiful but fragile. You must be ready to demonstrate that this assumption is wrong. Your presence is not an addition to your strength. It is the foundation of everything you are. Over the 3 days, he guided her through a deepening exploration of this principle. He had her write the same character hundreds of times, but with progressive deepening of her focus and presence. He had her observe Wei Chun working in the gardens, noticing how the gardener's presence was not separate from his physical actions, but fully integrated with them. He had her study Qin Hao in the kitchen, seeing how presence transformed the mechanical act of cooking into something sacred. When you face Shu Jian, Ye Minguan said on the final evening, as they sat in candlelight in the calligraphy hall, you will not be fighting with weapons or even with the hand-to-hand combat techniques you have learned. You will be facing them with your presence. And presence is something that cannot be defeated by force. Presence can only be overcome by a greater presence. And Shu Jian has spent centuries developing combat power, not presence. They have chosen a path that made them strong in the way the Void Order understands strength. But it is not the strength that will matter in the confrontation you are about to face. What will matter? Lan Ji asked. Truth, Ye Minguan said simply. The truth that you are a whole person, fully cultivated through 70 years of genuine mastery. The truth that your presence is not a technique you can be taught to overcome, but the fundamental nature of who you have become. The truth that what you represent cannot be destroyed by someone who has chosen a fundamentally different path. On the morning of the combat, The entire sect gathered to see Lan Ji depart. She wore simple white robes, not combat clothing, not the elaborate costumes that warriors sometimes used. She looked like what she was, a calligrapher, a cultivator of the way, a woman who had devoted her life to mastery through presence rather than force. Ye Minguan walked with her to the gate. He did not offer prayers or blessings. Instead, he simply said, "You are ready. Not because you have learned to fight, but because you have learned to be. That is enough." As Lan Ji departed for the neutral ground where the combat would take place, Ye Minguan felt something shift in the world itself. The prophecy had been clear. The validation of the way would come through conflict. The moment of confrontation had arrived. Everything that he had built, everything that his students had learned, everything that the archives of memory contained, all of it would now be tested against the void order's certainty that struggle was truth. In the gardens, Wei Chun tended plants with increased intensity, as if his presence could strengthen Lan Ji from a distance. In the kitchens, Qin Hao prepared a special meal, food infused with intention, designed to nourish not just the body but the spirit. In the calligraphy hall, the space where Lan Ji had worked for 70 years felt suddenly empty, as if the most important presence had departed. And Ye Minguan, the patient elder who had taught in obscurity for centuries, sat in meditation. He had done what he could do. The rest was now in the hands of his senior student, and in the hands of whatever forces governed the universe and determined whether genuine mastery could stand its ground against the certainty of those who believed only violence was true. The confrontation was about to begin, and the answer it produced would determine not just the future of the Sunlit Valley sect, but the future of the way itself. Chapter 71. The confrontation at dawn. The neutral ground for the combat had been chosen with care, a clear plateau high in the mountains, visible from miles away, accessible but isolated enough that the confrontation would not be interrupted by random travelers. By dawn on the agreed day, the area was filled with witnesses, representatives from 7 different sects, scholars from the eastern provinces, including Wei Lin and Qin Hao, and a contingent of neutral observers from the regional government. Ye Minguan did not attend the combat itself. Instead, he remained at the sect, sitting in meditation. He had explained to those who asked that his presence would only distract, that Lan Ji needed to face this moment with absolute focus on her own cultivation rather than concern for his expectations. But in truth, Ye Minguan sat in meditation for a different reason. He was extending his presence outward, not in any technique he could have explained, but in a subtle connection of consciousness that linked him to his senior student. Not to control her, not to advise her in the moment, but to bear witness to what she would become as she faced the greatest challenge of her existence. On the plateau, as the sun crested the mountains, Lan Ji and her opponent stood facing each other across an open space. Shu Jian was not what anyone present had expected. Rather than appearing as a scarred warrior or someone radiating visible power, Shu Jian appeared almost fragile, a figure of indeterminate age and gender, physically unremarkable, wearing robes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. But the presence they radiated was unmistakable to anyone sufficiently cultivated to perceive it. The air around Shu Jian seemed to vibrate with something that felt like absolute certainty, like the weight of centuries of unwavering conviction. Shu Jian spoke first. "I am prepared to demonstrate that the way of genuine living is a delusion, that strength can only come through struggle, that you, having chosen mastery of an ornamental skill, cannot stand against someone who has chosen the path of true cultivation." Lan Ji said nothing. She had come prepared for words, but she had not come to engage in debate. She had come to demonstrate something that could not be argued into existence. She took her stance, not a combat position, but the stance she used when writing, feet planted, body centered, mind present. "That is interesting," Shu Jian said. "You do not adopt a fighting posture. Even now, facing certain defeat, you do not acknowledge the reality of violence." Lan Ji still said nothing. Instead, she allowed her presence to deepen. It was exactly what Ye Minguan had taught her to do. She was not preparing to fight. She was simply becoming more fully herself, allowing the 70 years of cultivation to rise fully into her being. Shu Jian attacked. The assault was not what the observers had expected. There was no gradual escalation, no formal beginning gesture. Shu Jian simply moved with a speed that was barely perceptible, closing the distance between them in what seemed like no time at all, striking toward Lan Ji's center with a force that would have obliterated most people. Lan Ji moved. The movement was not a deflection. It was not a block. It was a shift, a subtle redirection of her entire body that was so small and so efficient that Shu Jian's attack passed through the space where she had been an instant before. The movement was beautiful to watch, like the flow of water around a stone in a river. There was no violence in it, no force. There was only presence and the acknowledgement of what was happening in the moment. Shu Jian continued the attack. They did not pause or reset. They pressed forward with a barrage of strikes, each one calculated to eliminate every possible avenue of escape. But Lan Ji continued to move. Her movements were minimal, efficient, executed with the same graceful presence that characterized her calligraphy. She was not fighting. She was dancing with violence, acknowledging its presence while refusing to be defined by it. What the observers were witnessing was unprecedented. In traditional combat, one of two outcomes usually occurred. Either the defender would eventually make a mistake and be struck, or the attacker would eventually tire and create an opening. But this confrontation was not following that pattern. Shu Jian was not tiring, and Lan Ji was not making mistakes. Instead, Lan Ji's presence was doing something that seemed almost impossible. It was absorbing the violence without opposing it. Every attack flowed past her. Every strike found empty space. Every moment that Shu Jian pressed forward, they became more aware of the strange quality of what they were facing. "What is this?" Shu Jian demanded, pausing momentarily. "Why do you not fight? Why do you not use techniques?" "Because I have nothing to prove through violence," Lan Ji said. Her voice was very quiet, but every person on the plateau heard her with perfect clarity. "You are seeking a victory that will demonstrate the truth of your philosophy. But I am not here to defeat you. I am here to demonstrate that presence cannot be defeated by force." Shu Jian resumed the attack, but now there was something different in their assault. There was an edge of desperation to it. They were no longer simply executing technique. They were beginning to understand that their technique, for all its perfection, was fundamentally unable to overcome what Lan Ji represented. The combat, if it could be called that, continued for what seemed like hours, but was probably only 20 minutes. Shu Jian struck from every angle, using techniques refined across centuries, drawing on a depth of combat cultivation that was genuinely extraordinary. And with each attack, Lan Ji simply allowed it to pass through her, simply continued to exist in presence, simply refused to give Shu Jian the resistance they needed to prove their point. Eventually, Shu Jian stopped attacking. They stood there, breathing heavily, not from physical exertion, but from the emotional and spiritual weight of what they had just experienced. For centuries, Shu Jian had believed that struggle was truth, that violence was the ultimate language. But what they had just encountered was something that could not be addressed through violence. It was like trying to defeat an idea with a sword. It was like trying to kill water by striking it with force. "You do not win," Shu Jian said, and there was something in their voice that was not quite defeat, but something close to it. "This proves nothing. You have merely avoided defeat. That is not the same as victory." "No," Lan Ji agreed. "It proves something far more important. It proves that the way of genuine living cannot be defeated because it is not defined by opposition to anything. I do not stand here as a warrior opposing your warriors. I stand here as a complete person, cultivated through 70 years of genuine mastery, and I exist. That existence, in the face of everything the void order has tried to do to stop us, is itself the proof." Shu Jian turned away. They walked to the edge of the plateau and looked out at the mountains, at the vast landscape of the world that they had dedicated their entire existence to understanding through violence and struggle. "The void order will not accept this outcome," they said quietly. "I will report what I have witnessed. But many of my colleagues will not believe me. They will insist that the demonstration was unfair, that true combat requires the acceptance of traditional rules. They will move to attack, to end this matter through conquest rather than trial." "I know," Lan Ji said. "That was always the probable outcome. The test was not designed to permanently stop the void order. It was designed to demonstrate that the way cannot be stopped. And you have just provided that demonstration." Words spread from the plateau with the speed of rumor and confirmation. The neutral observers who had witnessed the confrontation carried the story to their respective sections. Wei Lin and Shun Ao documented what they had seen, adding their scholarly analysis to the narrative. Within days, the story had transformed into something that moved through the cultivation world like a wave. A practitioner of genuine mastery had stood against a master of the void order and had not been defeated. Some interpreted the story as proof that life mastery was superior. Others interpreted it as proof that Shu Jian had held back, that the true capabilities of the void order had not been demonstrated. But all of them understood one thing. The Sunlit Valley sect had publicly challenged the void order and had survived. The philosophy was no longer hidden. It was no longer an eccentric practice. It had been tested against the highest opposition the ancient order could offer, and it had endured. Chapter 72. The ripple of change. The aftermath of the confrontation between Lan Ji and Shu Jian was not dramatic in the way that a military victory might have been. There were no celebrations, no parades, no public vindication that would satisfy those who had predicted the way would be crushed. But the effects were far more profound than any simple triumph in combat could have been. In the eastern provinces, scholars who had preserved the ancient texts emerged from their archives for the first time in generations. They began publicly teaching the way of genuine living to students who would previously have dismissed such teachings as naive philosophy. The prophecy had been fulfilled. The confrontation with the void order had occurred, and the way had proven itself. In the sects that had sent representatives to witness the confrontation, changes began immediately. In one major sect known for combat cultivation exclusively, the leadership established a new division dedicated to teaching life mastery skills. In another sect, the leaders began the slow process of integrating artistic and craft-based cultivation into their existing structures. The resistance that had existed when the way had seemed like a fringe philosophy began to dissolve when it became clear that this philosophy had been tested against something ancient and powerful and had survived. Word reached the Sunlit Valley sect in fragments and reports. Ye Minguan listened to each account with patient attention, but he did not seem particularly surprised by any of it. Instead, he appeared to be focused on a single question: what would the Void Order do next? Shu Jian had predicted correctly. While some members of the Void Order accepted the outcome of the confrontation and were moved toward a grudging respect for the way, others, particularly the leadership council of the Ancient Order, viewed the outcome as an unacceptable insult. If a mere practitioner of calligraphy could stand against one of their greatest cultivators, then the Void Order would move to demonstrate their true power. Conquest, rather than test, would become the method. But the confrontation had also bought the Sunlit Valley sect something precious: time. In those weeks and months after Lan Ji's confrontation with Shu Jian, the sect accelerated the work of the archives of memory to completion. Lan Ji returned to the calligraphy halls, and with renewed focus completed the set of 108 scrolls, each one a perfect embodiment of the principles of the way. Wei Chen finished the propagation of his most valuable plants, establishing gardens in 7 different locations across the region, each one capable of sustaining itself and continuing the work even if the original garden was destroyed. Qin Hao completed the documentation of his culinary philosophy and trained a new generation of cooks to understand not just technique, but the spiritual dimensions of the work. And Meng Qi completed the tapestry of continuity, a series of weavings that told the story of the way from its ancient origins through its resurrection in the present day. The final tapestry in the series was deliberately left incomplete, a thread hanging, as if waiting for future hands to continue the work. These are not just records, Ye Minguan told the gathered community as the archives of memory were formally sealed and distributed to multiple safe locations. These are not documentation created to satisfy scholarly curiosity or to preserve knowledge for some future generation. These are testimonies. They testify to what we believe, what we have discovered, and what we are willing to die to preserve. When the conflict comes, and it will come, these archives will survive. They will carry the way forward even if every person in this sect is destroyed. The words were not meant to inspire false hope. They were meant to clarify. The confrontation with Shu Jian had proven that the way could survive opposition. But survival and preservation were not the same as complete victory. The Void Order, wounded by what had occurred, would return with greater force. And when they did, the sect would need to be prepared not for triumph, but for endurance. Jiang Tao, now fully committed to the integration of combat and life mastery approaches, oversaw the completion of defensive structures. New training protocols were established for rapid mobilization of the sect's fighters. Plans were made for evacuation routes if the sect buildings themselves were threatened. But alongside these martial preparations, equal effort was devoted to ensuring that the practice of the way continued uninterrupted. We will not abandon our teaching even if the Void Order attacks, Ye Minguan told the sect's leadership. We will not cease creating because we are under threat. If anything, our creation becomes more important during conflict. It becomes proof that we are not fighting for dominance or control, but for the right to continue living according to the way. In the months leading up to the expected assault, the Sunlit Valley sect appeared to be preparing for 2 thoroughly different outcomes simultaneously. Martial training intensified. Defensive structures were strengthened. Combat practitioners drilled complex maneuvers designed to coordinate large-scale defense. But at the same time, the creation of art continued. New calligraphy scrolls were produced. New gardens were established. New meals were created and documented. New tapestries were woven. An observer watching the sect during this period might have been confused by the contradictions. How could a community simultaneously prepare for war and continue to act as if peace was the expected state? But Ye Minguan understood what the Void Order could not. The two were not contradictory. They were complementary. The sect was demonstrating through action what it believed in word, that the way was not something that required perfect conditions to flourish. It would flourish even under stress, even under threat, even in the face of potential destruction. Visitors who arrived during this period were struck by the same observation. Despite the visible preparations for conflict, despite the presence of martial training and defensive work, the overall atmosphere of the sect was one of peace. Students engaged in their practice with focus and presence. Teachers worked with their characteristic patience. The kitchens produced beautiful food. The gardens continued to grow and flourish. It was as if the sect had achieved something rare. The ability to hold both the reality of threat and the practice of the way simultaneously without allowing either to dominate or distort the other. This is what genuine mastery looks like, Wei Lin told Qin Hao as they walked through the gardens. Not the absence of difficulty, not the removal of opposition, but the continuation of practice even in the midst of hardship. The plants grow despite the approaching war because Wei Chun continues to tend them with presence. The characters are beautiful despite the threat because Lan Ji continues to write with focus. The food nourishes because Qin Hao continues to cook with intention. It is remarkable, Qin Hao agreed. And it is also exactly what the prophecy described. The way does not prove itself by defeating enemies. It proves itself by continuing to be true regardless of what enemies try to do. As the months progressed toward what everyone sensed would be the final confrontation, the Sunlit Valley sect had transformed into something unprecedented. A place where practice and preparation coexisted, where the creation of beauty continued even as defenses were strengthened, where the fundamental principles of the way were lived and embodied rather than merely taught. When the Void Order finally moved to attack, they would find not a community paralyzed by fear, but a community deepened by understanding. They would find not a sect defending mere buildings or territory, but a sect defending something that could not be conquered, a philosophy that had proven its validity through test, and that would continue to prove its validity even in the midst of warfare. The stage was set. The confrontation was approaching. And the way, tested and clarified through the challenge with Shu Jian, was ready to face whatever came next. Chapter 73. The warning from beyond 3 months before the Void Order's planned assault on the Sunlit Valley sect, a messenger arrived from a direction no one had anticipated. She came not from the mountains where the sect was located, not from the direction of other cities, but from the wilderness, traveling on foot, moving at a pace that suggested either exceptional cultivation or desperate motivation. Her name was Ye Xia, and she claimed to be a descendant of Ye Minguan's family line. A distant relative born more than 200 years after the elder had begun his centuries of solitary meditation and teaching. She was a woman of 50 or so, her face marked by grief and determination in equal measure, and she brought news from a branch of the Void Order that had moved far beyond the regions where the Sunlit Valley sect held influence. My village was destroyed, Ye Xia said without preamble when she was brought before Ye Minguan. Destroyed because we had begun to practice the way. An agent of the Void Order came to us 2 years ago and warned that teaching genuine mastery was heresy. When we refused to cease, when we continued to practice and spread the philosophy, the Order moved against us. Tell me what happened, Ye Minguan said gently. Ye Xia took a breath, gathering herself. They came at night. Soldiers trained in the old ways, soldiers who had been taught that violence is the only truth. They burned the buildings where we taught. They killed those who resisted. They scattered those who fled. My entire community, hundreds of people who had learned the way, who had begun to cultivate genuine mastery, was dispersed. Most died. The rest fled in different directions, trying to preserve what knowledge they could. And you came here because you believed someone should know, Ye Minguan said. I came here because I carried something that was meant to reach you, Ye Xia corrected. She withdrew a bundle from beneath her robes, a scroll, ancient and sealed with materials that looked like they predated even the Sunlit Valley sect. Before the village was destroyed, our eldest teacher, a woman named Jiao Wei who had cultivated genuine mastery for nearly a century, gave me this. She said it was a message that had been passed down through our lineage, a message that was meant to be delivered to the surviving line of the way should the Void Order ever strike at us again. Ye Minguan received the scroll with reverent care. When he broke the seal and unrolled it, he saw calligraphy in a style that was ancient, written in a hand that was simultaneously unfamiliar and deeply recognizable. He read it silently, his face remaining composed. When he had finished, he rolled the scroll carefully and held it against his chest. What does it say? Qin Hao asked. The scholar had become a permanent presence in the sect, his role as keeper of the ancient knowledge now formalized. It is a message from a survivor of the first conflict, Ye Minguan said. A message that was written in the years after the Void Order's first assault, when the way had been nearly destroyed and survivors were in hiding. The message is addressed to whoever would continue the way if it emerged again. And it is instructions. Instructions for what? Lin Yuanshu asked. Instructions for how to face the Void Order, Ye Minguan said. But not instructions for defeating them through combat. Instructions for how to ensure that even if we are destroyed, the way will not be destroyed with us. He turned to address the full assembly. The message describes something that the ancient masters called the dispersal. It is a strategy not of concentration, but of distribution. According to this message, when the Void Order first attacked the way, the error that the practitioners of genuine mastery made was trying to preserve everything in a single location, trying to maintain unified leadership and centralized knowledge. The Void Order destroyed those central structures, and because the knowledge and practice were concentrated there, much was lost. So this message teaches a different approach. Qin Hao asked. Yes, Ye Minguan said. It teaches that if we are to without question ensure the way survives, we cannot rely on this sect or on any single center of teaching. We must disperse. We must send our best students and teachers to other regions, to other sects, to other communities. We must plant the seeds of the way so widely that even if the Void Order destroys this sect entirely, the philosophy will continue to grow in dozens of other places. The implication was stunning. It meant accepting that the Sunlit Valley sect might not survive. It meant accepting that the beautiful structures that had taken centuries to build might be destroyed. It meant accepting that the archives of memory, for all their importance, might not be sufficient to ensure the way's preservation. But it also meant something else. It meant understanding that the way was larger than any individual sect, that the philosophy would be plainly safe only when it was embedded in the lives of practitioners scattered across the world. If we do the dispersal, Jiang Tao said, we weaken our own defenses. We scatter our best fighters, our most advanced practitioners. We are less able to resist an attack. Yes, Ye Minguan agreed. But we become much better able to ensure that resistance continues after we are defeated. This is not a strategy of military victory. It is a strategy of spiritual survival. Ye Xia spoke again. In our village, we did not have the wisdom to do the dispersal. We tried to concentrate, to create a central teaching location, to build something lasting in one place. And when the Void Order came, they destroyed it all. I alone escaped because I was outside the village when they attacked. I am the only survivor of a community of hundreds because we did not understand that preservation requires distribution. Over the following days, Ye Minguan met individually with the sect's most advanced disciples and key teachers. He asked each of them, would they be willing to leave the Sunlit Valley? Would they be willing to carry the way to distant places, to establish it where it had never been taught, to become missionaries for a philosophy they had learned to love? The responses were profound. Practitioners who had spent decades in the sect, who had built their entire identity around being part of Ye Minguan's teaching lineage, agreed to depart. Cooks agreed to carry culinary philosophy to distant cities. Gardeners agreed to establish new gardens in remote regions. Artists agreed to travel to other sects and introduce calligraphy as a genuine path of cultivation. The dispersal was not instantaneous. It unfolded over weeks, with different practitioners departing on different routes, some with formal announcement, others quietly. But by the time it was complete, the Sunlit Valley sect had sent emissaries into nearly every major sect and community within 1,000 miles. We are no longer a single sect, Lin Yuanshu declared as the last of the dispersal groups departed. We have become a movement. We are everywhere and nowhere. If the Void Order destroys this place, they will discover that they have only destroyed a building. The way itself will continue in the people we have sent forward. Ye Minguan stood at the sect's main gate, watching the final group of departing disciples. Among them was Ye Xia, who had chosen to become a teacher herself, carrying the message of genuine mastery back to the regions where her village had been destroyed, hoping to rebuild what the Void Order had tried to erase. You understand what you are asking them to do? Ye Xia said to Ye Minguan as she prepared to depart. You are asking them to leave everything they have built, to abandon the sect they have served, to go to places where they will be strangers, where they will have to begin again. Yes, Ye Minguan said. But I am also asking them to understand something crucial. The way is not the buildings. It is not the sect. It is not me. It is a truth that lives in the hearts of everyone who has genuinely cultivated mastery. If they carry that truth with them, then wherever they go, the way will be present. And that is a presence that the Void Order cannot destroy through violence. As Ye Xia departed down the mountain road, Ye Minguan turned back toward the sect. In a few weeks, perhaps a month, the Void Order would come. They would find a sect that was less populated, less fortified than they had expected. They might wonder if the practitioners had fled. They might feel that they had already won without fighting. But what they would discover, eventually, was that the Sunlit Valley sect had accomplished something far more important than military victory. It had ensured that even if it was destroyed, the way would continue. The philosophy had taken root so widely that no single assault, no matter how devastating, could erase it from the world. Chapter 74. The empty fortress. The Void Order's assault, when it came, was both devastating and somehow anticlimactic. 3,000 soldiers, cultivators of significant power trained in the ways of violence and struggle, arrived at the Sunlit Valley sect on a morning of unexpected beauty. Clear skies, sun filtering through mountain mist, the kind of morning that would normally have been celebrated as perfect for practice and creation. Instead, it became the beginning of the greatest trial the way would face. But the soldiers found something unexpected. The sect was ready, but not in the way they had anticipated. The outer defenses held. The walls that had been strengthened over months of preparation were formidable, and the sect's fighters, including both pure combat cultivators and the integrated practitioners who had learned both fighting and mastery, responded with a coordination that had never been tested before. For the first day, the assault was repelled. For the second day, the fighting continued at a stalemate. The Void Order expected a siege. They expected the sect to hold the buildings, to try to preserve the structures and the accumulated knowledge contained within them. But on the third day, as the fighting grew fiercer and it became clear that the sect could not hold against the sheer weight of the Void Order's assault forever, something unexpected happened. The sect's leadership did not attempt to hold the buildings. Instead, they executed an orderly withdrawal. Practitioners emerged from the structures carrying the archives of memory, the scrolls, the tapestries, the documented recipes, and gardening notes. They did not attempt to defend the buildings themselves. They simply ensured that the knowledge was preserved and dispersed. Fall back, Zhang Tao called to the sect's defenders. Protect the Exodus, not the fortress. The sect transformed itself from a fortress to a refugee column. Practitioners fought a running defense, allowing the bearers